What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I would like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. Now, before we get into the episode title, before we get into any of that, I have to let y'all know that the support has been through the roof to the point where now, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have surpassed 10 million downloads. Now, I'm a little late, but as far as 10 million downloads, I think we got to clap it up, not for the podcast success, but the week after week, month after month, year after year support that comes from the masses. Because it gets to a point where you put content out and you hope it brings enjoyment and also is informative to the masses, but the support 10, 20xing on certain platforms, which we'll get into in a second, brings us all the way back to where we originally started as far as this podcast and the mission of covering the gaming and music industry. All right, with that being said, enough of the dramatics. Let's get back into the show. So, essentially, I was wanting to talk about certain things when it came to the episode, and the main thing was how this is the first time ever. I don't know if you noticed, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I don't know if you noticed. The title has a gaming and music direction in it. Usually I try to pick either gaming or music to take over the title as far as the episode title. But for the year 2025, and specifically in the month of March, gaming and music gave us some monumental moments to the point where I couldn't choose which one I wanted to go with. So of course, for the Notorious Mass Effect episode 147, I titled it Playboi Carti Delivers as Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. This month in the year of 2025, I think will go down as some of the best content we've received from hip hop and gaming considered, as we still have GTA 6, but that is reported to not come out to like December, which I'm not gonna spoil my prediction, but let's just say in my coverage of GTA 5 or GTA 6, I gave a prediction for the release date, and I think it's actually going to be pretty on point because of the launch, because of the date of the launch trailer. Now, with that being said, of course, if you didn't know, Notorious Mass Effect covers the gaming and music industry, but we dive deep into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Because I just remembered, I forgot to do the intro, so I had to work that in there somehow. So that being said, Notorious Mass Effect episode 147, titled Playboi Carti Delivers as Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. And when it comes to the overall topic list, we're getting into a lot of things as far as Kendrick and SZA going on a stadium tour, which is monumental, especially for a hip hop musician to go on a stadium tour. We're getting into Doechii and her massive impact on the charts, especially with her not only doing phenomenal as far as putting words together, but also having the 15th most popular album in the world currently with Alligator Bites Never Heal. So we get into Dochi and her effect on the industry currently. And of course, we got to talk about Drake because he's the GOAT. All right, my fault. So with Drake, we're getting into the rebuttal that UMG gave, basically calling Drake a little child and mad because he lost a rap beef. Ladies and gentlemen, when we get into that portion of the segment, you're probably going to realize these two probably don't have a happy ending. They are beefing in the pettiest way possible, and the way that UMG wrote their rebuttal, I don't think they had the lawyers write that. I think they got the greatest ghostwriters out of the TDE shop and put that rebuttal together, because it threw all type of jabs at Drake in ways that we didn't even think UMG had in their lexicon to go at Drake, right? So anyways, then we get into the industry more, as Warner Bros have laid off their people, and we're going to get into the overall status of the Warner gaming division. Then we're going to get into how much should GTA 6 cost. And I had an epiphany while researching, and I think I pinpointed when it's actually going to release, but I'll let you figure that out when we get to that portion of the episode. Also, we get into Sony new beta programs for PlayStation players, and I basically break down the news when it comes to that. Nothing too much. That's more of a short bite, more of a quick hitter, but just wanted to let y'all know that Sony has a new beta program for PlayStation players. Then we're going to get into Monster Hunter Wilds, and we're going to get into, hold up, sometimes I forget the games I cover, because if you don't know, I do this throughout the month, and at this point, I like putting out episodes at the end of the month because it captivates everything that went on in the month on the gaming and music industry side, right? So that's why I wait. But some of these games get knocked off the list because I wait, right? So we are still covering Monster Hunter Wilds, and that's a definite. That segment was fire. I covered MLB The Show. I got into my favorite sport of all time. Obviously, y'all know I'm joking, but we get into MLB The Show and the review and sales roundups of that specific game. Then we get into WWE 2K25. Then we get into Assassin's Creed Shadows. We get into, we can't just skip by that. Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm personally playing that game and putting so many hours into it that I'm like, hold on now. I really like this setting that they have Assassin's Creed is. No wonder the fan base has been clamoring for Assassin's Creed set in Japan for quite some time. So anyways, then I get into Dragonair Silent Gods. You know, I said I'll put respect on the mobile fan base, and that is what I'm doing, covering Dragonair Silent Gods. Because of course, when it comes to the mobile fans out there, they want to feel appreciated because they contribute a significant amount to the revenue pool that is the gaming industry. So I'm doing more mobile reviews, and as of today, I think I have a lot of reviews out there. Let me see. As far as specifically mobile, I've covered Cookie Run Kingdom. I've covered Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I've covered Marvel Contest of Champions Mobile, and I've covered I've also covered the best emulators for Android and iPhone. I know Nintendo won't like that. And transitioning off of that, because we are getting into Nintendo versus Pirates, but that's later down the line. So after Dragonair, I get into, of course, the title of, I know the beat ain't just go off. I thought I hit the repeat button. I guess not. But hold on, did the beat go off? All right, let me see. There we go. All right, with that being said, back to what I was saying. Split Fiction. Split Fiction is obviously on the cover of this episode title, right? As you can see them right here. And I've played it with my cousin, shameless plug. Just type in Analytic Dreamz on either Twitch or Kick or any of my YouTube platforms or even Twitter to see me go live, and hit the follow button along with the bell icon to be notified when I go live. And it's also in my link tree in my bio to give you a direct link. With that being said, me and my cousin's been playing Split Fiction, and when I tell you it's one of the more creative games, if not the most creative game I ever played, I've never had gameplay mechanics thrown at me hour after hour. It's just completely new mechanics, completely new settings, and there's really a display of what creativity looks like on a grand scale. So Split Fiction is phenomenal. Anyways, we get into that game. I give my personal review. I give the other review roundup and sales roundup that I usually do. And then last but definitely not least, we get into Repo, the co-op horror game that you probably seen a lot of people playing. It's currently in early access, and it's $9. So if you want a tip, basically I would buy this game right now because it's $9. And it would end up being even more expensive when it officially releases, because right now it's in early access. And so I think it's only on Steam, right? So it's in early access, meaning it's $10. But if you wait till the full release, it's going to be even more. So do have that information, which you will. Then we get into the beef portion of the episode, which is my personal favorite. I ain't going to lie to you, as we got to get into Xbox versus PlayStation. As Xbox has all right, my fault. So as far as Xbox, they basically come out and said that we gave up the console race. So basically our next console is going to be not even, like, basically they're saying they're going away from the traditional console and they're making it more of a PC type of platform that works with Steam, right? So that's a big development, because it's just a rumor, but it's a big development if they go the non-console route and try to go with the cloud system, because then it makes PlayStation the only console out there trying to keep exclusives to themselves, whereas Xbox is really partnering with other conglomerates such as PlayStation, such as Steam, things of that nature. So anyways, Nintendo, like I said earlier, they do not like people who pirate their games. They will put you in prison, literally. And I get into the depths of that, as Nintendo versus pirators is a real thing. And they ended up winning a whole lawsuit not too long ago. And we get into the details of that. Trying to see if I can find that right quick. Then we get into the details of Nintendo just straight up. Yeah, okay, so the French Supreme Court ruled in favor of Nintendo because of the operator D-Storage pirating Nintendo games, and essentially they had to come pay out a good amount. But of course, when we get to that portion of the episode, you're gonna find out what that amount is. Then of course we go from the gaming industry back into the music field, as we have to talk about, what did we talk about? I know the last segment. Oh, actually we don't get into the music. All right, so we get into Stephen A versus LeBron. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you this is one of the greatest crossovers in sports history, you would have thought it was Superman and Batman type beat, the way that these worlds was never supposed to collide, but here we are, and I'm here to break down the aftermath of it, because when I first previously covered it, once again, follow my live stream, because I do talk about news while I'm playing games and stuff. But essentially, Stephen A and LeBron going at it was very surprising to a lot of people, because why would LeBron even give any attention, right? LeBron, the greatest human ever to touch a basketball, is giving attention to Stephen A. Smith. And it was a great back and forth. And when I covered it on live, it was before he went on Pat McAfee. It's before Stephen A. said he would swing on him. Like, yes, it gets deeper and deeper, to the point where I'm like, you know what? Let me give a whole segment to their back and forth, just chronically breaking it down as far as the overview of the timeline, right? So that's what I do. Also, I gave some solutions to Stephen A. Smith. Y'all could call me petty for my solutions that I gave, but let's just say, in the land of hip hop, if you're gonna get engaged in a battle, nothing's off limits. Let's just leave it like that. So anyways, then of course, to end off the episode, we talk about the great Eminem, and I get a little personal on that segment, which is why I have it at the end. So that's all I'm gonna say. I think you're in for a treat as far as the title and as far as the entire episode is considered. So obviously, like I said, episode 147 is titled Playboi Carti delivers as Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. But also, we have to get into the new segment for the intro of the episode, right? Analytic interactions. So of course, we got to get into it right now, as a lot of people have been following me on social media. So first, we got to plug my social medias, right? Shameless plug. Let me see, switch this over right quick. So shameless plug to my Instagram. Make sure to follow my Instagram at Analytic Dreamz with a Z. Make sure to follow my YouTube at Analytic Dreamz TV. And this is the first time I'm ever promote. This is my first time promoting this platform like this, right? Usually I promote my other platform, which is this one. Let me see if I can find this. Usually I promote this one, right? Analytic Dreamz, Notorious Mass Effect. But now I'm promoting Analytic Dreamz TV because, of course, I want to respect people who support the platform. And Analytic Dreamz TV started off as something I did not want to promote because I wanted it to have more of a, now I'm not going to say a different audience. Let's just say I was going about my content a different way with Analytic Dreamz TV. And it seems like it's worked out, as people are now subscribing and the numbers are looking pretty comparable to the last to the other channel. So make sure to follow this channel and make sure to follow this channel right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, to see the video along with the audio for the people listening. What else? Okay, so yeah, with that out the way, follow my Instagram, follow my YouTube. Now let's get into TikTok. Follow my TikTok at Notorious Mass Effect. Or you can put in Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. Now, the reason I'm plugging this is because getting into analytic interactions, this is where I'm engaging with the people who are supporting the content, but I want you to know where these platforms are located and where you can find them. Also, my link tree in my bio has all the links to my social medias. With that out the way, let's get to the first one. So essentially, I covered Assassin's Creed and I played Assassin's Creed Shadows. So when it comes to Assassin's Creed in general, this game is bringing a lot of enjoyment every hour on the hour of me playing it. I really enjoyed the game. I believe it's beyond solid. It's a very phenomenal game. So I started to put out promo clips, of course, of me playing the game and also me reviewing it. This is a clip from me reviewing the game, right? This is not me playing the game. So basically I talked about how Assassin's Creed Shadows second highest is Ubisoft's second highest launch, right? With that being said, the reason why I'm not going to play it is because I'm here to say what I said. So basically, I'm going over analytics, things of that nature. And who would have thunk that with this video, I would have entered the Grifter community? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, somehow this hit the Grifter's algorithm and they was upset. They were irate at me giving praise to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Obviously, they probably saw the cover. They probably saw the person covering the game. And they was probably like, hold up, are these two black people uplifting Ubisoft? So they got into the comment section and they let the racism fly. Literally, hold on, let me see if I can find the one that was the most racist. Somebody said, hold it, can y'all see that? Okay, y'all can. Okay, somebody said they used the GIF. This is the GIF I'm talking about, right? Just you can't polish a TURD because this is a PG podcast, so I'm not gonna say it. But you can roll it in glitter. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. I had to respond to this because I love all engagement, right? Any engagement is good engagement, especially if I signed up for this. So I replied and said, this is generic hate with a hint of racism. Now, y'all let me know what this is. You can't polish a TURD, but you can roll it in glitter. And y'all let me know if my response is valid, right? So I think I know what he was trying to do as far as the playoff words and just trying to be disrespectful. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just video games. So, you know, I responded, and usually that's why I call it analytic interactions. At the end of the day, we just running it up on the algorithm. So anyways, somebody else came in and they just plainly said cap. I'm jumping around because, you know, of course, if you want to see it, it's on the screen for you to look up for yourself. But somebody said big cap, right? Hold on, was that the one? It was somebody else who said cap. This man said big cap. This man said cap. Okay, let me see both of these right quick. Oh, okay, yeah. So this man said big cap, right? And then I responded and said, the only person capping is you, period. That man petty, ain't he? Ubisoft confirmed Assassin's Creed Shadows as their second highest sales launch per Variety, March 24th, 2025. Hey, that man a journalist, ain't he? He's stating sources, things of that nature. But anyways, I just wanted y'all to see the community right here just going crazy. And I finally tapped into the Grifter community as, like, look at this one. Don't you have stores to raid or people to rob? Stay in your place. What?
Then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
You can't make this stuff up, bro. The racism just jumping off of the page. And I was like, I have finally entered the Grifter community. That's insane. So somehow this ended up on the Grifter's algorithm, and they told me to rob stores and raid stores and rob people and to stay in my place. So, hey, as far as the gaming community, let's just say this man right here is, look, he doesn't even have like a human profile. That's the thing about it. But anyways, so these people need help. They need Jesus. And I just want to show you that the negative side of analytic interactions. But at the end of the day, it runs up the algorithm. So the next video is me talking about how which Assassin's Creed Shadows difficulty fits my playstyle. Now, with this particular one, people were saying, people were giving actual advice. So this one didn't run across the Grifters community. You know, these are people with actual positive sentiments letting me know about the game. So I was wondering, well, actually, the title says which Assassin's Creed Shadows difficulty fits your playstyle. But in the promo video, right? Because this is a promo for my. Can I play the video? It's not let me play the video. I'm clicking in everything. Let me see. Oh, here we go. So I'm playing the game while saying this, right? So this is a promo for me actually playing the game. And I was talking about how Assassin's Creed has all these characters in this video game franchise, right? why don't they have an Avengers-like game with all of the most popular assassins? And the comments, you know, they was basically letting me know in a positive light, not like the last clip we just showed. They was basically letting me know that there are games like that. Like somebody, unlike Alex said, Revelation has Ezio, Altair, and Desmond. So that's essentially what I was talking about. And then I asked, you know, would it be too hard to have them all in the game? Because, you know, 3 of them, that's like a Captain America Civil War type movie. Like, I'm trying to get an Avengers game. So, Avengers like Assassin's Creed. So, this guy obviously was in tune with Assassin's Creed. So, he responded and said, yeah, Desmond is dead and his son ran away from the program. Well, spoiler alert, ain't it? No, just playing. I don't care about them. But somebody else who's reading that, they probably like, what? I was just about to play that 20-year-old game. Bassam might bring them all back since he stole their DNA, but he also sets up his future self to get out of the animus. I don't even know what none of that means. Instead of playing all of them, watch the cutscenes or an AC tip of the iceberg type video. So basically, he's letting me know that they essentially can't do it because people are dying and things of that nature. And the overall story just wouldn't lead to an Avengers type game making sense if you're going to go back to like individual Assassin's Creed. So that makes sense. And essentially that's what the YouTube clip was about as well. Like it was the same clip, but people was, you know, I have different audiences that engage on different platforms. So this is the YouTube side of this clip. And they're saying the same thing. They're giving me all type of tips and things of that nature. They said it would be weird because you would need a reason for them to come together, and many users of the animus to do so while having such a gap in time between them. So basically they're letting me know that the story does not really set up for an overall Avengers type game for Assassin's Creed. So shout out to the Creed community that's positive, and even shout out to the grifters, because you know at the end of the day it's analytic interactions. So let's keep going. This one was very interesting because of course this was me talking about 5'7" Daystar Peterson. Well, not even 5'7", man. I done boosted his height. 5'1" Daystar Peterson, aka Tory Lanez. I'm talking about him making music from prison. And of course, people responded because I brought up the question, is Tory Lanez one of the best artists to put out music behind bars? And how is he putting out music behind bars? That's basically what this promo was. This clip was only saying, how is Tory Lanez putting out music behind bars? And I was giving my theory, right? And a lot of people are saying that artists have done this before. It's not new. Like somebody said, Vibes Cartel made an album from prison that gained him a Grammy nomination, and he said he used an iPad and the foam from a mattress to wrap around his head to improve the sound quality. And he said, I don't think your theory about AI is correct. Artists have been doing this before AI. So essentially, I didn't even respond to this one. That's crazy. Let me like this. I actually like his take. I don't know. I've seen this before, but I guess I just forgot to like it. But anyways, so he's basically letting me know, like, hey, because I was talking about, oh, maybe he gave the flow and then they used AI for his voice. And then come to find out, people been doing this behind prison. I don't know how Tory Lanez drummed up so much anticipation if other people have put out music behind bars before. But hey, you know, I guess Tory Lanez just got it like that because he did end up selling like around 24,000 first week, which is pretty impressive because YoungBoy just put out an album from prison and he sold 23,000 first week. So very impressive from Tory Lanez. And somebody said, this is the dumbest thing. So instead of giving me a detailed explanation like Jermaine Green did, he basically gave the low IQ version of that and basically said, this is the dumbest theory I've ever heard. And so I replied, let me see. I said generic comment plus rage bait. Because, you know, if people aren't specific, I'm just going to hit them with a generic comment. One thing, if there's any fellow content creators out there, one thing I found effective responding to people who have no ability to elocute themselves is just say generic comment. So that way it makes them have to expound upon their point or be exposed for being a generic bot on Earth. So anyways, that's why I said generic comment plus rage bait. But I ain't gonna lie. If he would have responded to this saying what Jermaine said, I would have been mistaken because the way that Jermaine broke it down, this makes complete sense and makes my theory seem pretty outlandish. So, you know, that's usually why I say that to rebut those type of people. But with that being said, that's how the Tory Lanez discourse went down over at Analytic Dreamz. And of course, I already plugged my YouTube and things of that nature. Click my link tree in my bio to have links to any of my social media so you could be in the next analytic interactions. You know what I'm saying? So this next one is just for fun. As Invincible season 3 just concluded, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that season 3 is one of the greatest, no. When I tell you that Invincible is one of the greatest superhero shows I've ever watched in my lifetime. I'm talking Batman, I'm talking Superman, Spider-Man, any of the top, I'm talking X-Men. Invincible is up there as one of the greatest superhero shows of all time. And you don't have to, because people call me a nerd when I say this, but if you read the comics, you will realize it gets 10 times better, and they are already peak. It's like having Infinity War and Endgame type moments tucked in the arsenal, and people are already recognizing your show as peak. You haven't even showed them the best stuff yet. So Invincible is one of the greatest shows I've ever watched in superhero history. So that being said, I was basically giving praise to Invincible and Conquest, basically saying that this is one of the greatest hero villain battles we've ever seen in superhero history, right? Alongside Batman and Joker, alongside Spider-Man, Green Goblin. Like, it's really up there as far as the fight. As far as specifically Conquest versus Invincible, it is one of the greatest superhero versus super villain fights we've seen. And of course, me and this guy had a back and forth because he liked it as well. So he said, for real, it was truly peak, with the cool face emoji. So I replied, I like this little reply. I never rewatched episodes, and I've watched the whole thing like 3 times at this point. Definitely one of the best episodes in the entire show. He responded back and said, I know, right? I never thought I was going to be obsessed with any show until I watched Invincible. It's the best thing I've ever seen. This brother knows ball. I ain't gonna lie to you. We are bonding over the greatness of the show Invincible that you could watch on Amazon. So with that being said, I basically responded to that and said, it's like they made the peak superhero content for kids who grew up. And, you know, I stand by that. So with that being said, obviously a lot of these things are my reviews and reactions. But as far as the clips for me playing the game, you can follow my Twitch, which I'm an affiliate now. You know, hold up. I guess clap it up for me being an affiliate, because I totally forgot how affiliate works until somebody was like, I'm an ad prison. And there's one clip where I was like, I don't even know what that is. And then people was just like laughing at it and stuff. But like, I actually, when I was given the affiliate, it came to me as a surprise, because I don't know if y'all know, but for the most part, podcasting, you know, it's lovely. Let me just put it like that. So as far as streaming, I wasn't really doing it for like monetary reasons. But once I was affiliate and then I realized, oh, they like put in ads and stuff, I went in like I shortened the ads, so it's not as long. But yeah, so basically I say all that to say, clap it up for me being a Twitch affiliate. You know, all the years of just saying I'm a podcaster who streams, and Twitch heard that and said, you know what, you're a podcaster who's a Twitch affiliate. How about that? So with that being said, you know, there was short applause, just a little short applause, not too crazy. All right, so essentially, follow my Twitch right here, Analytic Dreamz with the Z, and it should pop up. Make sure to click my link tree in my bio, and it shows who I suggest. See, that's fire. If you don't know, these two are a huge inspiration to me. I did have another one, which was academics, but you know, of course, with the way he's completely crashed out, he's banned from the platform. But yeah, these are like my top 2 influencers as far as what I do as far as content creation. But yeah, with that being said, follow my platform. As you can see right here, people are watching and enjoying it. Even, let me give a shout out to the people who followed recently, because like 2 days ago, people followed, and I don't even think I streamed 2 days ago. So it shows me alerts even when people follow, I guess because they're watching a VOD. So shout out to Jameson 80. Hold on, can I just put this on screen? I don't want to just, is this dox anybody? I don't think it does. All right, so y'all can see this right here, right? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, see video with audio. So shout out to Jameson 80. Shout out to Ewell. Shout out to Taya. I think that's how I say it. Shout out to Maurice. Shout out to Arthane. Shout out to Alfred. And of course, let me highlight this right quick. Oh, those are my kick followers right quick. Let me see. Oh, that's just a check mark. Okay, how do I go back up there? Oh, I think I lost it. My fault. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just trying to highlight this. Here we go. And shout out to Cook2 Live for subscribing. The first ever person to subscribe on my Twitch platform. Like I said, this month has been phenomenal. We've 10x certain numbers on specific platforms, and the podcast has been doing phenomenal. So I wanted to give an in-depth intro letting y'all know just why you should follow these different platforms, because this is a type of engagement that you could be a part of live while I'm playing video games. So shout out to Cook2 Live. Definitely made history. I literally took a screenshot. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even care if it's just one person. Like the first person to ever subscribe to your Twitch platform, or to my Twitch platform is I hold that to the highest regard, because you're basically subscribing to somebody who doesn't even have like a base built on like streaming, and you subscribe nonetheless. So immense praise to Cook2 Live, and thank you for being the first ever subscriber on my Twitch platform. And obviously, as you can see, people are following on my Kick. Make sure to follow my Kick. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'm also live on Kick. Let's see. Yeah, right here. So if you have Kick, make sure to follow right here. Analytic Dreamz with the Z. And I ain't gonna lie, the Kick numbers be blowing the Twitch numbers out of the water. At some point, I need to be like, you know what? Let me go cut Kick off and tell them they can only get me live on Twitch, because technically Twitch is paying me now to be on that platform. But you know, of course, I would never do that, because that's like snake-like activities. Because why build up an audience just to say, oh, I'm cutting it off completely? It's just, that doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna let Kick rock out. This is definitely the most support I get as far as when I go live, and I talk to people 24/7 on Twitch and on Kick, and of course both of my YouTube platforms and my Twitter. So make sure to hit the follow button or hit the bell icon on any of those platforms to be notified when I go live. Now, with analytic interactions out of the way, you know we have to get into the games, the music that's impacting the masses the most. So for episode 147, we're going to get into the month of March 2025 as we talk about the games and the artists and the albums that have notoriously impacted the masses. So with that being said, let's start with music. So Playboy Carti, when I tell you, it does not bring me any joy to announce when I'm wrong, because of course, if objectively speaking, if I see something that I'm completely wrong on, as far as a prediction, it was like nothing too crazy. It was like a prediction. But at the end of the day, you have to let people know when you made a mistake. And my prediction of Playboi Carti not being as pivotal as I thought he was in the music industry was completely false. So with that being said, Playboi Carti not only had a phenomenal March, but with music, he ended up selling 298,000 first week and put up one of the biggest first week sales in hip hop history as far as the top 10 to top 15, right? I don't know exactly where he was on the list, but he was like in the midst of the top 15. So that let me know that, of course, he can stand on his own when it comes to the charts. I'm not going to get into my review because you're going to hear it later in this episode, but let's just say he has the most popular album in the world. But this chart specifically is talking about the second week. And guess who comes in at number one once more? You guessed it, Playboi Carti. As Playboi Carti sold 129,000 units, making him gain and earn the honor of top streamed album in the world. Also, second most popular album in the world goes to Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco's album I Said I Love You First. These are the first week sales. 120,000 first week is nothing to it's not a bad number as far as first week sales. When it comes to Selena, I thought it was going to be a little higher, especially working with Benny Blanco, but that's where it stands. But technically, they have the second most popular album in the world. So shout out to Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco's PR stunt. I mean, a real genuine relationship for getting them to that number. Then Kendrick Lamar, yes, size 7. I mean, White Tank Top is out here again as GNX is the 3rd most played album in the world. Then you have the GOAT of hip hop and Party Next Door with their album Some Sexy Songs for You being the 4th most played album in the world. And of course, you have the amazingly talented SZA having her album SOS as the 5th most played album in the world. So of course, to reiterate that one more time, the top 5 albums that's currently impacting the masses, you have SZA with SOS, Party Next Door with Some Sexy Songs for You, Kendrick Lamar with GNX, Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco with I Said I Love You First, and of course at number 1, Playboi Carti with his album Music. Now switching gears into particular tracks, getting into the top 10, we have Anxiety from Doechii. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, people who call Doechii an industry plant. Well, obviously, y'all need to tell people who's outside of the industry to stop listening to her if you think she's an industry plant, right? Because not only did she get the major conglomerate support, but now enough people have recognized her immense talent when it comes to putting words together to the point where she has built not only the organic fan base from ground up, because she started way before she even blew up as far as last year, but now she's getting the mainstream recognition as Anxiety by Doechii peaked at 7, but is now at number 10 as far as the most popular track in the world. With that being said, we have Chappelle Rowan with her track Pink Pony Club being the 9th most played track in the world. Then you have Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us, which is the 8th most popular track in the world. Then you have Birds of a Feather. Hold up. Somebody said I need to start putting this up when I'm talking about it. My fault. Let me see if I can just put this to the side right quick. All right. Can I see this? Let me see. There we go. All right, cool. So, why did my beat go off? Oh, I guess every time I switch back to it, I got to put the little repeat thing. I need to get a drop that says, did the beat go off? All right. So, y'all can see it now. So no more people telling me that I need to put the full list up. Because, let me see. How do I zoom in? All right, cool. Just have to make sure y'all can see that. So back to what I was saying. Kendrick Lamar's pedophile anthem, Not Like Us, comes in at number 8. And of course, it's spent a whopping 45 weeks on the charts, which is insanity, right? Billie Eilish track Birds of a Feather is the 7th most popular track in the world. And that's been on the charts for about 44 weeks, which is also a ginormous accomplishment. And Shaboozey is still making waves well into 2025 with that's disrespectful, the most popular track of 2024. A bar song is still going strong in 2025 as it's the 6th most popular track in the world. And then we have The Giver by Chappelle Rowan. That's the 5th most popular track in the world. And of course, that track just came out, so there's a good indication of it being number 1 when the music video is attached to it. I don't think the music video has been attached to it yet, but if it does, and the promotioning and the big conglomerate gets behind Chappelle Rowan, because I believe, hold on, let me make sure. I believe when it comes to Chappelle Rowan, she is under UMG. So yeah, if UMG gets behind this, it's definitely going to number 1. But of course, this other UMG artist that is already number 1, so they kind of don't want to just what's the phrase they say, spite your nose to feed your, I don't know, something like that. Chappelle Rowan's on the UMG, so I could see this getting to number 1, but of course you have a lot of UMG artists at number 1 as we continue throughout this list. Playboi Carti and The Weeknd, their track Rather Lie is the 4th most popular track in the world. Then you have Die With a Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars. That's the 3rd most popular track in the world. You have Evil Jordan by Playboi Carti. That's the 2nd most popular track in the world. And of course, at number 1, you have size 7. White Tank Top. I always forget his name. Well, I keep doing that. Kendrick Lamar and SZA with their track Luther. That's the most popular track in the world currently, and it's been on the charts for about 17 weeks. With that being said, of course, we're going to switch gears from game. We're going to switch gears from music and go into gaming, and we're going to start with the platform. We're going to start with the platform Steam as, let me see if I can find this right quick. So yeah, we're going to start putting up graphics along with me saying this. Hold up. All right, cool. Make sure y'all can see that. Okay, so to go from the top 10, because of course Repo rounds off the top 10 for Steam. So Repo is the 10th most popular game on Steam currently. Then you have Banana, that is the 9th most popular game on Steam, as it has a player count of 115,000 people currently playing the game. Repo had 104,000. I still haven't looked into Banana. I don't want to play that game or even look at that game because I feel like I'm just enforcing and reinstating the stereotype, and I do not want to do that. So for ignorant purposes, I'm not getting into how Banana's been being played or even researching it, right? Because I don't even think, have I covered Banana on my platform? No, I haven't. Okay, cool. It's gonna stay like that. So anyways, Wallpaper Engine is the 8th most popular game, having around 115,000 people concurrently playing the game. Naraka Blade Point, that is an older game. It says it was released in 2021, but that is currently the 7th most popular game on Steam with 124,000 people currently playing the game. Then you have Apex Legends, which is the 6th most popular game with 150,000 people currently playing the game. You have Schedule 1, which I have no idea what this game is or even like what's the appeal to it, but at some point I'm gonna get into it because it's been on this for a minute. It just came out, so I think maybe because it initially being released, a lot of people are diving into it, but it seems as if a lot of people are enjoying the game as it's, you know, it's the 5th most popular game on Steam with 153,000 people playing the game. Then you have Monster Hunter Wilds, which is the 4th most popular game on Steam currently with 207,000 people playing the game right now. And then you have Dota 2, which is the 3rd most popular game with the 494,000 people concurrently playing the game. Then of course you have the two that never seems to switch, but it never seems to fall off. So the top 2 is always PUBG Battlegrounds, as that's the 2nd most popular game on Steam. I know a lot of people is like, I thought PUBG fell off. Well, obviously not. 763,000 people are still playing the game. But the overall king of kings, because I keep seeing this game at number 1 for the lifespan of this podcast. I don't think I've ever seen Counter-Strike 2 ever fall off from the number 1 slot of the most popular game on Steam. Like maybe when Power World came out, but at this point in time, Counter-Strike 2 has been consecutively putting together number 1 after number 1 after number 1, because it's consistently the most played game on the Steam platform. So to reiterate, Repo rounds off the top 10 of Steam as far as the most popular game on Steam. Then you have Banana. Then you have Wallpaper Engine. You have Naraka Blade Point, Apex Legends, Schedule 1, Monster Hunter Wilds, Dota 2, and then PUBG Battlegrounds, and then of course at number 1, Counter-Strike 2. So switching gears from PC to PlayStation, because we all know if you're a real gamer, you're going to be on PlayStation. All right, let me chill. So as far as PlayStation, I'm not going to put the chart up because it's not really too much data as far as PlayStation. This is my own data that I pay for, so I don't want to put that up. But anyways, with that being said, the top 10 games on PlayStation is one. Well, we're not going to start at number 1. We're going to start at 10. So to round off the top 10 of PlayStation, the 10th most popular game is Madden NFL 25. Ninth most popular game is college football, 25. The 8th most popular game is Roblox. The 7th most popular game that's seemingly the most popular platform for this particular game, because Marvel Rivals is not on Xbox, and like we just covered, it's not on Steam. So Marvel Rivals is the 7th most popular game on, 7th most popular game on PlayStation. Then you have EA Sports FC 25. That's the 6th most popular game on PlayStation. Call of Duty is number 5. Assassin's Creed Shadows, which we're about to get into later in this episode, is the 4th most popular game on PlayStation. MLB The Show is the 3rd. NBA 2K25 is the 2nd. And of course, the ultimate king when it comes to dominating sales in video game land shines again, as Fortnite is the most popular game on PlayStation. To round off the top 10 one more time, for PlayStation at number 10, we have Madden. At number 10, we have Madden 25. Number 9, we have College Football 25. Number 8, we have Roblox. Marvel Rivals is number 7. EA Sports FC 25 is number 6. Call of Duty Black Ops is number 5. Oh, no, it's not number 5. Did I mess that up? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. No, it is 5. Assassin's Creed Shadows is at number 4. MLB The Show is at number 3. NBA 2K25 is at number 2. And of course, the most played game on the PlayStation platform is Fortnite. Now, with that being said, of course, we're switching gears from one console to, I guess we're going to call it another. Nah, just let me play. I'm just playing. So, Xbox players out there, I still have immense respect for y'all. Let's just say when it comes to market share, it is not looking good for Xbox players, as when we get into this episode, you're going to realize why I say that. I think Microsoft is moving away from traditional consoles, but of course, it's just a rumor. But if it does come to be true, y'all going to have a lot to work with. So that being said, Assassin's Creed Shadows is the most popular game on the Xbox platform. I had to start with that just for the grifters out there, just to make you upset. All right, getting into the roundup of the top 10 on Xbox platforms. We have Minecraft at number 10. We have Call of Duty Black Ops 2 at number 9. Very surprising, but hey, I guess people got so mad. Well, actually, there's a sale where you can get it for $18, so that's probably why you can. That's probably why it shot up the charts. But nonetheless, it's the 9th most played game on Xbox. Monster Hunter Wilds is the 8th most played game on Xbox. This new game called Sledders, I don't even know what that is. It looks like some type of Olympic sport. I don't know what this is at all, but nonetheless, Sledders is the 7th most popular game on Xbox. Then you have Red Dead Redemption 2. It's the 6th most popular game on Xbox. Grand Theft Auto 5 is the 5th most popular game on Xbox. Assassin's Creed Shadows is the 4th most popular game. But when we get later into the list, you're going to see it's really the most popular game. Split Fiction is the 3rd most popular game on Xbox. MLB The Show is the 2nd most popular game on Xbox. And of course, Assassin's Creed Shadows is once more the most popular game, because they counted the digital deluxe edition and the standard Assassin's Creed Shadows edition separate. So technically, Assassin's Creed Shadows is by far the most popular game on the Xbox platform. So getting back into the top 10 to round it off, Minecraft at 10, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 at 9, Monster Hunter Wilds at 8, Sledders at 7, Red Dead Redemption 2 at 6, Grand Theft Auto 5 at 5, interestingly enough, Assassin's Creed Shadows at 4, Split Fiction at number 3, MLB The Show at 2, and of course, once more, Assassin's Creed Shadows, the standard edition, as the most popular game on the Xbox platform. Now, of course, can't leave out the other people who help contribute to the large pool of revenue that is the gaming industry, as when it comes to Nintendo, rounding off their top 5, Donkey Kong Returns HD, which I covered, shameless plug, just type in Donkey Kong Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it will say you're racist. I mean, it's going to pop up. It's going to pop up. So Donkey Kong Returns HD is the 10th most played game on the Nintendo Switch platform. Minecraft is the 9th most played game. Then you have Bleach Rebirth of Souls being the 8th most played game on PS5. I guess maybe that's cross-platform. I don't know why it's saying PS5. It's saying PS4 for Yumiya's Altair, The Alchemist of Remembrance, and The Land of Illusion. So with these PS4 and PS5 labels, I don't know if that's cross-platform or if that's just a Nintendo port that they licensed over to PS5 or PS4. But nonetheless, it's it's the seventh most popular, right? As far as back to the Switch, Super Mario Party is the sixth most popular game on the Switch platform. As far as the third most popular game on the Switch, you have Yumiya's Altair once more, so I guess it is a cross-platform thing. The Alchemist of Remembrance and The Land of Illusion. And then, of course, number one game on Switch, we have Xenoblade Cross Definitive Edition. The reason why I skipped some numbers is because since it's cross-platform, I don't want to just go over every title that has 2 on this list, right? So as far as the biggest games on Nintendo, Donkey Kong Returns HD at 10, Minecraft at 9, Super Mario Party Jamboree at 6, Yumiya's Altair, The Alchemist of Remembrance, The Land of Illusion at 3, and of course Xenoblade Cross Definitive Edition at number 1. I skipped over the ones that they had on other platforms because we wanted to focus specifically on Nintendo Switch, but obviously they have some of the other games listed in the top 10. So that's the round off the most popular games on the Nintendo Switch that's currently impacting the masses. Now let's get into the mobile sector of the gaming industry, because we all know when it comes to popular games, mobile gaming is one of the more accessible ways to get attached, and these games have done just that as far as getting the consumers attached to the particular product on the mobile platform. As Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the most popular mobile game currently. Now, of course, it fluctuates, but currently, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the most popular game on mobile. Now, Pokemon Go is the 8th most popular game on mobile. Squad Busters is the 7th most popular game. Roblox is the 6th most popular game. Warhammer 40,000 Tacticians is... I got mixed up. It's the 5th most popular game. Marvel Contest of Champions is the 4th most popular game. Dragonair Silent Guys, which of course we're getting into in this particular episode, that is the 3rd most popular game. Cookie Run Kingdom is the 2nd most popular game, and Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the most popular mobile game in the world currently. Now, of course, I have reviews for Cookie Run Kingdom, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Marvel Contest of Champions, and of course, that's just the best emulators. I'm not going to plug that. But as far as Cookie Run Kingdom, Mobile Legends, and Marvel Contest of Champions, I already have reviews and sales roundup for those particular games. So just type in Analytic Dreamz with a Z and Cookie Run Kingdom or Mobile Legends Bang Bang or Marvel Contest of Champions for it to pull up specifically. With that being said, that has been the roundup of the albums, the tracks, and the specific games on specific platforms that has been notoriously impacting the masses. Now, with that being said, episode 147 is about to get underway as I started to record the episodes and then do my intro and outro after the fact, because, I hate to break the illusion, but when it comes to research, it takes a lot to put these episodes together. And of course, I've looked at the analytics. People seem to really enjoy each and every episode, even though they're very lengthy. And I'm interested. Y'all come back. Well, obviously, y'all have to come back. Like the way I put these episodes out, they'd be like 4 to 5 hours at a time, right? So y'all have to break it up, I would think. But yeah, that's why I would let me know, how do y'all consume these episodes? And is it in one setting, or is it throughout the day? You go to your 9 to 5 and come back, already listen to it twice. How does that work? Tell me how y'all enjoy breaking down, listening to these episodes, because they're very dense when it comes to information, and there's a lot of research put behind it. So hopefully I enjoy it. But of course, before we get into the episode 147, that's titled Playboi Carti Delivers a Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. Before we get into that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio and access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. And if you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Also, make sure to click that bell icon for post notifications, especially if you're going to follow live and be notified when I go live, right? I need to put that in the outro and intro. Haven't done it yet, so that's why I just did it right there. So that being said, let's get into episode 147 that is titled Playboi Carti delivers as split fiction targets game of the year. Getting into Kendrick and SZA, because of course when it comes to affecting the masses respectively, Kendrick has the #1 album in the world, of course selling around 90,000 units, and of course SZA has the 4th most popular album currently in the world, selling around 72,000. Now of course Kendrick is under UMG, which is of course the big dogs in the music industry. But when it comes to SZA, which is the most interesting part, she is under Sony, because I think when it comes to a collaborative album, usually when you come to the table as far as deals and things of that nature, you try to see who's going to have majority of the splits and royalties when it comes to putting out a collab album. Now, am I acting like I believe an album from Kendrick and SZA is going to come out? Of course not. I'm just pointing out that if they were to do a collaborative album, it'd be pretty interesting, because UMG and Sony are definitely competing in the music field. And currently, when it comes to the top 5, collectively speaking, Sony would be winning, because they currently have Drake. Obviously, Drake is under UMG, but through this Party Next Door release, you can see that Sony is the major label that's listed on this collaborative album between Drake and Party Next Door. Do I think that's a coincidence? Of course not. Drake is suing UMG, so of course they're going to pull all the strings in the world to try to give more credence to Sony, because of course they're probably the only label that's willing to help a Drake project at the moment. So anyways, Drake has the #2 album, but that is listed under Sony as far as on the charts, right? Tate McRae has the 3rd most popular album, and that's listed under Sony. And then SZA, of course, has the 4th most popular album, and that's listed under Sony. Now, of course, UMG has the #1 album with Kendrick's GNX, and then, of course, Sabrina Carpenter with Short and Sweet. I know a lot of people want to count Drake as under UMG. I'm just looking at the credits as far as the charts, and I do know that Drake is still under UMG, but as far as a collaborative album, which is why I'm talking about labels when it comes to a Kendrick and SZA album, Party Next Door and Drake is seemingly given to Sony to promote this album more so than UMG, which is why when you look at the charts, Party Next Door and Drake, Some Sexy Songs for You, you see Sony being at the end as far as credited. So very interesting, I might add. And that's why I brought that up, because as far as Kendrick Lamar and SZA going on an entire stadium tour, and it's basically going to be throughout the whole year of 2025. The North American leg starts April 19th through June 18th, and then of course that's going to be throughout 19 stadiums, and then they're going to continue the tour through European/UK leg of their tour July 2nd through August 9th, 2025, and that's through 13 stadiums. And of course, it's presented by Live Nation. Of course, you have to have PG Lang in there, and Top Dog Entertainment. Kendrick can never escape that Top Dog. I wonder why. So anyways, all jokes aside, I've seen a lot of things about the ticket demand as far as it being mixed and the stadium tour not selling out and things of that nature. But when I looked at it, I actually went to the website, and I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in a second. But basically, the entire stadium seems to be almost sold out. Now, the entire tour seems to be almost sold out. Now, of course, it's reported by NRG to be 67% sold, right? Now, when it comes to tickets and things of that nature and people looking at StubHub, this is, okay, so now I'm gonna pull it up. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So basically, if you pull up this website, right, this is where you could buy tickets to Kendrick and SZA's tour. So the first date on their tour is the U.S. Well, the first date is April 19th, right? And it's at Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the United States. And it's Saturday on April 19th, right? You click see tickets, and of course, it brings up how many tickets. I'm just going to say 2 for now. And you look at this and you probably are thinking to yourself, no way it could be sold out, because you see all of these available seats, right? But then you get to look further and you realize after looking closer that a lot of these say 1 left. So if you click on this one says 1 left. This one says 1 left. Now, of course, if one doesn't say 1 left, then you can see the many seats that's probably available. But usually if you're 60 plus or 70% sold out as far as a specific stadium, or as far as a stadium, before the performance actually happens, like a day before, 2 days before, or even an hour till the show, right? People will walk into the venue. So you have to account people walking into the venue to watch Kendrick and SZA. Maybe they don't even know that Kendrick or SZA is going to be in their town, and then they realize, and then they go to it and they buy their tickets either a day or 2 before, or they catch somebody off the street, or they buy tickets in person. Like, that's an actual thing as far as a walk-up crowd, right? So as far as them having these seats available, I think a lot of people are probably overestimating how much tickets are, well, they're underestimating the amount of tickets that are being sold by SZA and Kendrick. Because if you also look at the last leg, or the last tour date, that's August 9th, right? That's in, I don't even know how to pronounce that, but it's in Sweden, right? So you look at the tickets for this, and even these tickets are scarce. Like, a lot of these say 1 left. Now, of course, it don't seem as big as the other arenas, but in general, or the other stadiums. But of course, you see 1 left all around the board, right? So one of the last shows on their tour is essentially sold out, right? And a lot of these other dates is very interesting because it's basically the same thing. So I don't see how people are talking about this stadium tour like underperforming and sales and things of that nature. Because for one, they're 60% sold out, right? 67% going off of NRG Stadium analytics, right? And then, of course, when you dive deep into it, you come to realize that a walk-up crowd is going to exist for Kendrick and SZA. Not everybody knows each and every movement of these artists in the music industry. So I wanted to go to just, for fun, for funsies, right? Which day I had to pull up. And actually, I forgot. I lost my place, but I think it's one of these. I don't think it's let me see if I can find this right quick. June 12th and June 13th. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Drake has ever performed in a stadium in Canada. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying he never did. So technically, this would be the first time that a rapper performed in a stadium. Well, I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Because I'm pretty sure if Tyler, the Creator, went to Canada, he could probably do that. Let me see. When's the last time a rapper performed in a stadium in Canada? Yeah, there we go. Because I know Drake hasn't, because he really likes to stay in the arenas. And because, when it comes to stadium, you need more of a grandiose type of set, right? And all type of production to make up for people not being able to see you as clear as they would in the arena. So anyways, the most recent rapper to perform in a stadium headlining that's a festival. That don't count. I mean, like an actual performance for a particular rapper. Okay, Drake did perform at the Rogers Center in Toronto back in October 7th, 2023. Then why are they saying okay, so if this is a stadium tour and they're going to Canada, does Canada not have a stadium? Like what? Because this is definitely a stadium tour and Drake only does arenas. And the Rogers Center Hold up. Let me see. The Rogers Center is definitely an arena. So Rogers Center, is it arena or a stadium? We finna figure out the difference right now. Okay, it's a stadium, not an arena. Well, I stand corrected. Drake performed at this place first. So I was thinking Kendrick was going to be the first one to perform at it. But essentially, arenas are obviously smaller, right? And they have a capacity of 19,000 for concerts. But as far as stadiums, they are larger and they have, they're designed for more massive crowds. What is the capacity for stadiums? Because 19,000 is a lot. But as far as for stadiums, it's often exceeding 30,000. Okay, so compare 19,000 to 30,000. That's the biggest difference. And obviously that's an estimate. Some stadiums could be bigger, smaller. Some arenas could be bigger, smaller. But those are the estimates. So anyways, so Kendrick and SZA are basically going to where Drake has already performed a bunch of times. So June 12th, June 13th, I would circle that on your calendar if you love drama. Because if there's one thing I know about my favorite rapper is he's going to pull out all the tricks possible to make their performance in that place very uncomfortable. Now, of course, y'all probably are saying Drake doesn't have that much power. Let me remind you that on a trip, and of course, I'm not putting any aspersions on Drake, right? But Rick Ross had a plane coming from Canada, right? And it, all of a sudden, I don't know how, but had engine failure mid-flight. So that means they were in the air. Had engine failure. You can look this up. And literally after the plane went down, Rick Ross made a whole video about, oh, I'm so glad to be alive and things of that nature. Mind you, that plane was coming from Canada. Now, I'm not saying anything happened. I'm just saying it's very peculiar in the midst of Rick Ross going at a certain Canadian that may or may not be the most popular in the music game, right? Well, not the most popular. That's still T Swift. But anyways, in the rap field. So for those who don't believe me, let me just type in there. Rick Ross. Let me just type in engine failure. It should definitely pop up. Engine failure. Mid-flight, right? Let me see. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, here we go. And then this made it so concerning because Rick Ross even said what everybody was thinking out loud because this plane was coming from Canada, right? Private plane. And it had engine failure. You know, we've seen now that, you know, planes can have engine failures and not be taught anything. But back then, it wasn't happening as often as it is now. And essentially, this is what Rick Ross had to say about it.
Everybody for all the prayers, but I'm going to tell you, we on the jet, and I'm seeing the fighter jet. I see his nose. It's like Tom Cruise from Top Gun. I seen his nose. I'm seeing him in the cockpit. And I'm like, damn.
Now, obviously, he's making a joke because it was an engine failure. He had no type of fighter jet shooting his plane down. But, you know, he has to get his jokes off, I guess.
I see his cheeks and nose going back from the G-force. I'm like, damn. And then, hey, man, it happened. You know what I'm saying? I can't say what happened, but it happened.
So obviously he made a joke about the engine failure mid-flight, like while he was in the air. I would reiterate in the air because that's very spooky for any human, right? It's not like we Superman or Iron Man out here where we could just fly in an instant, right? Like he was probably scared for his life. So he made a joke about it. Obviously, you know, the nose thing he always talking about with Drake. That's why he said that. And it's just very interesting how his jet coming from Canada, you know, it's just, you know, engine failure, mid-flight. But anyways, we're not gonna harp on that because, you know, I don't want to see anything bad happen to people. I just want to let y'all know that these things are easily put together if you watch the entire music scene. So anyways, June 12th, June 13th is going to be very interesting as far as a performance because I do believe that it's going to be immaculate. The show that SZA and Kendrick are going to put on is obviously out of this world, as we've already seen in the Super Bowl. They have great chemistry live, even though I'm still personally, I'm not saying I don't believe SZA can sing live, because that's far from the truth, right? I'm just thinking that for the Super Bowl performance, maybe she had a lot of anxiety to the point where she went with the lip sync route, right? And I'm open to be proven wrong, but every single time I watch it, it just seems like she was lip syncing. But hey, maybe I'm tripping. So with that being said, I don't want to harp on this too long. I just want y'all to know that this stadium tour is still doing phenomenal. I guess there's no premier stadium to go to in Canada, which is why they're doing it in an arena, but whatever. So the North American tour sales are almost sold out, but it's not sold out. It's just almost, right? And then the European and UK is in demand, and that has about 90,000. That has about 90% of their tickets sold, right? So if you want to see them overseas, obviously people overseas don't get to see the premier acts as much as Americans do, right? So their tickets can go faster. But I mean, people who are talking about them not being able to sell tickets, I think are just a little delusional to the music industry. If Kendrick, who has the #1 album, if SZA, who currently has the number four album, if they can't sell out an arena or a stadium, you get what I'm saying? Like, everybody making music can't sell out an arena or a stadium. Like, they literally have some of the highest engagement in music, and they're going on a stadium tour. Like, safe to say that they can sell these out. So I just wanted to cover Kendrick and SZA because, of course, they're some of the biggest impactors when it comes to the masses, especially in the rap and R&B side. But of course, overall, they're impacting the masses as Kendrick, once again, has the #1 album in the world. Taylor Swift, Sabrina Carpenter exists, Bad Bunny exists. Kendrick has the #1 album in the world currently. And SZA has the fourth played album in the world. So with that being said, I think their tour would do just fine. And obviously, June 12th and June 13th, when they go to Canada, I would just circle that date on your calendar. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias what you think about Kendrick and SZA's stadium tour. And will you be going? And if you are, which day are you looking forward to witnessing the Kendrick Lamar and SZA Grand National Tour? Now, of course, you don't need me to tell you that Doechii has been critically acclaimed in front of the masses. Now, as far as all of the accolades you can possibly imagine being earned on Doechii's part, I believe if people are calling her an industry plant, they are just out of the loop as far as Doechii creating music. Because if you don't know, she's been under TDE putting out music on a grand scale as far as trying to appease the masses. But of course, that does not mean that everybody's going to be paying attention to the music that she's putting out. Because essentially, from what I've seen on DSPs, she started putting out music in 2018 with the first track being Girls back in July 10th, 2018, of course. She followed it up with Spooky Coochie. Okay, well, that's the title. Yeah, that's the title of her second single. So anyways, back to her albums, right? She's put out a plethora of albums, with the first one being Coven Music Sessions back in 2019, Oh, the Places You'll Go in 2020, right? 2024 is the album that a lot of people know as Alligator Bites Never Heal. Now, of course, when Coven Music Sessions came out, as far as Volume 1, May 15th, 2019, nobody was calling Doechii an industry plant. I wonder why. Why were people not calling Doechii an industry plant back in 2019 when she was trying to captivate the masses, right? Because this was put under, actually, this was independent. So it just says Doechii for her Coven album, right? Oh, the Places You'll Go. That's also under Doechii. Okay, so that's 2020. And of course, in 2024, Alligator Bites Never Heal is the first album under Top Dog Entertainment under exclusive license to UMG, which, if you don't know, UMG is the big dog of the music industry. So, of course, looking at her albums, with the only one to pop off to the masses, right? Because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. As far as her lyrically, she's out of this world as far as talented. And I believe if they're going to catapult certain artists to the front to be in front of the masses from a hip hop perspective, I'm so glad that they're starting to choose lyricists. There's too many times that we're promoting these musicians, quote unquote, that are in the rap lane that have no love for the art, no love for the artistry and the way that rap is supposed to be elocuted and performed. From a lyrical perspective, there has to be an effort made in rap. It's just as simple as that. If we're going to have top tier artists from hip hop winning these awards and being so new to the game, or seemingly new to the game, I'm glad it's the lyricists, as when it comes to other art forms that are subgenres in hip hop, it seems like rapping is the last thing that they care about as far as putting words together. As far as lyrically invoking emotion, it seems like that's the last thing a lot of these artists who are catapulted to the front care about. So when it comes to Doechii, I'm so glad that a lyricist is being on Front Street and being promoted the way that she is, right? So anyways, 2018, which was the first single, Girls, into the 2019 album Covin Music Sessions Volume 1. And then let's just fast forward to 2025 and let's just hear from Doechii herself the accolades that she has accumulated.
Period. 2025 Grammy Award winner, Best Rap Album.
Best what?
Alligator Bites Never Heal.
Oh, no.
3-time Grammy nominated, Best Rap Album, Best Rap Performance, Best New Artist, Best. Look at that. 2024 Variety's Hitmakers Hip Hop Disruptor of the Year. They had not had that award before me. Yeah, so this is fab. What really stood out to me is this was third woman ever to win the Best Hip Hop Award, because there's been a lot of nominations and there's been a lot of winners, and only 3 women have won that.
Wow, that's insane.
Swamp Princess. Period.
Not gonna lie to you,
I get to keep this, right?
Doechii ran up the numbers in 2024, and it seems as if it's only the starting point, right? Because Carti and Lauryn Hill were the others as far as women to win Best Rap Album. But if you notice, none of those particular artists put out a follow-up album. It seems as if Doechii is definitely putting out a follow-up album, as she even has a single out currently titled Anxiety. Now, when it comes to Anxiety, it's the 45th most played track on the charts, but it's technically saying Sleepy Hollow featuring Doechii, so I don't even think this is a track. But she does have Denial is a River, but obviously that was off of Alligator Bites Never Heal. So as far as Anxiety is pushed as a single, but it's technically Sleepy Hollow's track. But anyways, all jokes, with that aside, she has 2 tracks in the top 100. Anxiety being the 45th most played track in the world, and then Denial is a River being the 22nd most played track in the world, and that's been on the charts for about 9 weeks, and it peaked at 21. So I think her album not selling as much as far as in 2024, because if actually, let me see the actual numbers, because a lot of people pointed to this as far as her being an industry plant. And the reason why I'm harping on the industry plant part is because she's been making music for quite some time, since 2018, right? And 2024, first time being under TDE, first time being under UMG, and now she has all these accolades under her belt. I think it's just a testament to perseverance and hard work, but other people are going to point at TDE, point at UMG, point at how Kendrick is completely dominating the space being a lyrical rapper. And now in comes Doechii, who people are calling a female Kendrick. I believe is an interesting title to put on Doechii as a female Kendrick, when not every rapper who's lyrical has to be compared to a male rapper, right? I talk about Nicki all the time, and to my surprise, people don't like the way that Nicki raps. People think she puts out audio garbage, and it's insane to me because I think she's one of the best rappers in hip hop. But people don't have my same sentiments when it comes to that, right? So when they look at women rapping, I think they prefer a certain type of bars, and of course with Lauryn Hill, that would counter my statement. But Lauryn Hill captivated the masses back in, actually, let me look. Let's see when Education came out. So the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill came out in 1998. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2025. I believe that if Miseducation of Lauryn Hill came out, people would still try to trash that album because I don't know what it is about women rapping, but it's a very interesting scale on where they have lyricists. It's like males are in a certain league of their own, and then women are below that, right? But in sports, males have their own league, but women have their own league, but that's physical, right? You know, biologically, males are superior in certain ways, right? When it comes to putting words together and putting that over a beat, it really has no type of biology to make either or superior when it comes to males or females. So I'm very interested on why whenever you bring up a lyricist or a lyrical woman rapper, they always try to, oh, that's just a female Kendrick, or, oh, she's a great rapper for women, or she's one of the greatest women rappers, right? Like, maybe she's just a great rapper, period. Maybe Lauryn Hill, Nicki, and a lot of these other women rappers should be put into the hierarchy of top rappers, just period, right? Instead of just having their own league when there's nothing physical or nothing biologically separating these males or females from the art of rapping. So anyways, let me get off my soapbox. So when it comes to Alligator Bites Never Heal, it sold 18,000 first week. A lot of people pointed that out as far as why did that win Best Rap Album at the Grammys. When people don't realize, I totally forgot his name, but there was somebody else who won. I think it was something Mike, right? Killer Mike. Yeah, Killer Mike Grammys win. Yeah, so Killer Mike won a Grammy. I think it was like Best Rap Album, I believe. And his album did not sell as well. It may have sold even less. So yeah, so Killer Mike won Best Rap Album for Michael, released in June 2023. So this has happened before. This is not like the first time that hip hop at the Grammys has recognized actual artistry on the grand scale. Because I prefer the Billboard Music Awards because I think that's more of a litmus scale for engagement and how people are captivated by your music. Now, when it comes to the Grammys, I think it's more subjective. I think the Billboard Music Awards is the greatest because it's more objective. They're going off metrics, how much you sold, units, and things of that nature, streams, physical copies. But as far as Grammys, it's literally just people coming together and deciding who do we want to champion this year at the Grammys. So that's why I always prefer Billboard. But I still would say that these people who win Grammys, they still have to be somewhat talented because to get on that stage, I always say when it comes to preparation meeting opportunity, that's when you find success. And at the Grammys, you know, there's a lot of opportunity being thrown around. Let's just put it like that. But you still have to prepare for it. So anyways, yeah. So Michael by Killer Mike sold even less than Doechii's album. Michael sold 14,000 first week. And nobody's out here calling Killer Mike an industry plant, right? I wonder what's the difference between Killer Mike and Doechii as far as people calling her an industry plant. Anyways, let's go over her accolades because that's one of the main things I wanted to say because, of course, I made her the figurehead of this episode because I want to just put respect on hip-hop artists who put actual effort into lyricism. I think that's a lost art. It's kind of like the 2-point shot in NBA, right? The mid-range shot, even the dunk at this point. It's like a lost art in the sport because everybody wants to be Lil Xan or Lil Pump or Lil Uzi, right? People just forget the lyrical aspect of putting words together to invoke emotions and putting an actual story together, like a conceptual album while also making it sound good. People just completely lose the love and passion for a lyricist, right? So anyways, when it comes to Doechii, obviously, when it came to the Grammys, she won the Best Rap Album. She was one of the first to win. Well, she was the third woman to ever win Best Rap Album. The other two, of course, being Cardi B with Invasion of Privacy, and of course, Lauryn Hill with The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill back in 1998. Now, of course, when it comes to Billboard, they even gave her a subjective award because, of course, objectively speaking, she was not running the charts. Just, you know, I'm saying as respectfully as I can, she was not running the charts. If you did want to point out women who were running the charts, it was Sexy Red and Glorilla. Objectively speaking, they were running the charts as far as up and coming artists, and the other top dogs, Drake and Kendrick, obviously they was topping it. But when it comes to Sexy Red and Glorilla, from newer acts, they were running the charts last year. But she still ended up winning a Billboard award. So if you notice, my coverage of Doechii in this segment is very gray area. It's not black and white. It's not, oh, she's an industry plant, but it's also not, oh, she's just getting awards that she also earned. Billboard Woman of the Year was given to Doechii. Y'all want to know the only other rapper who received this award? Cardi B. Now, if I was to get on my soapbox, the disrespect to Nicki Minaj has to be highlighted. At some point, somebody just has to say, you know what? Pink Friday 2 was one of the more successful albums of, what was it? 2023 that she put out this album? She went on tour in 2024, so it just made it seem like it was 2 years. But Pink Friday 2 came out December 8th, 2023. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to Pink Friday, let me see. And this is Billboard, so it's objectively speaking, right? Billboard. So Nicki, with Pink Friday 2, trying to see if I can find it. She sold 228,000 first week. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Nicki Minaj sold 228,000 first week. And whenever I pull up Nicki, people just say like her music is garbage. And it's like a overwhelming consensus. It's not like, oh, one or two will be like, oh no, her music's all right. Like majority of people are like, oh, Nicki makes trash music. I'm like, dang, like they really don't like the way that Nicki makes music. I was perplexed by that because I like Nicki's music. I think she's a rapper. I like the way she switch flows. She has a Kendrick-esque type of take to making music, as the vocal inflection is very much heavily influenced by Lil Wayne, right? Just like Kendrick's is. And like Kendrick tell it, he'll say the same thing. Lil Wayne influenced me heavily when it comes to vocal inflection and things of that nature. So Nicki Minaj, let me see. How many awards do y'all think she won for the Billboard Music Awards? That's objectively speaking, right? So as far as Nicki Minaj at the Billboard Music Awards, and going off of Pink Friday 2 that had 228,000 first week sales. And remember, it came out December 8th, 2023. So technically it fell in the eligibility period. I can't even talk, of the 2024 Billboard Music Awards. So she secured the top rap female artist in the category, beating out Doja Cat and Glorilla. Okay, so she did win. Never mind. So that's why I like Billboard, because objectively speaking, like you have to give it to people who perform on the charts. So top rap artist, she was outperformed by Travis Scott, but she was a nominee for that. Top rap album, Pink Friday 2 lost out to Drake's For All the Dogs, of course. And then top streaming songs, Taylor Swift took the award, but Minaj, Kendrick, Drake, and Zach Bryan were also in the running. So, okay. So once again, it just reiterates my point on why I prefer the Billboard Music Awards, because for Billboard to turn around, give all those objective stats and accolades to Nicki, right? And then give a subjective award to Doechii, you're only incentivizing the she's an industry plant wave to grow even larger. Because now, instead of giving Billboard Woman of the Year to either Taylor Swift or Nicki, now you're giving it to Doechii, which if you're an objective, going off the metrics type of platform, why would you do that and make Nicki an outcast when it comes to these type of awards? Because Cardi B and Doechii are the only ones to ever win Billboard Woman of the Year award, when Nicki could have easily won that with her album Pink Friday 2. But anyways, let's continue, right? So when it comes to Anxiety, that is the current single that's out. Like I said, it's technically Sleepy Hollow's track from me looking at the credits, but is doing well on the charts currently. 45th most played track in the world, featuring Doechii. So it's not her track, but still she's attached to it. So that has some credence, especially when people are wondering what is going to be her next step in this game, right? Because if you're going to be the first woman to ever win Best Rap Album at the Grammys and put up a follow-up album, best believe there's immense pressure on that entire rollout to that album. Because now people are going to compare that to Alligator Bites Never Heal. I think it's only up from here. Like if you really look at Alligator Bites Never Heal, there's a lot of tracks off of this album, which is why I think it sold the way it did. But there's a lot of tracks off of this album that's not even replayable. And what I mean by that is not to say it's not high quality. I would It's funny because I'm about to compare it to Kendrick. But I would compare it to, let's use somebody else. Like Jermaine, right? Jermaine makes a track called Folding Clothes. I think it's terrible, but of course, Jermaine stands, they prefer that audio NyQuil. So if they enjoyed that track, do you think they're going to a function or they're going to the gym throwing on that Jermaine Fold Clothes track? Of course not. So when it comes to quality level, people are putting this on a certain pedestal, but when it comes to replayability, I don't think it has the highest replayability when it comes to Alligator Bites Never Heal. So if our next album has superstar-like figures on the album like Travis Scott, Kendrick, SZA, right? And have more replayable tracks, I could see that following up Alligator Bites Never Heal successfully. I think that's the blueprint to her follow-up album, because she is indeed the first ever rapper, a woman rapper, to follow up her best rap album of the year at the Grammys, right? Cardi B didn't do it. We're still waiting for a Cardi B album. Lauryn Hill just out of the blue retired on us, which I don't know how people forgive that, but hey, maybe I'm not looking at it right. Like, I started to look into the music industry, and once I figured out Lauryn Hill's story, I was like, hold up now. You telling me she just won best rap album of the year and basically disappeared? Like, what type of Kawhi Leonard's off of Toronto Raptors pathway is this? Like, she basically just retired. She said no more. I was like, what in the world? So anyways, there's a lot of pressure on this album. That's why I gave my marketing rollout, which is what I would do. I would have superstar names on this next album to where the replayability is undoubtedly better than Alligator Bites Never Heal. Obviously, I have one or two of those tracks like she had off of here. Like some of the tracks that went crazy on this album was Nissan Altima. I would have one of those tracks on my newer album. What's another one that went crazy? So Nissan Altima went crazy. Obviously, Denial is a River. I don't see anything else that went crazy off of this album. So yeah, those two tracks, I would try to, make another one of those on my latest album, but I would shoot for superstar features and more replayability so that people can hear your lyrical content, but also be able to play it in multiple settings. I'm not saying you got to go the Drake route and start hopping on Afrobeat or dance hall type beats and stealing their pronunciation or their inflection, right? But I would say replayability is the main thing I think will make your follow-up album better than Alligator Bites Never Heal, and that's the album that won Best Rap Album at the Grammy. So, not saying you're gonna win it again. I'm just trying to give my, my 2 cents. So, with that being said, of course, that's all I really have for Doechii. It's not really too much to get into when it comes to Doechii. She's a phenomenal talent that I just think needed her own segment, because not a lot of rappers put effort into the way you make people feel by telling a story and putting words together. So that is why I made the episode cover her, as well as giving her a lengthy deep dive into her career. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Doechii and her overall impact on the masses when it comes to the music industry? And what do you think her next steps should be when it comes to following up an album that already won Best Rap Album at the Grammys? Of course, getting into this topic, it is very apparent that a lot of confusion is being had currently because of all of these half-truths being disseminated into the public on both sides, Kendrick's side and Drake's side. Now, I know y'all don't think there's a Kendrick and Drake side, but if you come to the internet, they are beefing like Bloods and Crips. I mean, what was the pop-out show even for? Anyways, so that being said, there's a lot of people who's out here telling half-truths to sway the public, right? So essentially, I have the entire document up right now. We're getting into Drake and him dropping the iHeart side of who he's going at in the lawsuit. So technically, to put it in layman's terms, Drake and iHeart reached a settlement satisfactory to both sides, and Drake withdrew the petition as to iHeart Media. Now, that is in the actual document. That is why I pulled this up in full If you want to learn how to do that, I mean, just subscribe to my Patreon or, a little Google search, even though it's a little difficult to find, but if you do, or you could just follow me on Patreon, you know what I'm saying? Shameless plug. So that being said, basically, the media is covering this one way. I have the entire document in front of me. For hardcore and for casuals, this segment is for you because we are going to get into the biggest discrepancies in the coverage in the actual lawsuit. I'm going to get into the media coverage. And then we're going to get into the lawsuit because literally I read this page by page. Now, there was another lawsuit. I ain't going to lie to you. It was 81 pages. I'm not reading that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know this is my job. Hey, I'm not reading 81 pages, buddy. Like, you know what I'm saying? What they think this is, Harry Potter? Anyways, I know Harry Potter's way longer, but y'all got to stick with me. So, as far as this being 26 pages, I was like, let me put my collegian hat on. You know what I'm saying? I do have a dual degree, if y'all didn't know. And so, we're going to go through this well, I already went through it. But basically, I took notes, on each page. So, basically, we're going to go from page to page, and I'm going to break it down in a concise fashion. So, this will still be a lengthy segment because we're talking about a lot. But the main thing is I want to put the actual lawsuit in front of y'all page by page and let y'all decide on what you want to take out of this. I don't like the whole bias side of things because now that the battle's over, like I've listened back to my coverage of the battle and man, bro, I was going crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like we was at war. But nowadays, you know what I'm saying? I'm paid. Drake paid, Kendrick paid, you know what I mean? We all good now, you know what I'm saying? We done made our money off of the beef. Now it's time to get to the actual truth of the situation because you know what? I don't care whether Drake loses or wins in this lawsuit. The main thing I want to know is the truth. And everybody out here telling half lies is not going to get us to that conclusion, right? So anyways, we're going to start with some of the biggest discrepancies in the lawsuit and actual media coverage. Now, the biggest one, and this is the main one. I'm not going to play the Charlemagne clip because I'm not trying to get clipped by iHeart. I'm not trying to give them any reason to copyright any of my videos. Basically, they came out and was like there was no payments made. Drake basically took away his petition. What was it? Drake withdrew the petition because, Drake withdrew the petition because he couldn't find anything, right? They was just saying that they gave him the proof. Drake withdrew because he couldn't find anything, and then that's that. But, and that's why, I kept reading this off at the beginning. If you look at the bottom of page 1, right here, you know what I'm saying? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Section 1, page 1, footnote 1, yes, we getting on our lawyer tip, says it confirms that the settlement did indeed happen, right? But doesn't specify payment details or document contents, creating a very interesting discrepancy as far as the media coverage and the actual lawsuit. They didn't say anything about Drake not receiving no payments. They said Drake and iHeartMedia reached a settlement satisfactory to both sides, and Drake withdrew the petition as to iHeartMedia. This doesn't say anything about no payments being received on either side, right? It literally gives it in layman's terms of they reached a settlement that was satisfactory. That's open to interpretation, right? So iHeart coming out here saying that, oh, Drake couldn't find any proof, that's why he withdrew the petition. Well, obviously right here, it don't say that. It don't say that at all. So that's another one of the biggest things I wanted to point out as far as at the beginning, because we're going to get into media coverage and then we're going to get into the actual lawsuit. But first, I want to get into some of the biggest questions. So people were asking, did he drop the case? Because if you don't know, Drake technically dropped the case against Spotify, but then doubled down on UMG. What is he doing once more? Dropping the petition against iHeart, but he's doubling down on UMG. So when it comes to the petition being dropped between iHeartMedia and Spotify, UMG is the ultimate target right now. So Drake's still going at UMG, basically is narrowing down his ultimate lawsuit and his ultimate reason for even filing this lawsuit. It was never about iHeart. It was never about Spotify. It was about using UMG to get certain tools so that now he could try to have a better case to win as far as the defamation lawsuit. Now, with that being said, we don't know what type of bag iHeart gave him, or we don't know what type of bag iHeart didn't give him. But one thing is for certain, in the lawsuit, it doesn't say that at all. If you want to assume, you can assume, but it says once more, reached a settlement satisfactory to both sides, and Drake withdrew the petition. It says both sides. It doesn't say iHeart dominated him like crazy, gave him proof, and he backed out. He didn't say none of that. You know what I mean? So anyways, let's get to the other one. So Drake is technically withdrawing the petition from iHeartMedia. So that is one of the things I want to clear up, because some people is like, oh, he's still suing iHeart. No, he's not. He's suing UMG. He withdrew iHeart, but in the doubling down of the UMG lawsuit, it still has iHeart in it, because he accuses UMG of payola and promoting Not Like Us through iHeartMedia. But as far as the petition going against iHeartMedia, it does not mean that iHeart is just completely out, but he did drop the petition. I know that's very confusing, but like I said, we're going to break this all down. You got to get your favorite snack, favorite beverage, or whatever, and, you know, we're going to dissect this, you know what I'm saying? So, and page 7 of this lawsuit, right? Page 7 of this lawsuit literally says that as far as, I lost my place. Yeah, page 7 confirms iHeartMedia as a deponent. So, as far as UMG, as far as iHeartMedia, Drake's accusing UMG solely, and not solely, but mainly for payola and bots, right? But who do they do it through? He says platforms like iHeartMedia, so that's where they come in. So now, when you're saying, where is this at? Thankfully, the TCPA does not permit UMG to impose liability on Drake based solely on its say-so. And something about, what was the iHeart part? Oh, here it is, right here. Okay. It is likely that the commercial speech, and this is from the lawsuit exactly. So it is likely that the commercial speech exception would cover the conduct and statements UMG made to iHeart and others in connection with licensing the song. So right after page 1, right here, right after page 1 of saying they reached a settlement satisfactory to both sides, and Drake withdrew the petition, still doesn't mean that iHeart is out of the scope of this entire lawsuit. UMG is the big bad of everything, right? I'm not gonna say big bad, right? UMG is the big dog in the music industry. Like I say all the time, because it's the Notorious Mass Effect, so we go over things that affect the masses, right? And I say time and time again that Universal Music Group is the biggest dog in the music industry. Currently, they have 48% of the entire 100% when it comes to market share, and that's on the low side for UMG. So that should tell you what type of grip, strong grip they have on the entire. What is that, pause? I don't know. On the entire music industry, you have artists like Kendrick, Sabrina, The Weeknd, Chappelle, Morgan, Billie Eilish, Gracie Abrams. All of them are near the top. Well, most of them except for Gracie are in the top 10, right? And they're all under UMG. So when it comes to UMG, they're the biggest bad in the music industry as far as their influence. So this lawsuit going at UMG is still going to incorporate people like iHeartMedia. So when they come out like Strong Man did and basically say, oh, we're in the clear, Drake couldn't find any proof, that's basically incorrect. They reached a settlement that was satisfactory to both sides to withdraw the petition, but they're still looking into payola through iHeartMedia. And if it ends up holding any type of weight, any type of confirmation that you're using payola through iHeartMedia, who's gonna get in trouble? Who do y'all think is gonna get in trouble? Y'all think the judge's gonna be like, you know what? Only UMG gets in trouble. Like, no, everybody that was involved in this operation is going down, buddy. This is a RICO. Anyways, so Aubrey Graham is essentially snitching. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I still hold my sentiment at this being one of the weaker moves in hip hop history. Because if you're going to sue somebody after a rap battle, I don't care how it happened. I know you're technically suing over them inflating the numbers, not the actual track. But then you double down on the first lawsuit because there was multiple lawsuits, right? That's why this whole thing is so confusing. Then you double down on that lawsuit and you put out a defamation lawsuit. I'm like, hold up now. Ain't no way a rapper just put out a defamation lawsuit after losing a rap battle. That is insanity. And this is coming from a Drake fan. So that's how you know. I try to keep it 8 more than 92. So anyways, back to what I was saying. So when it comes to iHeart, they're still very much in the midst of this lawsuit. Now, one of the main things that I noticed is that Spotify is not really mentioned in this. So that's very interesting. You know, when we're looking at Spotify, you would think they'll have a lot of involvement in this. But if you read the entire lawsuit, it's very interesting how you can't really find anything when it comes to Spotify. Like, iHeart is named a bunch of times. Obviously, UMG is named a bunch of times, but Spotify was never, ever mentioned in this lawsuit, which is very interesting. So when he dropped that lawsuit against Spotify, he must have dropped it completely, because you've seen, as the actual document, he reached a settlement with iHeart, but in page 7, he's including iHeart's name again. He still has iHeart's name in his mouth. So you know what I'm saying? It's not like he withdrew the petition. Now he's no longer mentioning iHeart, like he's no longer mentioning Spotify after dropping the lawsuit with them, right? That's why you have to actually research these type of things, because they won't tell you that. They will just tell you blatantly what they want you to know because they think you're sheep. And at the end of the day, that's why this exists, to basically trying to give you the unbiased side. Like, I let you know, my favorite rapper is Drake. The best rapper, I think, is Kendrick. You know what I mean? I think it's like is a dichotomy the right word? I don't think. It's like a duality of personalities for me. You know what I'm saying? As far as what I like in music. So, why did I say that? Oh yeah, because Spotify is completely out, but iHeart is still being mentioned even after the petition was withdrew. So they still are in hot water. So there was something else I was wanting to get into, because they was talking about Drake being done. I think I've already covered that, so I'm not going to go over that again. Because a lot of people are using this as like Drake has no proof, which is just far from the case. There was something else. They're talking about how this is just becoming a defamation lawsuit, which, is technically not true. Because Section 1 is focusing a lot on UMG's promotional tactics, not the actual lyrics. There's a difference between suing over the inflation of a record versus suing over the lyrical content of a record. Now, to be fair, Section 2, page 2 of this document, let me just go over here. I'm just going to pull these up as I'm talking about it. Section 2, page 2, basically notes that Not Like Us attacks Drake's character, but that's after Section 1 of listing out all the reasons why Drake's camp believes UMG is engaging in illegal payola, right? Which payola is just illegal in itself, but you get what I'm saying, right? Now, Section 2 is when they get more into the song's intent to harm Drake and drive consumer hysteria, right? So he is suing for defamation. He is suing also for payola. I don't want that to get lost in translation. People think that the payola lawsuit is out of the window with Spotify and iHeart Radio petitions being withdrawn, which is just far from the case. So now, when you look at this in totality, Drake still has a strong case. He's just narrowing his focus, because now you get the big fish, everything else falls into place, right? It's like a domino effect. And this is undoubtedly the red button that Drake was wanting to push, right? That he said on For All the Dogs when that came out in 2023. Like, people think that this beef just came out of nowhere because of the Kendrick because of the Kendrick rap beef. But if you look at Red Button, which is essentially alluding to this very action right here, as far as suing UMG, it was released on the For All the Dogs Deluxe Edition, November 17th, 2023. So all the way back then, it was beefing. Way before any of the Metro Future albums, way before Drake engaged in a rap battle with Kendrick. Now, that's the other point, right? Engaging in a rap battle when you're already seemingly not winning the negotiation against UMG. It's very interesting, right? Why would you engage in a rap battle because essentially what Kendrick said on Not Like Us, which I still stand by, was very lighthearted. And we've seen, like, if you go back to my Like That review, I literally say, if this is all Kendrick has, then it's going to be a long day in history. Because what he was saying was not going to cut it. He was basically like, I got to K with all these nines. You're going to see Pet Sematary. And when he said on Euphoria, you take it there, I'm taking it further. That's something you don't want to do, right? And then when he said on Not Like Us, certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what he was alluding to the entire time. That's what I was talking about the entire time. Not Like Us hard-hitting lyrics is why I was saying the Like Us, Like That track, it was not as hard-hitting. I feel like he was taking it light. So if Drake would have just took that jab and went on to negotiate with UMG, I don't think people would have cared like that, right? Anyways, something else I was wanting to get into. I think we basically covered all the these are the biggest discrepancies. There's a lot of discrepancies in the media coverage in a lawsuit, but the main thing is knowing that iHeartRadio is still not out of the clear. Like, it's still not out of hot water. Spotify's not being mentioned in this lawsuit at all after Drake withdrew the petition. So one could think that Spotify's in the clear. iHeartRadio, he withdrew the petition, but as you see further down in page 7, he still got iHeart's name in his mouth. You know what I'm saying? This man said it is likely that commercial speech exception would cover. Is this the right one? Yeah, it's likely that the commercial speech exception will cover the conduct and statements UMG made to iHeart. I wonder what company that is, right? So anyways, let's get into the media coverage, and then we're going to break this lawsuit down page by page. So the media coverage of this whole entire fiasco, right, is Drake resolves dispute with iHeartRadio, right? And the only reason I'm giving this to you like the way I am, because I want to get into the actual media coverage, and I want to get into the actual lawsuit, just so you can see the biggest differences. Because maybe in the midst of this, breakdown, we'll uncover something that I didn't even catch on the first million times I read this, right? So essentially, media covered this, basically saying that Drake dropped the case against iHeartRadio, right? Originally filed in November 21st, 2024. And accused Universal Music Group of making covert payments to iHeartRadio to promote Kendrick Lamar's diss track Not Like Us, right? And then January 27, 2025, confirmed that Drake and iHeartRadio amicably resolved the dispute. No payments were made by either party. Red flag. No payments were made by either party. That's a red flag. Why? Page 1. What was I saying before, as far as page 1, section 1 or whatever? Let me see if I can find that again. Yeah, section 1, page 1, footnote 1. Drake and iHeartMedia reached a settlement satisfactory to both sides. That does not say iHeart didn't give him any money, right? So this report that no payments were made by either party, you have no idea. So anyways, they're just assuming. iHeartRadio provided documents showing it did not participate in a pay-to-play scheme. Okay, they're not just going to come out and say, I'm guilty. The case was dismissed with prejudice, meaning Drake cannot refile against iHeartRadio. Now, what in the actual Michael Jackson? Who is writing these articles? Further down his lawsuit, Drake still has iHeart's name in his mouth about receiving payola. So, it's not dismissed with prejudice. I don't know where. Hold up. Where in the lawsuit? Let me type this in. Give me 1 second. Dismissed with prejudice. Hold up. No, we finna find this. Because, obviously, they're doing their due diligence, right? Let me see. Make sure I'm spelling this right. P-R-E, okay, J-U-D-I-C-E. Ladies and gentlemen, that's nowhere to be found in this lawsuit. So they just flat out lied. Whoever made this one, they just flat out lied. People saying the case was dismissed with prejudice. What are we going to do in society when the big conglomerates, which I pull all these articles from big conglomerates, if they're just blatantly lying to the masses, right? It just makes no sense. The case was dismissed with prejudice. Ladies and gentlemen, prejudice is nowhere to be found in this entire lawsuit. And of course, it doesn't say that when it talks about withdrawing the petition. It says they reached a settlement satisfactory to both sides. Anyways, back to this. They also said that the defaming lawsuit against UMG, okay, so Drake's still suing UMG. We got that. Texas petition, okay, we got that. Super Bowl halftime controversy. Drake's legal team claims that UMG continue to spread defamatory content at the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show. All right, let's go to the document. Let's type in Super Bowl. Let me see. Super Bowl. Ladies and gentlemen, Super Bowl is nowhere to be found in this entire document. Why are they blatantly lying to the public? I just don't understand. Like, I had to look this up for myself. That's why I was like, why is everybody out here, like, one side telling half lies, other side telling half truths, was basically the same thing, right? And basically, it's like, what is the actual truth? I was like, you know what? What is the ultimate source that I could look at to be like, it's very unbiased and it will lay out what the situation is? Let me just look up the entire document, download it, and read it off to the public. Super Bowl is nowhere to be found in this. I don't understand why they're saying this when this entire document doesn't mention anything about Super Bowl. We literally just typed in the search Super Bowl, and nothing popped up. That's actually insane. Yeah, I don't know why they're lying like this. Like, it's just like, if it's, maybe they think that people like just won't research. I think that's the main thing. Like, if you don't research, or if you just don't care enough to research, I mean, that's fine. That's what platforms like this are made for. But yeah, people just blatantly lying. Like, people don't have Google, and people don't have like Twitter. Not Twitter. Yeah, Twitter. And people don't have like AI. Like, AI nowadays, like, don't even get me started about AI, man. You can pull up all these things and fact check it with the quickness. Anyways. Upcoming legal actions. They say the pre-trial conference for Drake's defamation case is set for April 2nd. So for all the Drake stands out there, mark April 2nd on your calendar. Hold on, I'm finna do it right now. Because I ain't gonna lie, this is gonna be a huge case in history. Because if Drake ends up winning, it's gonna be a lot of things that goes down. Because if you don't know, actually, let me look this up right quick. Because iHeart has been, before I say that, let me make sure. Let me see, iHeart Radio. Let me see, has this ever happened? Because I think it did. I remember reporting on this. But, you know, you got to be specific because, you know, people be throwing lawsuits around. You know, I ain't no Tasha K out here. Let me see. So, let me see. It's not been found. Okay, this probe. All right. Just nobody in this music industry before. Okay, well, iHeart has not been found guilty of payola violations. That's interesting. Let's see, has any radio. We're doing this in real time. Gotta actually research things nowadays. You know what I'm saying? People just be talking. It's crazy. All right. So UMG. Oh wow. In 2006, UMG, they settled a payola case involving multiple radio stations, but like iHeart was never found for a payola violation, so I'm guessing that's not including iHeart. But in 2006, Universal Music Group Recordings Incorporation agreed to pay $12 million to settle a payola case involving multiple radio stations. In 2005, Sony BMG Music Entertainment settled a payola probe for $10 million, which involved payments to radio station employees to feature the artist. Are we seeing a pattern here? In 2007, 4 major radio companies, CBS Radio, Citadel, okay, Mass Effect, Clear Channel, and Intercom, paid a combined $12.5 million in fines for payola-related practices. In 2010, Univision Radio and Univision Services were fined $1 million, $500,000 each, by the FCC and Justice Department in payola case. So when it comes to payola and settlements being paid out to make these cases go away, we've seen a pattern, and history tends to repeat itself. And very interesting that one of the companies that's accused of payola settled a payola case for $12 million back in 2006. Very interesting. Anyways, let's keep going. I'm pretty sure Drake wants a little bit more than $12 million. But yeah, so the pre-trial conference for Drake's defamation case is set for April 2nd, 2025. Let me see. April 2nd. I'm literally typing this in. Drake versus UMG starts. Literally, that's what I'm typing. All right. because I kind of want to watch it. I know they probably, I don't know, they probably won't have cameras. If they don't have cameras, I think I could probably get a press pass. I ain't gonna lie. As far as the podcast, I don't even know if I get a pass. I don't know. Let me see. Drake versus UMG starts April 2nd. I don't know how long it's gonna go. I guess until, either side settles or wins. And then I'm gonna have it remind me a week before and day before. Cool. There we go. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's how you keep track of things. All right, so pretrial conference for Drake's defamation case is set for April 2nd, 2025. UMG requested a delay. I wonder why. But the judge denied the motion. Not denied. I ain't gonna lie, UMG is so powerful. Yeah, man, UMG is so powerful that... Yeah, let's just keep reading it. Drake's team accused UMG of stalling discovery exchange of evidence. UMG argued Drake withdrew key allegations. Interesting. But his lawyers refused this, stating they only revised 5 out of 237 paragraphs. What, in the Michael Jackson? In the complaint. Why so specific? Hey, actually, we only revised 5 out of the 237 paragraphs in the complaint. All right, my brother, what about the pages? Like, come on now. What's up with all these paragraph talk? Like, all these paragraph counts, like we actually keeping count. So yeah, that's the media coverage, right? Now, finally, let's get into the overall breakdown of the lawsuit. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I read through this. I have all type of notes, and we're going to go through this, and it's not going to be long. Well, maybe long. I don't know. But just know it's going to be in concise fashion. So if it runs long, just know it could have been way longer, because it took me much longer to break all this down. So anyways, 26 pages, right? It's a motion for discovery and continuance. So essentially, the overall case details is 220, and you can read along with me. So, that's why I brought up the entire case, so you don't think I'm one of these fake news type platforms that just, blatantly follows one side. I pulled up the entire document so you can read through it and make our own, or come to our own conclusions based on the actual document, the full page document, not the 2 pictures that the lazy content creators are putting up, right? So anyways, 225th Judicial District Court, Bexar County, Texas, right? Aubrey Graham requests discovery from UMG under the Texas Citizens Participation Act, that's the TCPA, and a continuance of the TCPA hearing set for March 24th, 2025. Continuance of the, okay, so that's another date. I'm about to write this date down. All right, so we have one coming up even sooner. So we have, I'm just going to type in Drake lawsuit. Continues through, what's this called again? TCPA. Okay, so got to write down these dates, you know what I'm saying? March 24th. All right, here we go. Yep. March 24th. Yes. Okay. Yep. Repeat. No, not repeat. No, I don't want to repeat. Let me see. Alert. Let's just do a day before for that one. I don't think that one's as significant. Okay. So we already know he's suing UMG, right? We talked about the TCPA. Yep. This is pages 1 and 2, right? And then page 2. All right, here we go. Make sure I got the full thing for y'all so y'all can read along with me. You know what I'm saying? The FCC advisories, right, on payola violation support Drake's claim of UMG's illicit practices. Now, if you don't know what the FCC is, right? Why can't I type? Let me see. Can I type something in, please? All right, here we go. All right, what is the FCC? All right, cool. If you don't know what the FCC is, right, it is the Federal Communications Commission, which is an independent U.S. government agency responsible for regulating interstate and international communications across various platforms. Now, FCC advisories on payola violations support Drake's claims of UMG's illicit practices. So he's not alone in this. A related defamation lawsuit against UMG in New York, filed January 15, 2025, overlaps with these allegations. So they're like, we've been wanting to get y'all. And now we got one of the top dogs in music claiming that you're also engaging in payola. Yeah, we finna team up. So that is essentially page 2, right? And then we come to page 3. Page 3 through 8 is talking about discovery, right? Drake is arguing for Drake argued for limited discovery under TCPA, right? Citing that cases like IntelliCentrics Inc. in 2018 as UMG holds key evidence. UMG's TCPA motion claims their actions are protected free speech or exempt commercial speech, but Drake seeks discovery to refute this, alleging payola and fraud, right? So that's basically pages 3 through 8, and that's the overall summary of this, because in general, y'all don't want me to just sit here and read off the whole document, so I'm giving you the overall summary, because I already went through this in depth to like see the most important parts, so that's what I'm pulling out. Pages 9 through 10, right? Drake requests a 4-hour deposition and documents from UMG on their promotion strategies, agreements, and financials. Why does it say that? Yeah, okay. And financials related to Not Like Us in Texas to assess TCPA applicability. I ain't gonna lie, 4-hour deposition. I think this is the juiciest part of the entire document, because like I said, in section 1, it focused on discovery. What are we mainly talking about? Discovery, payola, things of that nature. They haven't brought up Not Like Us lyrics once, right? They're just talking about the efforts in the promotion to boost it above whatever he thought he was putting out at that time, right? So essentially, this is just mainly focusing on payola, bots, pay for play type tactics, and of course, he wants discovery in the form of a 4-hour deposition and documents from UMG on the promotion strategies, agreements, and financials related to Not Like Us. And so that's basically what 9 and 10 is about, right? And then we get into page 10. Let me see. Then we get into pages 10 and 12. And then Drake is seeking to delay the TCPA hearing to complete discovery. Interesting. So he wants to delay that's weird. So they're saying they don't want UMG to delay the case. Drake is seeking to delay the TCPA hearing, which I remember writing that down. That was March 25th, right? And let me see. Oh, it says right here. UMG noticed its TCPA motion for a hearing on March 24th. Yeah, that's the one I wrote down. Okay. So Drake is asking the court to continue the hearing on that motion. So I don't know why this says the opposite. Drake, maybe I didn't read it right. Seeks to delay the hearing to complete. I don't know what that means. Yeah, the actual document says that he's asking the court to continue. So I don't know why they're saying delay. Why are they saying delay? Discovery described. UMG noticed its TCPA motion for hearing on March 24th. Drake therefore asked the court to continue hearing on that motion pursuant. What in the world? Pursuant. I think that's how you say it. Until discovery can be completed. So maybe he is delaying it. I don't know what pursuant means. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me see. We looking this up on the spot. Pursuant definition, please. In accordance with the law. Oh, okay. Drake therefore asked the court to continue the hearing on that motion in accordance with the law until discovery can be completed. I don't know what that means. The discovery described above will be completed in enough time to allow the court to conduct the hearing on or before the 120-day deadline. For the above reasons, Drake respectfully asks this court to grant his request for the pre-hearing discovery and continue the hearing for the TCPA motion. So he's not delaying it. He's continuing it. So I don't know why that says. That's why that's why I fact check. I wrote that down. I was like, I don't know why I wrote that down. So anyways, that's pages 9 and 10, obviously. And then pages 10 and 12 is just, that's just a bunch of, he's just basically saying who's under him, like Ahmad, all these different names that's under him as far as attorneys and things of that nature. And then, you know, the whole certificate of service, things of that nature. And then we get into section 2. Now, section 2 is when we get into the lyrical content of Not Like Us. So as far as the overall lawsuit, the main focus out the gate is getting payola exposed, right? But to do that, they need certain discovery to prove their claims. But UMG is not just going to come out and be like, hey, you got us, right? They're not going to do that. So that's why the TCPA is getting involved in things of that nature, as far as the FCC and them looking into it, because it's a third party that's, I mean, essentially unbiased, because they've busted these corporations in the past. I mean, in 2006, Universal Music Group Recordings agreed to pay $12 million to settle a payola case involving multiple radio stations. So it's not like this hasn't happened before, right? So anyways, let's keep going. Section 2, focusing on the lyrical content, right? Filed on November 25th, 2024. Drake is petitioning and seeks depositions from iHeartMedia and UMG Recordings. So once again, Drake has iHeart's name in his mouth, but he still withdrew the petition, which goes to show that two things could be true. Drake can withdraw a petition against iHeartMedia, and iHeartMedia can still be in the thick of the lawsuit because he's still going after certain payola tactics by UMG, and they're one of the corporations that they're one of the biggest radio stations he wanted to focus on, that they was funneling payola through, allegedly, right? So anyways, Drake seeks depositions from iHeartMedia and UMG to investigate pay-to-play schemes, arguing the benefit outweighs the burden under Texas, what in the world? Tex R Civ P 202. See, that's lawyer talk. I don't know what that means. Relief, and then let me see. So basically, I ain't gonna lie, section 2 is like super low. I missed that. I skipped all the way to page 11. My fault. Let me go back to my notes. Page 1. Okay. Am I on page 1? I am not on page. Okay, I'm on page 1. This is page 1. We already talked about this, the lawsuit. You know, he's basically going after depositions, but he wants them from iHeartMedia and UMG Recordings, right? All right, now let's continue. My fault for that. Page 2 and 6. There we go. Page 2 and 6. Let me take off the Super Bowl. We already proved them wrong with that one. Page 2 and 6. Not Like Us defames Drake. This is when we get into the lyrical content. And basically they said the song hitting #1 on Billboard is hurting Drake's image, right? And it was amplified through iHeartMedia. So once again, he's getting back into the pay-to-play tactics between UMG and payola and iHeart, right? So even though he withdrew the petition, obviously in this lawsuit, as you see, and pages 2 to 6, he is still going at iHeart. See if I can find iHeart right quick. iHeart is all throughout this lawsuit. That's insane. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. No, that's not it. Let's see. Reach. I'm trying to see the main. Okay. Yeah, okay. So right here on page 2, it says UMG made Not Like Us available for radio play, including iHeartMedia, which you know is normal. A mass media corporation headquartered in San Antonio, Texas. iHeart boasts that it is the #1 audio media company in the U.S. based on consumer reach. iHeart claims that it reaches 9 out of 10 Americans every month and has more reach than any other media company in the U.S. iHeart owns iHeartRadio. Okay, iHeartMedia owns iHeartRadio, a freemium broadcast, podcast, radio streaming, and music streaming platform. Radio stations all over the country, including stations owned by iHeartMedia, have played Not Like Us. Now, of course, that doesn't really tell us too much. But right here, when they say in the last quarter of 2023, UMG, through its recorded music and let me see. Okay. In the last quarter of 2023, UMG, through its recorded music and music publishing divisions, had an ownership interest in more than 60% of the 100 songs listed on the Billboard Hot 100 radio charts. Okay, they basically saying what I be saying all the time. Like, UMG is the big dogs that own majority of the music market share. Like, that's not, I mean, you know, it's interesting. You know, it's borderline a monopoly, but nobody's out here calling Walmart and Amazon monopoly, right? I mean, I guess people are, but still. UMG is just dominant in their field by far, right? So as far as the radio airplay, that's interesting, but it's basically just showcasing how powerful iHeartRadio is and UMG is, right? And that's why the whole pay-to-play stuff is coming into effect as consistently as it is, because he's basically saying, if you fudge the numbers enough through two of the most influential platforms, then you're defaming me, because the track that you're promoting like this is calling me a PDF, right? So that's Drake's whole claim in this lawsuit, is the payola aspect. So pages 2 through 6, as you know, we read off some of page 3, is basically talking about how big iHeart and UMG is. Now, page 7 and 8, let's get to 7 and 8. Okay, pages 7 and 8 is basically naming iHeart again and UMG, but the court has jurisdiction over both due to their Texas activities with venue property in Bexar County. So, yeah, it's just talking about jurisdiction. That's kind of boring. 9 and 10, pages 9 and 10 is getting into the overall position of Drake and Drake's team seeking deposition from iHeartMedia and UMG to investigate pay-to-play schemes, arguing the benefit outweighs the burden under, and then it gets into lawyer talk again. So essentially, payola is the main thing. Like, as far as the defamation being a part of this overall case, that was laid out in an 81-page document that I'm not trying to read, right? That was talking about more about the defamation that Not Like Us was causing for Drake's career. This lawsuit is one withdrawing the petition from iHeart, right? But of course, as you see following that announcement in this lawsuit, he has iHeart's name all throughout this lawsuit. So they're still in the thick of things, and he's still looking for payola mainly going at UMG, but also wants to look into iHeart. And he's using the FCC and the TCPA to accomplish that. So there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes, and there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, which is why, you know, over here at the Notorious Mass Effect, we like to keep it A1 and 92 to give you the entire facts to let you do of that what you will. And, you know, essentially pages 11 and 13 of section 2 is, you know, him, you know, requesting a hearing within 15 days for deposition. It's probably the March 25th date, I think, as far as what I had on my calendar for the TCPA hearing. So anyways, Drake requests a hearing within 15 days for depositions filed on November 21st, right? His verifications confirmed the petition's truth, things of that nature, e-signature. So if y'all want to see it, you know, there's Drake's signature. Like, he a proud snitch. I ain't gonna lie to you. Look at this. This man proud. This is a proud Karen right here. That's his signature, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't gonna lie to you. So anyways, yeah. That man is still a blue-collar snitch, and he's still the hip-hop Karen, but at the end of the day, him only naming Not Like Us in this defamation lawsuit, even though he's going at payola, is why I'm calling him the hip-hop Karen. Because if you don't know, if you engage in a rap battle, and then you lose, and then you put out a defamation lawsuit that only cites that particular song that people say lost you the battle, some could say you're a hip-hop Karen. A lot of people love to spin the narrative and say, oh, he's suing a corporation. No, buddy, he's not. If he was suing UMG, Not Like Us would be one of the many songs he would have listed that UMG used payola for. Why is the only track that's listed in this entire lawsuit Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar post rap battle? Y'all let me know that. So anyways, because, you know, Sabrina, she's under UMG. She has one of the top albums. The Weeknd, he has one of the top albums. Chappelle Rowan, let me see. Chappelle, let me type this in. Hold up. Why he ain't named Chappelle Rowan? If this ain't about the battle, you know what I mean? Everybody loves to say it's not about the battle, right? Let me see. Is Kendrick in this? Kendrick's listed. Wow, 10 times in this lawsuit. You type in Kendrick. Kendrick's name's all throughout this lawsuit. I wonder why. 10 times. That's, you know. I'm surprised he didn't name Kendrick's name 17 times in this lawsuit. Anyways, but you know, you type in Chappelle, right? Man, it's nowhere to be found. Let me see. The Weeknd. Oh, wow. Okay, he's under UMG as well. I don't know why he's not in the lawsuit. Let me see. Sabrina. Oh, Sabrina's not here. You know, ain't all these artists under UMG and doing phenomenal numbers on the charts? Hold on, let me type in Taylor Swift. You know, certainly Big T got to be in here, right? You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Taylor. Did I spell that right? Yeah, Taylor Swift. Oh, she's in here. Oh, wow. She is. She's listed. She's actually listed in here. Hold on. Where's that at? Why is it not highlight? Where's that? Let me see. I can't see if it's highlighting it. I ain't gonna lie. Am I blind? Okay, the record shattering spread, Not Like Us, some. Where is Taylor Swift's name in this? iHeart Radio songs with the most plays, some. Where is Taylor Swift? Oh, here it is. Cedric Thornton, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us breaks streaming record, passes Cardi B and Taylor Swift, Black Enterprise. So, you know, it's not even talking about Taylor Swift in a bad way. It's literally saying that Kendrick broke Taylor Swift record. Of course they're doing payola. That's basically why the only name drop of Taylor Swift is at this moment. He's like, hey, bro, you ain't finna tell me in a million years that Kendrick's out here outselling Taylor Swift. Like, come on now. Obviously, they're doing some type of payola. Now, this is Drake words, not me. I'm just, lawsuit is in front of you. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with audio. But y'all see what I'm saying, right? This is post-rap beef, which is why we're calling him the hip-hop Karen, because you're essentially only suing the guy who beat you in a rap battle because of tactics that you are also benefiting from, right? If it was actually a UMG type of lawsuit, why not name more UMG artists instead of the only track that you're highlighting? It's Not Like Us. I wonder what battle that track came in. Anyways, so that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I think we broke this down pretty significantly. At the end of the day, this is why you should rate this 5 stars. You know what I mean? Share this to somebody who loves music industry talk and gaming industry talk. Notorious Mass Effect. Don't forget. And make sure to follow. You know, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this overall lawsuit that Drake is putting out, going at UMG for payola through iHeart Radio and other radio stations? And what is your biggest takeaway from what I think is an unbiased review of this 26-page lawsuit? And I quote, instead of accepting the loss like the unbothered rap artist he often claims to be, he has sued his own record label in a misguided attempt to salve his wounds. Period. End quote. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into another installment of the UMG versus Drake Ultimate War going on currently. I don't know if y'all have watched Invincible, but as far as the Invincible war, the UMG war is a lot more satisfying for a lot of music industry connoisseurs because Drake has definitely put his prime as far as on the charts in jeopardy. Because if you don't know, UMG currently has 54% of the entire music market share, right? Universal has 54%, Sony has 30%, Warner has 10%, and the others, as far as smaller labels and independents, they have collectively 7%. So Drake has been a part of UMG for quite some time now, since 2009 to be exact. So for him to now, in 2025, go at UMG via a lawsuit post-rap battle, and that's very important, especially with the defamation lawsuit citing the track that ultimately lost you the rap battle. It's a gray area that is going on for quite some time because both sides won't admit their own faults. Drake's side won't admit entering into the battle amidst negotiation with UMG, and UMG, they won't admit certain practices, and let me just say allegedly, that they did to give size 7, white tank top, I always forget his name, my fault, Kendrick. They give Kendrick the upper hand in the battle. So with that being said, we're going to get into a lot when it comes to Drake versus UMG because we have a new lawsuit. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, after 100 million pages of lawsuits, there's still more to get into and then dive into because just recently, UMG has released their lawsuit responding to Drake, basically letting him know that, hey, Drake engaged in this publicized rap feud. We didn't force him. That's essentially what the lawsuit is about. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio because, of course, I have the entire 32-page document up on the screen because if you don't know, if you haven't followed the podcast, right, I've covered this battle, this war, I might add, extensively to the point where the first petition that was dropped on Drake's side was the Spotify side, right? Back in January 15th, which you can look up on the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, whatever podcast platform you listen on, I talked about how Drake dropped his first legal petition, but is still suing UMG, right? So a lot of people saying, oh, look, he dropped the lawsuit, UMG won. But of course, people are just not reading the full lawsuit. They're just ultimately coming up with their own conclusions based off headlines, right? That's why I like to get into the whole lawsuit. So at the end of the day, you can say what you want about my opinions, but I do try to showcase the full scale of what's going on and let you decide what is ultimately the right side as far as Drake and UMG. So anyways, Drake dropped the petition for Spotify, but he's still suing UMG. And then fast forward to March 5th, 2025. And of course, Drake dropped his petition towards iHeart, but of course is still suing UMG over the defamation lawsuit as far as Not Like Us. Now, with that being said, there's a lot of things that we have to get into as far as the petitions being dropped and as far as the lawsuit versus UMG, because we have to cover the entire spectrum. So I'm going to get into the overview of Drake versus UMG. I'm going to get into the internet reactions because they were hilarious. I ain't gonna lie to you. Some people on UMG's side, some people on Drake's side, and I'm just here loving every bit of it because, of course, we're almost at 10 million downloads. So at some point, we're gonna hit that mark, and I think these type of beefs is, let's just say, getting us to that milestone expeditiously. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, Drake and UMG. The first thing I want you to know is that, of course, the rap battle is the main cause for this defamation lawsuit. Another part of this lawsuit that's entirely just dismissed by the other side is the bots allegations, right? Because Drake basically said that he would have had more of a fair shot if UMG didn't engage in certain practices to uplift Kendrick's song to the masses, right? It's seeming as if Drake is saying that you suppressed my Family Matters track to promote a Not Like Us track, which is calling me a pedophile, right? So that's the main 2 points of the lawsuit: defamation and accusing Kendrick's team of using bots. So basically, to get more in depth into it, he basically claimed that Universal Music Group promoted Not Like Us to damage his reputation. Allegations of UMG secretly paying third parties is still amongst the lawsuit. So even though he dropped the petition going at iHeart, he's still including them in certain tidbits of this lawsuit, which means if he ends up winning, iHeart is still going to have some ramifications, especially since they are one of the third parties that Drake is alleging that UMG secretly paid off, right? And of course, he also is talking about Not Like Us as far as the music video, as far as the cover art being malicious, right? And associating him with sex offenders. That's another part of the lawsuit. Right now, we're getting to the overview for people who don't have the longest attention spans. Let me just put it like that. I won't call y'all TikTok brains, right? I'm just going to say you may not have the longest attention span. So right now, we're getting into the overview. I'm going to get into the internet reactions, and then we're going to get into the entire lawsuit because I read the whole thing, took notes. I'm going to go through the whole lawsuit page by page, and we're going to break it down. So get your favorite snack, whether it's popcorn, but your favorite drink, and we're going to get into it. So with that being said, UMG's response in totality was basically calling Drake's lawsuit misguided, saying it was a reaction to losing a rap battle, and argued that the diss track was a form of artistic expression using hyperbole and exaggeration. And then, of course, they quoted Drake himself because I guess UMG was trying to get in their lyrical bag, right? So they quoted Drake's own diss tracks where he used similar inflammatory language, which we're going to get into more. We're going to get into the details of it later. So anyways, and they ultimately pointed at the First Amendment protections for hyperbolic insults in hip hop. And of course, they refer to past legal precedents where courts dismissed defamation claims in cases involving artistic expression. So with that being said, now that you have UMG's side, now that you have Drake's side, you just have to know that this is an ongoing court battle. So this is far from over. This is actually a huge deal in the music industry if Drake wins. Now, I've talked about this in the past because, of course, this has happened before. Let me get the exact date. But as far as UMG being caught for payola, let me see. So as far as UMG being caught for payola, this has happened before. And I know that may make the UMG defenders upset, but back in 2006, UMG, who was still regarded as the world's largest music company, settled with the New York Attorney General's office for $12 million back in 2006, mind you. $12 million following accusations that its executives engaged in illegal pay-to-play tactics. So you're telling me a music label that were already found, not even found guilty, because when you settle, that's the way to get around being found guilty, right? When you settle for $12 million because you was accused of engaging in illegal pay-for-play tactics, I wonder what Drake's ultimate goal is as far as this battle between UMG. So anyways, it's very interesting how they've been found guilty for pay-for-play tactics in the past, but people are acting like this is just blasphemous on Drake's part to even accuse this music label of such things, right? They're acting like this has never been the case, and UMG's just been going at it the straight and narrow way, and they just been putting in the hard work, and they haven't been found, well, you can't say found guilty, but UMG settled for pay-to-play tactics in the past, more specifically 2006. And it was announced on May 11th, 2006, to be even more specific, because the then Attorney General Eliot Spitzer basically talked about it, and that was one of the biggest investigations in the music industry, and that was conducted by Eliot Spitzer. So when you settle, you don't have to admit guilt, but hey, when the details come out that you paid $12 million, it's almost like you pay for the problem to go away. You know what I mean? It's a very straight cut objective for Drake if you're looking at it from actually reading the lawsuits. If you read the lawsuits and look at what Drake is actually trying to acquire, it's probably just some type of monetary compensation for ultimately damaging his career, and he's going about it in a way that he has a great case because he has some history to back him up as far as UMG engaging in these tactics. So anyways, with that being said, now we're going to get into the latest involvements of the internet, because you already know when it comes to the internet, they look at headlines and they don't read the entire lawsuit at all. So they basically had jokes for days. Somebody said that UMG was like, remember when you was doing countdowns for 3 weeks? Remember when you was saying, tell that little boy to drop? Remember? And guess what? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see this, because this is the picture they put up. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't make this stuff up. The internet is undefeated. Because how in the world do you get a picture of Joseph Anthony Budden in this very moment? Like, how in the world do you pause the screen to even get this picture? And that's the picture she used to mock Drake. She was basically saying, to reiterate, right? To go along with this picture, to make it even more obvious to, the mockery that's happening right now on the internet towards Drake. She basically said, UMG, remember when you was doing countdowns for 3 weeks? Remember when you was saying, tell that little boy to drop? Remember? She was trying to get him to remember. Anyways, somebody else said, my favorite part of the motion was when they say Drake bringing up Millie Bobby Brown on Hard Part 6, which I might add, that would have been my main argument if I was UMG. But obviously it's in their response lawsuit, but I would have came out at the beginning like, hold up, does the Hard Part 6 not exist? Didn't you say that you heard it on the Budden podcast? It must have been true. Goes along with this picture. But anyways, let's keep going. So when Kendrick never mentioned her, proved he knew people thought he was a pedophile way before Not Like Us. Drake did set the groundwork for Kendrick to take off. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, as far as a construction career and Drake's future, the way he laid the groundwork for Kendrick to just ultimately call him a PDF with no ramifications. I mean, at the end of the day, y'all really gotta look at this, right? In totality, Drake called Kendrick a woman beater. Said his kids, well, no, one of his kids, it's not his, and not only is it not his, it's his manager's, Day Free, right? This is all alleged. I'm just saying what these two gentlemen said towards each other, right? Kendrick, he told Drake, hey, you're a pedophile. You like having provocative actions with little kids, which is insane. And then, before that, before he even got to the PDF allegations, right? This man embodied the, rest in peace to Stanley. He embodied one of the most creative humans ever to walk planet Earth and said, I'm going to make up a whole fictional character and say, you have a daughter. Yeah, so Meet the Grams. It's a whole verse where he says and claims that Drake has a daughter. Why do people not bring that up? Because, of course, who cares about the facts when the lie is more entertaining? Drake, well, I can't say that, but Kendrick said Drake has a daughter and he likes little kids. Like, make that make sense in 2025, right? So, obviously, these two gentlemen have been going to the depths of hell to throw insults at one another. So when we get into lawsuit time, it's very interesting and it's very provocative from the standpoint of, man, what would drive somebody so mad to where they put together an entire defamation lawsuit that not only would affect UMG and Kendrick, but will also affect the whole music industry if he ends up winning, right? Because at the end of the day, I don't think UMG would ever let it get to a point where he will ultimately win. Like, I don't think UMG would ever go through the full process where they know they're losing and end up being found guilty. I think if they know they're losing, they're going to approach Drake, probably give him the record deal that he been wanting, right? And call it a day and just call it a settlement, just like they did back in 2006 with the New York Attorney General's office when they settled for $12 million for pay-to-play tactics, right? UMG is not ignorant to the situation of pay-to-play. So anyways, these two gentlemen have no ground to stand on when it comes to the moral police. Because where's the actual police if this is true, right? I mean, R. Kelly in prison, Epstein, y'all know what they did to Epstein, but hey, anyways, R. Kelly's in prison, right? If these accusations are even, if there's even an inclination of truth, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get the legal authorities involved. Anyways, let's keep going. So that was the internet reaction. Of course, they were just making jokes out of all this, not reading the lawsuit at all. But I think it's very entertaining because that just ultimately adds on to what I do at the Notorious Mass Effect. Because once I get into this lawsuit, a lot of people with short attention spans won't be able to, pay attention. Like, it's just that plain and simple. Like, I'm gonna get into the lawsuit in depth, page by page. Obviously, it won't take too long because I already wrote notes and things of that nature. But this whole lawsuit has a lot of a lot of great details. And then also, you know, just in case I have to pull it up, I do have the other lawsuit. So, actually, I almost forgot about that. Also, before we get into this lawsuit, I did have a professor, right? There was a professor that reached out from Where You're At University, right? He like emailed me and stuff. He sent me like a clip, right? And obviously I'm joking, but of course at the end of the day, I had to implement this video before I got into this lawsuit because it ultimately showcases what turmoil Drake has been put through as far as the vitriol lyrically from Side 7. I mean, Kendrick Lamar, right? So anyways, I got the lawyer from Where You're At University, and he's basically, no, not lawyer. I got a professor from Where You're At University, and he's one of the greatest professors you like known to man. And he put together this short video to let y'all know what is going on in the Drake and UMG situation. So let me just play this right here. So this is, he sent me a little video, right? Some of y'all may recognize this meme, but for those who's only listening, just listen to this audio treat as far as the Drake versus UMG is considered.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. And also, if you stayed on here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out. I hope this lesson is helpful.
Wow. See, you know what? I never really looked at it like that. You know, if you look at it from the standpoint that he has an entire graph to showcase what he's talking about, you know, if you go to the point where he circles the sevens and the sevens, like he's saying, like every time you, and this is a PG podcast, so I'm just going to use the PG version. Every time you mess around, right, you're going to find out. And the levels of you messing around could indeed increase the levels of you finding out. Wow. That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just now realized that. Like, this chart made me understand what he's talking about as far as this Drake versus UMG battle. Like, Drake was telling that boy to drop, rapping as Tupac himself, you know, like digital blackface. You know what I mean? You know, he is, anyways, with that being said, digital blackface, rapping as Snoop Dogg, basically telling Kendrick to drop, giving him ammo to use when he drops, and then he actually used it. And so this graph just puts it all in perspective.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Wow.
And also, if you stayed on here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
So I think what he's saying is, if Drake would have just chilled out, right? If the Like That verse came out and Drake was like, you know what? I'm not even going to give that any attention because all he said was, I got a K with all these nines. He going to see Pet Cemetery, right? If he would have just let that alone and let that be and basically tell his fans, he'd be like, you know what? Once I get this new deal, then I'm going at size 7. I mean, white tank top. I mean, Kendrick Lamar. But no, this man did not want to stay at ground zero, which is what this man is talking about. Basically, Drake didn't want to stay at zero. So the more he kept messing around, and you see the evolution on the charts. Hold up, let me make sure y'all can see this right quick. And you see the evolution of the finding out. I mean, push-ups, tailor-made freestyle, okay. And then you have Meet the Grams, which that's not at all how the discography went. So I'm just gonna do it because I know the discography. So he put out, when it really started, right? He put out Family Matters. That was the greatest rap track of the entire beef. I still will say that to this day. Kendrick followed that up expeditiously dropping Meet the Grams. And then not only did he drop Meet the Grams, making up an imaginary daughter, right? Then he dropped Not Like Us. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I done cracked Da Vinci's Code. Who would have thunk that if you mess around enough, you will find out?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, let's get into the full lawsuit because, of course, at the end of the day, I want to appreciate that professor from coming out of Where You're At University to give us that great lecture. And hopefully y'all took notes and do your homework as far as why he says if you mess around enough, you'll find out. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into a particular part of this segment where people who actually want to know the objective facts will probably not be as entertained because we're going to just get into the entire lawsuit and I'm going to break this down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus, right? All right, so page 1, right? Page 1 is essentially talking about the overview of this case, right? You got Aubrey Graham right here, Drake Graham, which is a crazy name because you know how many rap bars have been made using this Govey? Like, what did Drake say? People getting rich off my Govey? Like, people really did get rich off his Govey. And then, you know, Graham, Drake, Aubrey. I mean, there's just so many ways to flip that as a rapper. Pause. So anyways, UMG is right here. All right. So that's page 1. All right. We got page 1 down. Only 31 more to go. So anyways, page 2, right? What do we have here? Table of contents. Ladies and gentlemen, this is basically just talking about how they're going to break down this entire situation like a kilo of Tate McRae. All right. And then we have, well, actually, let's just go through the little pages right here, right? So essentially, you have page 1, introduction, right? Statement of facts. Page 2, Drake and Lamar engaged in a vitriolic. Ooh, okay. I thought that was Viltrumite for a second. Hold up, is that Omni-Man? Vitriolic. Okay. You know, I use vitriol all the time. I don't know why vitriolic is throwing me off. Not Like Us is a massive commercial and artistic success. That's page 8. Argument, page 9, right? Legal standard, page 9, okay? Drake fails to state a claim for defamation, page 10. The alleged defamatory material is non-actionable opinion and rhetorical and hyperbole, page 11. Drake cannot allege that UMG acted with actual malice. That's page 17. Drake fails to state a claim. State your source. No, just playing. State a claim for harassment in the second degree. All right, that's page 19. Drake fails to state a claim under New York GLB. That is definitely lawyer talk. I don't know what in the world that's talking about. That's page 22. And we have the conclusion, page 25. So ladies and gentlemen, as you already know, when it comes to this, it's going to be very interesting because I really broke this down and took notes, so we won't have to read every single sentiment that's on these pages, but we will go page by page just in case you want to read it for yourself. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Hopefully it's close enough to where y'all can see. I think y'all can see that. Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to get to where it has the whole. Okay, yeah. I think that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Y'all should be able to read that. If you can't, just zoom in, but I think I zoomed in enough to where y'all can read this. I just want the whole page up. All right, so anyways, page 7. So this is essentially page 7, and UMG starts off by saying that essentially Drake's complaint lacks merit, right? I'm not reading this line for line because then we'll be here for hours, and who has that type of time, right? UMG argues that Drake's complaint lacks merit, right? It stems from a public rap feud with Kendrick Lamar. There's a lot of hyperbolic insults, artistic expression, not actionable defamation or harassment. And of course, they said that this feud context is basically escalating lyrics in media, right? So they undermine Drake's claims, essentially, and that's the premise of page 7, right? And then we get into page 8, and page 8 details the feud's history, noting that Lamar's insults via tracks like Not Like Us, which Drake alleges defame him. UMG contends that these are non-actionable opinions or rhetorical hyperbole, citing the rap battle's commercial success and cultural impact, and also mentions UMG's global status in case you got it messed up, in case you really wanted to find out. UMG is the biggest player in this music industry. I already read off the percentages at the beginning of the segment for a reason. But if you want me to tell you again, UMG currently has 54% of the entire 100% music market share. Ladies and gentlemen, they are not to be messed with. So anyways, let's keep going. So that's basically page 8. They talked about the global status, things of that nature. Okay, page 9. Like I said, I wrote notes. I'm be able to point out when it actually gets juicy because it's basically just the history of Not Like Us, which if you follow Notorious Mass Effect, you definitely already know the history by now. So anyways, page 9 out of 32. Crazy, right? Describes the rap feud's escalation between Drake and Kendrick. So now they're just letting the court know the history, right? Talking about push-ups, talking about like that, talking about alleged Kendrick alleging certain things and Drake's life going on and things of that nature. And they claim that Drake filing this lawsuit claiming defamation and harassment by UMG for promoting Kendrick Lamar's tracks is artistic expression, right? That's how they respond to it, and basically talk about how diffuse commercial success, Lamar's Grammy wins, and cultural impact, framing the lyrics as artistic expression. So basically, the main argument, if I was to get on my lawyer tip, pause, is they're using rhetorical hyperbole, not factual assertion, citing rap's competition nature. And they has stuff like Tupac versus Biggie, right? This being compared in the court of law to Tupac and Biggie should showcase how big this time period would be in the foreseeable future for hip hop. Because we still, to this day, we're trying to find out what happened to Tupac, right? I mean, Keefe D is in prison crying, literally. He's in prison crying for his freedom because he feels like he's been falsely imprisoned because of his interview on Vlad talking about him being involved. Let me just put it like that. Him being involved with Tupac's murder, right? And he didn't say it like that, like I'm the one who shot him. But hey, put two and two together. Vlad did a phenomenal detective work on Keefe D, which is why he's in prison to this day. All right, so let's keep going. So Page, they're basically, so they're laying out the groundwork, right? It's really nothing that we have to dive into because if you follow the podcast, you already know all this history between these two musicians, right? So let's get into page 11 and 12. So essentially, they start to get more into the lyrics. They get more into Kendrick Lamar's Euphoria track, right? And they said that Drake alleges defames him by questioning his authenticity and parenting. So not only has Drake cited Not Like Us, not only has Drake cited Euphoria, not only has Drake basically hopped into the battle, emphasizing UMG emphasizing how, and you can see right here, I'm gonna highlight it. In the voice of Snoop Dogg, Drake then calls Kendrick Lamar to release the track. This is hilarious. Who put this together? In the voice of Snoop Dogg, Drake then calls on Lamar to release a new diss track. But still, now I gotta do it. You gotta show this owl who's boss on the West. Now's the time to really make a power move. Cause right now it's looking like you writing out the game plan how to lose. Cause right now it's looking like you writing out the game plan on how to lose. I am slow. My fault. How to bark up the wrong tree and then get your head popped in a crowded room. World is watching this chess game. Let me get full screen for this. World is watching this chess games. But are you out of moves? That's crazy. I mean, Snoop Dogg was spitting. That man said, world is watching this chess game. But are you out of moves? Only if Drake knew. Size 7, white tank top, my fault. I got his name mixed up. Kendrick Lamar was indeed not out of moves. So anyways, this is hilarious that UMG is citing this in this lawsuit, basically showcasing how Drake's defamation lawsuit is laughable, right? And this is their words, right? This is basically what they're getting into, breaking down the whole track from Snoop Dogg and Tupac, and Drake basically using AI to replicate the voice and anything like that. But then again, to Lamar responding, right, with Euphoria and things of that nature. And the reason why they're emphasizing these lyrics is for rhetorical nature, citing rap's history of hyperbolic diss tracks. And then they also cited the pop culture, the Pop Culture Happy Hour podcast. Hold up, a podcast getting promotion in a lawsuit? Nah, man, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. How do I find that? Stop playing with me. Ain't no way a podcast got promotion without. Hold up now. They plugged the podcast in the lawsuit and then they say Notorious Mass Effect. Hold up. I'm about to hate. The Pop Culture Happy. I don't see that at all. Is this lying to me? As described in the Pop Culture Happy Hour podcast transcript cited by Drake. Ain't no way. Hold up. Now I gotta look them up. I'm about to send this to myself. I gotta watch them now because they are now indeed ingrained into culture. Shout out to the Pop Culture Happy Hour podcast. I've never listened, but obviously that's not hate. I'm just letting you know. I will be listening in the future. And This is actually a milestone for this podcast. To get this type of promotion. Oh, this is owned by NPR. What type of industry plant stuff is this? Oh, no. Let me share this to myself. I do want to listen to what they have to say. Because if my podcast was named in an entire lawsuit, best believe the next 2 weeks would be me breaking this down. All right. Let me see. Drake, lawsuit, podcast. This is how I take notes. Hopefully, I know. All right, anyways, let's get back to this. That's actually insane. A whole podcast got a shout out in this lawsuit. I mean, that's a W if I might add. That's almost as big as Drake. I mean, Academics getting named by both rappers in the battle. Anyways, isn't it crazy how after Academics got named by both rappers in the battle, he proceeded to follow with one of the worst years? And anyways, with that being said, let's get into the lawsuit, right? Was this page 9? That was page 9. So that was the only time they got cited for that. That's interesting. Okay. So we have page 11, right? They're basically making fun of Drake, you know, putting out a defamation lawsuit because of this stuff with Snoop Dogg and Tupac and things of that nature. And they argue that Drake's claims of defamation and harassment lack merit under legal standards. Man, they are really going at the Canadian. They say UMG will likely argue. No. Okay, so this is just my notes. So basically, UMG will likely argue the lyrics are as protective speech, not actionable defamation, and that NYGBL, whatever that is, that lawyer language, that lawyer lingo, right? Leveraging First Amendment and anti-slap. Chris Rock? No, my fault. Anti-slap defenses to dismiss the case. All right, cool. So now we're about to get into page 13 and 14. I ain't gonna lie, I love this stuff. Like, as far as hip hop, I think this is one of the biggest cases in history because not only did Drake become the ultimate hip hop Karen, like if there was a Thanos version of Karen, that is currently Drake in hip hop. Like, I don't think anybody's ever crashed out legally as much as Drake, which is why I've nicknamed him the blue collar snitch and the hip hop Karen, because this is insane. All right, anyways, page number 13, right? Details Kendrick Lamar's Meet the Grams, where he, you know, he embodies Stan Lee, you know, God rest his soul. He embodies Stan Lee himself by making up a fictional character. But that's okay, because UMG basically said that Kendrick's Meet the Grams alleging Drake's personal failings, hidden child, predatory behavior, and Drake's claims reputational harm. But UMG argues, of course they're on the side of Kendrick with this one. Ain't that crazy? UMG argues that these are hyperbolic rap lyrics, not facts, citing the fuse artistic context. Okay, so now we kind of see what UMG is consistently saying throughout this lawsuit. A lot of hyperbole and fictional things are being thrown around, but at the end of the day, it's a rap battle, which is why they cited Biggie versus Pac, which is why they cited Drake rapping as Snoop Dogg, because is anybody going to actually think Snoop Dogg actually said that? So they're laying out all this groundwork, which is very interesting because as far as lawyer talk, they're very straightforward and putting it in layman's terms as far as why they believe Drake's defamation case is so laughable, right? So anyways, page 14. Let's go to page 14. All right, so page 14 introduces defamation law, asserting statements must be factual, not opinion, to be actionable. Brian V. Richardson, 1995. Oh, they dropping some gems in this lawsuit. I ain't gonna lie to you. As a non-lawyer, I would have been perplexed. I would be like, hold on now. Brian who? All right, anyways. UMG cites NYGBL 349, requiring deceptive acts causing consumer harm. The anti-slap protections under NY Civil Rights Law 70A shielding free expression in public disputes. So ultimately, UMG is basically saying that, hey, Kendrick Lamar's lyrics is protected by artistic speech. End of discussion. So let's continue. Page 15. All right, now we're on 15. Basically, this is talking about Rule 12B6, standards for dismissal. Ashcroft versus Iqbal, who was that? 2009. And Bell Atlanta Court versus Twombly. What type of name is that? 2007. Requiring plausible claims, period. Right? And then they continue. For defamation, statements must be probably probably, it's with a V. It's not even probably. It's with a V. I ain't never heard that before. Probably false facts, not opinions. Brian V. Richardson, once again, 1995. Claims need consumer harm from deceptive acts, and the NY anti-Chris Rock, slap laws protect public expression, right? And then we get into page 16. So basically, they're breaking it down in lawyer terms now. So as far as my, comments about them putting it in layman's terms, now they're getting more into the professional diatribe and terminology used as far as the vocabulary when lawyers are involved, right? Anyways, page 16 says, UMG argues, not like us, lyrics are non-actionable opinion and rhetorical hyperbole, not facts. Falwell versus Flint, 1988. Rap's artistic context supports this, as lyrics are expressive, not factual assertions, which, as a cover of hip hop, UMG spitting right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. The only point that I'm not with them is the bot situation. But as far as the defamatory side of the situation, I am completely against Drake in this defamatory lawsuit, right? But the bot situation, I think, is where they need to start speaking on. Like, they're speaking on a lot of things when Drake's detailing, or what Drake's detailing in the defamation side of his lawsuit. I want them to get to the bots. I want them to get to, are they paying off iHeart or nah? That's what I want to know. Anyways, let's keep going. So they're focused on defamation, right? Saying it's rap's artistic context, things of that nature. And lyrics are expressive, not factual assertions. Drake's complaint fails to meet defamation thresholds, lacking provable falsity. All right. Page 17. Page 17 says, UMG asserts Kendrick Lamar is not like us. Lyrics are non-actionable opinion or rhetorical hyperbole. Falwell versus Flint, 1988. Steinhill Burr versus Alphonse, I don't know how you pronounce it, 1990, right? The lyrics alleging Drake's misconduct are framed as artistic expression, not provable facts. Given rap's hyperbolic tradition, man, they are just going to hone this point to the ground, ain't they? UMG argues courts should never consider, my fault. UMG argues courts should consider context where statements' imaginative nature negates defamation liability.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I ain't gonna lie, UMG spitting on this defamation side of the lawsuit. They basically like, boy, if you don't take that to your grave, talking about it's a boy, this man entered hip hop. That's like being in the NFL, right? That's like, you know what? I can't wait to get to the NFL. I've been training all these years. I've been growing up. And then you get to NFL, and then at the end of your career, you done had a great career. You in the Hall of Fame, things of that nature. But now you have CTE. You're like, man, hold up now, I'm suing. And the NFL like, hold up now, you ain't know what you signed up for. That's essentially what's happening. Drake has had so much success in hip hop that he's had multiple CTE-like moments that has happened to him via Pusha T, via Kendrick Lamar, and some would say the OG, the precipice, if that's the right word, of this is Joseph Anthony Budden, as far as laying the groundwork versus Drake and detailing things that people didn't even know before. A lot of what Pusha T said and what Kendrick Lamar said had influence and inspiration from Joseph Anthony Budden's diss tracks. And if you don't believe me, just type in on YouTube Joe Budden Drake diss tracks and you would be amazed on what you hear. You would think those tracks were released today, right? Those tracks were phenomenal. But everybody, notices and regards Joe Budden as one of the greater rappers to walk the earth. But of course, in his podcasting career, it's way more successful. So some people don't even know that part of his career. Anyways, what was he at? Page 17? Okay, page 18. Okay, page 18 cites a bunch of lawyer jargon again and basically said that UMG contends the lyrics' exaggerated tone and public figure context shield them from shield them under First Amendment protections, dismissing Drake's claim as lacking merit. Man, time and time again, UMG is basically telling Drake that, hey, guess what? Guess what, buddy? Ain't no defamation when you're in hip hop because of artistic expression, right? All right, page 19. They're basically talking about hyperbole again, so we're going to skip that. Page 20, they're referring to Not Like Us video. Oh, okay, so here we go. So this page, make sure, yeah, page 20 is talking about the video, alleging it supports the hyperbole or hyperbolic nature of the feud. The court is urged to view the video's context. Wow, they like, hey, watch it, because it's in 4K. Like, y'all don't believe us? Watch it. I mean, hold up, what did Kendrick shoot this video in? Don't make me have to pull a RDC. Kendrick, I definitely can't pull up the video. Last time, the K-Boss got me. Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us. Is that Not Like Us. No, not Super Bowl video. All right, so let me see. Goodness, 295 million views in 8 months. That is insane. All right, so let me see. Not only did they say they could view the video, but they got 2160p option. They have 1440p option. They have the 1080p option. There's a lot of options. So depending on how they want to view this evidence, let UMG tell it. There's a lot of different high quality options they could use to watch the Not Like Us video. Anyways, so they said that this video is essentially helping UMG's case as far as the shielding the statements from the defamation claims under New York law and the anti-slap protections, right? So that's essentially what this page is. I like how they dived into the video. That's actually I like that, because they also said the video opens up with Lamar whispering to a clown that he sees dead people. They probably no, bro, they probably try to tell the court, like, you see any dead people in that video? All right, my fault. I think UMG clowning Drake in this lawsuit. This is, man, Drake got to go on tour again. Like, who in the world did he make upset? All right, anyways, page 21. All right, page 21. UMG argues the Not Like Us video context reinforces its non-defamatory nature. Okay, so now we're progressing a little bit. Now, instead of talking about the multiple diss tracks from Side 7, Kendrick, they're talking about the video, right? And its non-defamatory nature. So Lamar's filming included a cage scene symbolizing the rap's feud theatrically. UMG asserts the video's exaggerated style and public figure context negate defamation, citing Brian V. Richardson. Man, what was these two gentlemen doing back in the 80s? Anyways, well, I guess it was the 90s. 1995. The feud's artistic intent is emphasized, and it also went on to say that UMG, this page 22, my fault. Okay, so they went on to say in page 22 that they contend a reasonable listener would view the video statements as hyperbolic, not factual. So they basically clowning the mess out of Drake right now. Like, they are just this did not need to be 32 pages. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, after I read through it, taking my notes, of course, and then it's one thing writing it, but once you're saying it out loud, it's like, man, hold up now. They just keep hammering home the point how hyperbole and artistic expression has been throughout the history of hip hop. Why is Drake suing? That's basically what they're saying. Like, at the end of the day, that's basically what they're saying. I just like getting into the details of it, because I don't want anybody not saying I'm not keeping it 8 more than 92, because I got the whole lawsuit up going page by page, and you can read it yourself. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, it's right here, plain as day for us to read. Anyways, let's keep going. So this is that was page 22. Let's go to page 23. All right, so we're almost done. This is we have, let me see, 32 pages, okay? And basically they're ending the argument, which I might add is a lot of things going at the defamatory part of the lawsuit. But as far as the bot situation, I'm at to hear some better arguments when it comes to Drake's bot situation, because I think that's where he has the most credence in his lawsuit, the pay for play angle that he's going at. So anyways, page 23. UMG argues Not Like Us lacks provable falsity. Oh no, falsity. Yeah, there we go. Requiring actual malice for Drake, a public figure. So they keep saying the same thing, right? Hyperbole, all that type of stuff. Okay. Let's get to the new stuff. Page 25. Failure to state claim. Let me see. Require malice. The artistic. Okay. Failure to state claim. Harassing view. Oh, here we go. Okay, page 26. Let's see. So we're skipping. Let me go slow, just in case y'all want to pause and read these page by page. You know, in case you don't have TikTok brain, in case you want to pause and read this page by page. All right, there you go. All right, we're on page 26. Okay, UMG contends that Drake harassment claim lacks merit once more, but then they follow that up by saying, as the feud doesn't constitute deceptive acts causing consumer harm. What? Deceptive acts causing consumer harm. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. When they say consumer harm, would Drake technically be a consumer? Because I ain't even trying to be funny. Drake, and I love how people make jokes about this, even though if this happened to them, they would be crying to everybody, right? They'll be crying to anybody who will listen, right? Back in May 7th, 2024, I covered something very interesting that everybody seems to completely forget when it comes to the rap battle. There was a shooting outside Drake's mansion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, an actual shooting outside of Drake mansions. Now, if you don't know, shots were fired at Drake's mansion in Toronto, out of all places. And basically, there was a security guard shot during a late night drive-by, and there was an investigation, right? There are police reports, things of that nature. And there was multiple attempts to break into Drake's mansion. And this is post Not Like Us, right? This is not like, oh, before this rap battle started. This was in prime time Kendrick Drake beef. Prime time Not Like Us just hitting airwaves and things of that nature, right? Drake had his mansion shot at in Toronto. Who else is a prominent artist in Toronto? I'm just going to let y'all figure that out because I don't like doing police work. But let's just say there's a certain singer that his camp could be the Baron Zemo of this entire Drake versus UMG situation. If y'all ever seen Marvel Civil War, then y'all know what I'm talking about. Because, hold on, I was about to say, I'm to the left a little bit. All right, I just fixed my angle in the camera in real time. My fault. Y'all can't even see it because of the background. Anyways, what was I saying? The Weeknd is arguably the Baron Zemo, not even The Weeknd, his camp is arguably the Baron Zemo of this entire Drake versus UMG situation. Who from Compton even has a passport to go to Toronto? I mean, forget even leaving the state, right? You going to a whole nother country just to break the law? Like we already know, especially with the police reports and things of that nature, that there's a lot of things connecting these events and one thing followed the other. I'm not going to say that The Weeknd's manager Cash house got shot up maybe a week or two before Drake's mansion got shot up. I'm just saying that there's information out there to put two and two together. That's all I'm saying. The situation that OVO and EXO have is a lot more serious than whatever Drake and Kendrick think they have going on. With that being said, some people really have to truly realize who in the world is the biggest hater. Is it Size 7 or is it The Weeknd? And I love The Weeknd. Pause. I like his music. I think he's one of the greatest vocalists of all time, if not the greatest male vocalist. So his camp is who I'm putting this on, right? The Weeknd may feel a little spited being Drake's lackey for Take Care, only to turn on him because now he's the big dog. Like your idols become your rivals. That whole cliche story that literally came to real life when it comes to The Weeknd and Drake. But it's very interesting how their crews have had a lot more interactions in the past 2 years. Let's just leave it at that. All right, so page 26. So when UMG is talking about how there's no consumer harm, I would argue his bodyguard's a consumer. I would argue Drake's a consumer technically. Like Drake is probably listening to Kendrick's music as we speak. He's probably listening to this like, man, how did I let size 7 get me in this rap battle? Like imagine letting somebody who is not tall enough to go on most of the rides at the fair getting the upper hand on you. Like, ain't that insane if you think about it? Anyways, page 27. All right, so here we go. Page 27. Failure to state a claim. They're going at Drake again, of course, saying that Not Like Us doesn't involve deceptive consumer acts. I don't want to keep reiterating the same thing, so we're going to keep going. They're saying the same thing. I find it very interesting how this entire lawsuit, we're breaking this down page by page. This entire lawsuit, not once, doesn't mention the bots. Like, am I tripping? Hold on, let me make sure. Bots. Let me see. Pay for play. Oh, here we go. Okay, so page 30. Oh, okay, so I'm jumping ahead. Okay, they get into it. At page 30 or 32, now they're addressing the bots. Now, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like the defamation part, like, okay, we understand that's a stretch, right? Like, Drake's a little Mr. Fantastic with the reach on the defamation part of the lawsuit. But let's get to the pay for play, buddy. let's get to what you settled for back in 2006 when it came to the New York Attorney General's office, right? As far as settling for $12 million for pay to play tactics. How about you write multiple pages about defending that allegation, right? They're really focusing on defamatory, which makes it seem like they're just going crazy on Drake, when at the end of the day, the main thing that I think that Drake could, or the main thing I think could win Drake the case, they want to address it at a page 30 of 32, which is insane. All right, so I don't want to jump ahead. But anyways, let's get back into UMG only focusing on defamation, which I think is a huge mistake. UMG reiterates that Not Like Us lyrics and video lacks provable falsity. Okay, they keep saying the same thing. Oh, conclusion. Okay, they have a conclusion now. Page 30. Conclusion. UMG urges dismissal, arguing that Drake's allegations are insufficient under, and then again to lawyer talk, right? Rule 12B6 Twombly 2007. The Fuse promotion is protected speech under NY anti-slap laws, and no actionable harm is shown, reinforcing UMG's defense. Okay. I think the bots was in this part. Let me see. Type this in again. Pay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's get into the pay for play part, because that's all I care about. Let me see. Has also received information that UMG engaged in classic pay for play. Okay, so what is left? Let me see. After subtracting the bogus streaming. Oh, okay, here we go. They calling it bogus. They said after subtracting the bogus stream manipulation theory is equally spurious. Ooh, okay, I ain't never heard that word. As an initial matter, all of the remaining allegations are made on informative and belief without stating the basis, therefore. Drake has also received information that UMG engaged in the classic pay-for-play scheme by playing to increase the airplay of the recording on the radio. Okay, did they reject that, or they're just saying what Drake says? On information belief, UMG employed a similar scheme by paying social media influencers to promote and endorse the recording and video. UMG employed a similar scheme by paying social media influencers to promote and endorse the recording and video. I don't really have nothing to say to that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyways, let's keep going. Pay for play. Second, Drake. Okay, so this is page 31. All right, we're gonna skip. Goodness, they really do not focus on pay to play at all. Mind you, pay for play is 5 times throughout this lawsuit. The first one comes in at page 25 of 32. Second time pay to play is mentioned is page 30 of 32. And then that's the third, fourth time it's mentioned. And the fifth time it's mentioned is page 31 of 32. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're trying to make a response, why are you focusing on the main thing that is not even the biggest threat to you? Like the defamation part of the lawsuit, I don't even think is a case, right? I'm talking about the pay for play tactics and the payola argument that Drake is literally getting other third party entities to look into iHeart, to look into this matter, which they've came up with some stuff before, which is why you had to settle in 2006. Why not focus more of the rebuttal to disproving Drake's claims that you are using payola or implementing payola tactics? Very interesting. But if you type in defamation, right? So pay to play is not anywhere in here, right? I mean, it's in here 5 times, but as far as throughout the lawsuit, it's barely in here, right? You type in bots, they don't name bots at all. Oh, actually, here we go. Bots, page 29. All right. The centerpiece of this claim was utterly false. Okay. Utterly false assertion that UMG used bots to stream Not Like Us. Drake based his theory on a claim that an anonymous individual alleged on a Twitch stream. Dang, so they could plug, what was it called? They could plug Happy Power, or what is it? They could plug a pop culture happy hour, but they can't plug academics. Anyways, let's keep going. Individual alleged on Twitch stream that Kendrick Lamar's label, Interscope, paid him via third parties to use bots to achieve over 30 million in streams on Spotify in the initial days following the Not Like Us release. But this claim is then directly refuted by the very source that Drake cites in the Twitch stream. Man, academics getting multiple shout outs. I mean, without his name involved. The anonymous speaker, already a dubious story. They call this little boy a villain. Cause I was in that stream. I know what stream they're talking about. Basically, I'm not even gonna call him a little boy. Like, he sounded young. But whoever was doing this was talking about how they made like a crazy amount of money just running these systems for other people, which is implemented more than you think to uplift status, right? But they're saying that the same person that said that Kendrick was using bots also refuted his own claims, basically saying that he was hired by Anthony Saleh, who is Kendrick Lamar's manager, and UMG Interscope are never accused. Huh? Hold on now. I know I ain't. Did I read that right? Hold on. Did UMG just say that UMG / Interscope were never accused? Because, okay, they do say that it's a false assertion, right? They say that the source refuted himself. No. They said that him saying that he got it from Kendrick Lamar's manager refutes the claim that UMG was involved in the bots. But it doesn't refute whatever went on with between Anthony Saleh and the dubious source. That's just, who uses dubious? Like, that's how you know a lawyer is talking. Like, this man just went to the dictionary and just started throwing words at the wall. A dubious source, going back to the academic stream. It's very interesting because he's literally saying, it's not us. Don't put us in that. But all I'm going to say is, if you want to know who he was talking about, Anthony Saleh, who they named with quotation marks, that's Kendrick Lamar's manager.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
They are basically letting you know, hey, if you really have some type of credible evidence that payola or bots was involved, there he is, officer. In quotation marks. And that's Kendrick Lamar's manager. UMG didn't even say that they was clean. They didn't say Kendrick Lamar's team was clean. They basically said them inserting us and whatever they had to do is wrong. And if you want to go back to the source that claimed that they was using bots, just know that he was talking about Anthony Saleh, who was Kendrick Lamar's manager. UMG and Interscope are never accused. Hey, that's top tier snitching right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, if they had McDonald's and Chick-fil-A on deck, they probably wouldn't have gave them Chick-fil-A for that type of intel. Anyways, after UMG notified Drake's counsel of the falsity of Drake's accusation via a Rule 11 letter and accompanying Rule 11 motion, Drake conceded the falsity and agreed to withdraw and correct the meritless allegation. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Using quotation marks for withdraw and correct, ending that quote, and then following it with the meritless allegation, that's how the public gets confused. Because then they like, oh, Drake never had a case, when withdraw and correct could be referring to anything. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, that's so blatantly misguiding the masses, which is why people don't like when people have a motive when telling the information. Like, sometimes just giving it straight to the people and letting them decide is the best route. And right here, putting these type of withdraw and correct in quotations, and then following that up with the meritless allegations, is almost like you trying to spin a narrative. But, you know, that's what this whole lawsuit is for. So anyways, I ain't mad at it. You know, I guess somebody got to do it. To be clear, UMG disputes the contention that anyone paid for or otherwise used bots. Oh, okay, here we go. So they put this in the notes. So they put this at the bottom of the book. Like, after they got done pointing the finger, saying like, hey, if it's anybody, it's Kendrick's manager that should be in hot water. In the footnotes, you know, just like at the movie credits where nobody reads. So they basically, in the whole movie, they was like, hey, you should go to that person if you want the real information. Now, in the credits that nobody reads, they're basically saying, to be clear, UMG disputes the contention that anyone paid for bots to inflate streams of Not Like Us, as there's no evidence of any such stream manipulation and the record evidence filed in a separate legal proceeding. But in all these paragraphs right here, they basically saying they singing a totally different tune, trying to clear their name, but basically saying that the source that he's using is talking about Kendrick's manager, Anthony Saleh. And that discussion never involves UMG / Interscope. It's an evil world we live in. And that's the only mention of bots in this entire lawsuit. Drake definitely has his strongest case when it comes to the payola aspect. But as far as the defamation, I ain't gonna lie, it is laughable. And that's probably why they spent 20 plus pages even dive into that accusation. So the conclusion, let's go to page 31. Let's see. So the conclusion, UMG reiterated that Drake's defamation and harassment claims fail under Rule 12b-6, Twombly 2007. And the Not Like Us lyrics are protected speech, lacking provable falsity or... You know what? I just realized I was mispronouncing provable the whole time. I said probable. I think I said probable. I don't know. This whole review has been half serious, half not. So anyways, provable falsity or actual malice, Brian V. Richardson, 1995. And of course, we go on to say that UMG's legal team. Oh, okay. So then they get into the list of Avengers they have to go against Drake. So this is the whole Avengers, if you just want to know. Back when I reviewed the Drake case, let me see if I can find that right quick. Did I throw it away? Let me see. So right here? Oh, here it is. All right, here's the Drake case. All right, so basically, you go all the way to the bottom. You know, Drake signed that thing himself. You know what I mean? I don't know what Lucian Grange at, but as far as Drake putting the lawsuit on wax, he was letting you know, like, hey, I got my lawsuit right here. I'm a proud snitch. I am a proud truth teller. I will forever and always stamp this lawsuit because of me wanting to get my bag from UMG one way or another. So at the end of this lawsuit, I ain't gonna lie, it says a counsel for defendant UMG recordings. Lucian Grange couldn't have been bothered to sign this himself. And I understand that's the most powerful man in the music industry. So, you know, at some point you got to be like, hey, it's beneath me. You know what I mean? He probably looked at that lawsuit.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And went about his day. You know, he was probably thinking like, hold on, how many millions have we made?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And he probably just went about his day. He ain't even thinking about this. So anyways, that's the whole lawsuit, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We went over in time. But of course, when it comes to me breaking down the lawsuit, I didn't want to cut it short. I wanted to give y'all the full analysis, page by page, let you know what's happening in this lawsuit. Because at the end of the day, you can disagree with my sentiments, but me showcasing the full lawsuit, me breaking it down the way I did, showcasing how UMG is really just focusing on the defamation part. That's why I believe that Drake has more credence when it comes to the bots and the pay for play tactics, because that was sparingly referred to and disputed, but the defamation they disputed like on 20 plus pages. But bots and payola only got like 2 to 3 pages in the entire lawsuit, which I think is very interesting. So when this ultimate case happens, when does this actually happen? There's a TCPA hearing. Oh, it's coming up soon. 4 days after Assassin's Creed launch. And also, I will use this as the opportunity to plug. I will be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I know people like my Split Fiction gameplay and my Astrobot gameplay. I will be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows Thursday. Just click my link tree in my bio for my platforms I stream on. But, you know, just to say it out loud for people listening, I'm live on both my YouTube channels. I'm live on Twitch, Kick, and Twitter. Just type in Analytic Dreamz with a Z. Follow me on any of those streaming platforms and get to watch me play Assassin's Creed when it comes out Thursday. So anyways, this TCPA hearing is happening 4 days after Assassin's Creed Shadows come out, and basically is aiming to uncover evidence of defamation, fraud, and antitrust trust violations tied to the track's unprecedented streaming and radio success. Ladies and gentlemen, when March 24th happens, 2025, I'm going to be glued to my television because I don't even know if they're going to televise it. I doubt it. But I know there's going to be those press members who, like Milagros type media heads, to go into those courtrooms and basically give us a recap of what happened. So I can't wait for that. And with that being said, hopefully y'all enjoyed my in-depth deep dive on this lawsuit. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about me diving into this UMG lawsuit and basically talking about how they rebutted a bunch of things that Drake claimed in his lawsuit? And what is your overall takeaway from this UMG and Drake war going on right now? And which side are you on? You know, I grew up non-confrontational and always treated this game as a sport when my pen won gold. But these days, the podium has been hard for all of us to ignore. Period. I understand that this next chapter may leave you feeling uneasy, comma, but I hope you see my honesty as clarity, not charity, that answers some questions, especially about the unanswered texts you've been sending me. Period. Now I already know what y'all thinking. Drake's the GOAT, mascot of hip hop, all that. Oh, y'all wasn't thinking that? Oh, my fault. So anyways, as a Drake fan, y'all already know that this next Drake album, I believe, is going to be some of his best work. I believe when rappers go through a tumultuous time, and obviously Drake has had that type of experience, especially in 2024. I don't think a rapper has ever done to another rapper what Kendrick did to Drake. Not Pac to Biggie, not 50, or not Kanye to 50, not 50 to Ja Rule. I believe what Kendrick did to Drake, not even Ice Cube to NWA, can compare to the amount of turmoil that White Tank Top, I always forget his name, what Kendrick did to Drake, as far as verbally mutilating him to the point where now he is suing the label that he is under, and it's very unthinkable because it's a defamation lawsuit for the track that lost him the battle in the Kendrick-Drake war. Now, of course, life has to go on, right? You win some, you lose some, but you indeed have to live to fight another day. Now, the reason I say all this is simply because Drake's next album is going to be a classic. Now, if it's not classic, I'll just come out and say it's not classic, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if y'all been noticing, but Some Sexy Songs for You has been growing on a lot of people. And for the haters, even Charlamagne, he was like, I'm not even going to speak on the album because I have to be a Drake hater. Now, that should let you know the type of vitriol that some people have towards Drake, whether warranted or not warranted. That's the type of vitriol that they have. I mean, Joseph Anthony Budden literally asked the public, the masses on his ginormous platform, who is out here wearing Nike tights? Because he keeps on emphasizing Drake's infatuation with younger girls. If y'all don't know, Joseph Anthony Budden laid the groundwork for Pusha T and Kendrick to fly. You know how they say you gotta crawl before you walk before you run? Well, Anthony Button did everything in between to let Pusha T and Kendrick fly off at the mouth and send the most egregious shots ever put on wax towards Aubrey Graham. Now, did Drake ask for it? Of course he did. But we have to realize that Joseph Anthony Button is the epitome of what Drake's downfall was as far as the rap battle. Because he and his disses towards Drake. Yes, Joseph Anthony Button used to be a rapper, for those who are young. Joe Budden had some of the most masterful tracks when it came to Drake disses. And bits and pieces of that was used in Kendrick's rebuttal. As far as Pusha T, not as much, because the kid angle was a new thing. We didn't even know about that, right? But as far as Kendrick, he took a lot of things that Joseph said and he used it in his disses towards Drake. I mean, even Rick Ross. And we all know that people sided with Drake on the Rick Ross versus Drake battle, right? Even Rick Ross, the whole surgery angle, as far as his nose and as far as his stomach, Joe Budden Ben said that in his disses towards Drake. Now, of course, if you want to look up the Joe Drake disses, it's going to be kind of hard because I don't think it's really on DSP. Let me see. Drake diss. I mean, he had a bunch of them, right? Making a Murderer, Part 1. Wake, right? I think he made a track titled Just Because, Afraid. Like, he had a lot of things that he put out. But essentially, Wake and Making a Murderer is probably the two tracks you need to listen to. And I think if you're a younger listener, right, and don't even know that Joe Budden used to rap and was probably one of the better ones to do it, they will be pleasantly surprised on the amount of quality that Making a Murderer Part 1 was, and of course Wake. Now, of course, why am I saying all that? Because in the aftermath of this battle, Drake is still battling it out with Kendrick as GNX dethroned Some Sexy Songs for You from #1. If you didn't know, Drake went #1 with Party Next Door in the album Some Sexy Songs for You, which is a phenomenal album to the point where, and I've given it some time, to the point where we may have to put this in the top 5 Drake albums in his discography. Because if you think about it, Party Next Door has been openly the writer for Drake when it comes to a lot of these R&B tracks. Obviously, Drake has his own pen and things of that nature. But Party Next Door, I would say, is like the R&B Quentin Miller to Drake, right? And what Weeknd did for Drake as far as his Take Care album, I think Party Next Door has did for Drake in his entire career. So Party Next Door and Drake having such a classic body of work shouldn't be as of a surprise to a lot of people, because Party Next Door knows how Drake wants to sound because he's been implementing that sound for the longest. And Drake's been using it for himself, right? It's almost as if Party Next Door is to Drake what The Dream is to Beyonce. But of course, Drake also writes his own tracks, because I'm a Drake fan. I have to defend him. You know what I mean? He do be writing his own tracks to the point where he's made some of the he's written for Kanye, he's written for Beyonce. Kanye even came out and said he's one of the greatest writers he's ever worked with when referring to Drake. So it's not like this man's pen is just trash. He has a little help on the V's, right? He has a little help. The collaborative effort, right? So anyways, the reason why I say that is because Party Next Door and Drake, Some Sexy Songs for You, went #1, right? Then Kendrick Lamar GNX came out of nowhere like Superman, just completely dethroned the album, and still to this day is the #1 album in the world, currently selling around 90,000 units, while Party Next Door and Drake sold around 89,000 units. Now, I wonder why the discrepancy is so minimal. It's almost as if, let me chill. You know what I mean? The lawsuit going to handle that, right? But let's just say Kendrick's team is phenomenal. His marketing team needs to go up there with the 96, 97 Bulls, because what they are doing as far as performing, they are doing it. Let's just put it like that, right? I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying Kendrick is putting on a phenomenal display on what a marketing team could do for your career while already being a superstar in the game, right? So anyways, if you didn't know, Drake is currently putting out another solo album. Now, of course, when I said Some Sexy Songs for You was coming out in 2 weeks and it ended up coming out in like 4 weeks. So technically I was around the mark. But the way I knew that, you know what I mean? The world may never know. Maybe I'm just making stuff up, right? So anyways, Drake is going to put out a solo album this year, right? It's probably going to be towards the tail end of this year. Maybe, you know, there's a certain game that's going to be released, GTA 6, and that has a estimated release date, right? I'm just going to leave it at that. So anyways, maybe, you know, it may co-align or come around that time, right? I don't know. I'm just making stuff up, honestly. So anyways, Drake also, the main reason I want to get into Drake, pause, is that 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming up, right? And basically, the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, talked about the idea of Drake headlining the World Cup final halftime show. So there's a lot of different performers, I believe. And basically, with the World Cup, Drake's name even being floated about as far as being a performer, you already know what we have to compare that to. Kendrick Lamar performed at the Super Bowl, which is the biggest event in American history as far as entertainment, right? Super Bowl is the biggest event as far as the engagement and things of that nature. So now if you perform at the World Cup, you essentially are now putting yourself on a grand scale that's the world, because now soccer is the most popular sport when the entire earth is involved. Football is the most popular sport when it comes to Americans. So it'll be a pivotal move if Drake ended up performing at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. Really nothing too crazy. As far as Drake and his run on the charts, obviously he has the second most popular album in the world with Some Sexy Songs for You. People think we just talk about Drake for the love of it, right? Like he's not one of the top performers in hip hop. I mean, I've talked about Tate McRae. I've talked about Chino Packers. I've talked about Bollywood artists. I've talked about everybody who impacts the masses, but seemingly is only pointed out when you talk about Drake, right? As far as the continuation or the consistency. So people have to realize that Drake is one of the more popular artists in the world. It's Drake, Taylor Swift, and Bad Bunny, and then it's the rest of the artists, right? Kendrick's having a phenomenal year, but I like to compare Kendrick to Kawhi Leonard. You never know when he's going to go on his 3 to 4 year hiatus, which he literally did before putting out Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, right? So when it comes to Drake's involvement with FIFA, he basically acknowledged it, and the FIFA president said he should have his number saved, talking about Drake, and the potential to capitalize on the Drake versus Lamar beef could end up happening with Drake headlining the World Cup final halftime show. Now, the first World Cup hosted by Canada, US, and Mexico is, set to happen. Yeah, to feature, okay, so basically, in totality, right? The first World Cup hosted by Canada, US, and Mexico, which will have a Super Bowl-esque type halftime show, would be July 19th, 2026. And the audience is expected to be 2 billion with the B viewers. So 2 billion viewers, which is 20x the Super Bowl's reach. I wonder what type of sense that would make for Drake coming off of what Kendrick just did to him on the Super Bowl halftime show, which is why I criticized the halftime show the way I did. I believe Kendrick should have went through a lot of his classics and then got to Not Like Us, right? Because Not Like Us should have been played. Don't get it twisted. But as far as my coverage of Kendrick's Super Bowl halftime show, if you just type in Super Bowl Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up my coverage of that. I literally had my own track list, because even though I come with complaints about his performance, I had solutions as far as my own track list. And it literally had his classics, and then Not Like Us needed to be sprinkled throughout the track list. But because of his involvement of creating PG Lane, he wanted to have as little TDE tracks as possible, which is why I believe he has 7 to 8 tracks off of GNX. Who in the world wants to hear GNX 6 to 7 times when it's a Super Bowl performance, right? So that was my whole sentiment, and of course, people ran with it. But with that being said, I do believe Drake is going to headline the FIFA World Cup that is set to happen. What was the date again? Set to happen July 19th, 2026. As far as sport books, so Drake is at plus 150 odds to headline, trailing Coldplay at minus 300. So it's not a automatic lock that Drake's going to perform, but it's definitely being teased and thrown around that he may perform at the FIFA World Cup, which I think would be phenomenal. But of course, we have to wait to see what Drake ends up doing with that type of exposure. Like I said, 2 billion viewers will be there for the FIFA World Cup. 20x times the Super Bowl. So, well, that's redundant. 20 times the Super Bowl. So, with that being said, very interesting. Just wanted to break that down because I think Drake headlining the FIFA World Cup final halftime show would be very interesting. And I would be interested to see what discourse comes about that type of performance. So, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake versus Kendrick in general? What do you think about this IG post? This IG post talking about his next album making people feel uneasy. And do you believe that Drake will end up headlining the first World Cup halftime? Do you think Drake will end up headlining the World Cup final halftime show when it ends up happening July 19th, 2026? Now, it must be the age of prison releases. And the reason I say that is because NBA YoungBoy just released an entire album from prison, right? But as far as this particular album, as far as more leaks, it seems like it's older music that YoungBoy recorded that's being put out. But of course, when it comes to this specific segment, Mr. Daystar Peterson himself, aka Tory Lanez, yes, ladies and gentlemen, recorded an entire album specifically from jail, even having all type of relevant callbacks in his verses to make it apparent that he's recording in prison. So there's a difference between YoungBoy's album from prison that's essentially older music that was stored and put out to the masses after he went to prison, versus Tory Lanez recording a lot of his verses in prison, even giving all type of stories on his prison, on him serving his prison time. Because if you don't know, this man currently is serving 10 years in prison, and that is for the 2020 shooting of Megan Thee Stallion. So Tory Lanez putting out an album titled Peterson is very interesting because, of course, he already had an album out that's basically the prelude to this album titled Daystar. Now, when Daystar came out, it came out September 25th, 2020. But then, of course, now the sequel, Peterson, is out, and it's solely him giving his recollection of stories from his prison sentence, right? How is this happening? That's probably the biggest question you're wondering. How does somebody in prison record an album that sounds like this? Because, of course, if you listen to the album, it's phenomenal. From a vocal standpoint, from the verse, the bridges, the chorus, it's like Tory Lanez was in an actual studio recording this. Now, this is just to answer your question, right? This is essentially the evolution of technology. When I tell you that AI has led to unthinkable possibilities, this is one of them. So as far as the evolution of technology, that is how this Tory Lanez album can sound like it sounds, as far as being directly from a studio, but also him having actual bars and verses from his prison time being served currently, and it's sounding like him. Because one could say, oh, somebody else could just fill in his verses, right? But then, how come it sounds directly like Tory Lanez? And that's where AI comes into play. I think what happened was Tory Lanez probably had a lot of people helping him from a vocal standpoint, as far as he would record the verses over the phone, right? And then train the AI to learn his voice and vocal inflections, and then have somebody go into the studio probably lay down whatever he had in the studio, and then after they took whoever recorded his verse in the studio, they took the AI and the training they used to mimic his voice and basically put that in place. I think, obviously I'm just guessing, I think that is what happened as far as how Tory Lanez is able to put out an album from prison that sounds like him and is straight up studio quality. I thought we was about to get some raspy phone quality. Well, I thought we was finna get Nokia Part 2. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, as far as this album, I thought the audio quality was gonna be very subpar, and that is far from the case. So I know the biggest question coming from this Peterson album that's now out on all DSPs is probably going to be people wondering how in the world is he recording from prison. I mean, didn't what was his name, Lucius from Empire, from Empire, didn't he show y'all that, you know, sometimes they let you, you know, have a little bit of freedom in prison to record, right? So the prison guard probably listening to Tory Lanez lay down some verses over the phone, and he probably like, you know what, that kind of sound fire. And then to the point where now they're promoting the music, right? They're promoting the album, and people are like, these snippets sound so fire, they may just have to keep him in prison. No, I'm just joking with that one. But of course, when it comes to the quality, it took everybody by storm because he's actually saying things that's up to date. It's not like, oh, he's talking about stuff from 2020, 2021 to 2022. There's a lot of things up to date in today's age that he's talking about. And literally one of the standouts from my first impressions of listening to the album, I would say, is Verdict Day times Lawyer Fees. That specific track, I think, is the epitome of what I'm talking about as far as up-to-date verses, somebody who sounds like Tory Lanez, and of course up-to-date bars from Tory Lanez's perspective on his, not only his prison sentence, but also the way that his entire trial went, as far as some of the things that he believes led him to be guilty. And I thought that was phenomenal. So that's essentially my answer on how he was able to have this sound like so much like studio, like he was recording in the studio, but he's like actually in prison. Like, he's currently serving a 10-year prison sentence. It's not like they left him out on bail to come to and from the studio, right? So that is essentially what I think is happening. And at the end of the day, Peterson is still a phenomenal listen, and it does not drop drastically in quality like I thought it was. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias, what do you think about Tory Lanez's Peterson album that's out now on all DSPs? And also, if you don't think I'm correct as far as my theory on how he had this sound so high quality, what do you think he did to have an album that he recorded in prison sound like studio quality? You know, as far as the lifespan of this podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, there's sentiments that you make that sometimes come true. And then other times you make a bold prediction and it's just flat out wrong, right? So specifically, when it comes to Playboi Carti, I do admit the way that I've covered Playboi Carti, especially depicting his status in the music industry as of minimal value to the overall culture, has been incorrect because of the way his fan base showed up for him. Time and time again, this man has manipulated, lied, and continued to just use smoke and mirrors throughout the process of putting out this album music, to the point where I thought he was hiding from DSPs because he didn't have the status to be able to sell units by himself. Because usually, whenever I'm talking about these certain things, like, I always like to bring up the first week sales. Now with Playboi Carti, of first week sales, now look. So we're gonna get to I Am Music, the album, in a second, because it did phenomenal, which is why, you know, You got to give credit when credit is due, and this man earned all the credit in the world, which is why we're talking about him the way we are today. As when I was making my predictions, I was looking at the charts, trying to see his history of first week sales. Do y'all not know that Playboi Carti back in 2017, the self-titled album Playboi Carti, sold 28,000 units first week. Die Lit in 2018 sold 61,000 units first week. Whole Lot of Red in 2020 debuted. Well, of course, these all went. No, actually. Yeah, this was his first number one. So Whole Lot of Red in 2020 was his first number one, and it had 100,000 units first week. But the main thing with that is, I'm letting y'all know that I was going off previous data when I was saying that I believe his status is not as important in the hip hop culture, right? Nowadays, we see fully how pivotal he is as far as influence and just generating engagement from the masses, as his latest album music ended up selling 298,000 units first week. Now, of course, when it comes from different sites and multiple of them are saying 298,000, but then a few of them are saying 302,000. I'm just going to go with 298,000 because that's what I saw Billboard and chart data report. So Carti is claiming that he actually sold 320,000 units, citing that his physical sales were not included in the initial tally. So not only did he already do phenomenal numbers with 298,000 first week, but he's also saying that 320,000 of those units was, not 300. He was also saying that approximately 20,000 of those units wasn't even counted because of his physical sales. And Billboard saying like, we're not going to let that count towards your first week sales. So that's very interesting. But the main thing that you need to know is that Carti put out an album that was one of the biggest streaming weeks for a rap album since Drake's For All the Dogs. Music had 384 million streams in a week. 384 million streams in a week. Drake's album For All the Dogs, which holds the number one slot because he's the GOAT, right? I mean, my fault. So Drake's album For All the Dogs is 514 million streams. So this album music is doing numbers that I didn't even think was possible, especially coming from Playboi Carti. Now, the main thing I wanted to get at was him being under UMG and UMG already being the big dogs in the music industry. But since Playboi Carti has delivered one of the most impactful hip hop albums in the past 5 years, safe to say UMG's overall market share would have increased, right? Well, of course it did. A whopping 60% goes to UMG now in the music market share, and I'm attributing that to Carti. Obviously not the whole 60%, but before Carti dropped, I believe it was in the 50 to 55% range. So to raise it by 5 to 10% is still a significant jump for one particular artist, which is why I'm saying that Playboi Carti delivered. And as far as the episode title being that he ultimately gave us something that was so culturally enhanced that it was undeniable, which is why these numbers are through the roof. To me, predicting how the sales was going to come out, it was just the wrong prediction, but I do stand by it. By the time as of that time, looking at the data, like I just said, as far as his previous first week sales, I was like, there's no way he's even coming close to what Drake and GNX did and things of that nature, right? And to put up this amount of first week sales is insane. Like, if Jermaine puts out an album, I'm saying the same thing, because now that I've seen this, I'm like, hold on now. Don't tell me that Playboi Carti is going to be part of the big three leaving Jermaine out, because if Jermaine drops whatever he's going to put out, right? Just so you know, he's still in hip hop timeout. It hasn't changed. Like, hold up now. Let me go to this. As of, let's see, how you spell minute? 7 minute. Okay, there we go. April 5th, 2024, ladies and gentlemen. He's been in hip hop timeout from then to now, right? It's March 31st, 2025. And I said the way he could get out of hip hop timeout, you know, as far as completely disrespecting the sport of hip hop and not engaging when that person was literally talking about you and he was also on your level as far as one of the greatest rappers to ever live, if not the greatest at this point, as far as the resume that Kendrick's been putting together. For you to put out a diss track, take it back, and then at your festival, say that, hey, we all love Kendrick, I love Kendrick too, and then just completely backtrack. It's like you understood that your time in the big three was coming to an end. Because I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but hip hop hasn't been popping like that on the charts. Drake and Kendrick has really been uplifting hip hop throughout this entire year. I know we're only 3 to 4 months in, but the facts are the facts. Kendrick's GNX is in the top 5. Drake's album, Some Sexy Songs for You, is in the top 5. And guess what the other artists are? Selena Gomez, shout out to SZA, Sabrina, Lady Gaga, Bad Bunny, Morgan Wallen, Tate McRae. I haven't named the hip hop artist yet. Chappelle Rowan, The Weeknd, shout out to The Weeknd, Billie Eilish, Morgan Wallen again, Doechii. What is Doechii doing out here? I ain't gonna lie. When Doechii had those first week sales, when she first put out her album, Alligator Bites Never Heal, when she sold like 2 copies first week. I mean, it wasn't 2 copies, but you know, just being a little facetious. To see it on here as the 15th most played album is very interesting. I mean, she sold more now than she did when she first put out the album. Interesting. Okay, so Dochi. Then we got Taylor Swift, Noah Kahan, Gracie Abrams. Y'all get the point, right? A lot of mayonnaise and queso in this top 10 to top 50 list when it comes to musicians. And where are the hip hop artists? Nowhere to be found. That is why I'm saying, as far as the big three, I think Jermaine has always been overrated. Drake and Kendrick have been uplifting what we really look at as far as impactful hip hop musicians for quite some time. And this year alone should tell you that there's no big three, or else there's no need to put Jermaine in that because he hasn't earned it. Like, I think it's just becoming more apparent that at this point, it feels like I'm just preaching to the choir. Like, I think everybody have received what I was saying at this point in time. I think they are finally understood. Well, they've been understood. But if I keep going, they're going to be like, hey, you preaching to the choir. You know, already convinced us. Like, Jermaine is nowhere to be found. What big three is there? It's like if LeBron and D-Wade had like Mario Chalmers a part of the big three. Like, hold up now. Let's go look at the numbers. That don't add up. So anyways, back to Carti. Because this is basically me talking about how I was wrong about the predictions of Playboi Carti's first week sales. I wasn't like terribly wrong, but I was a little off. Like I said, I think he would sell 180 to 210,000. He ended up selling 298,000 first week. So, you know, there's a big discrepancy in that. If it was like 5 to 10, I would have been correct, but I was way off with that prediction. So, with the overall charting data, Playboi Carti had every single track charting on Billboard. And before y'all say, oh, they just wouldn't, like, because that's basically, I was going to be like, hold up now, let me come in and say it was his opening week, and then it's going to fall off. Because the anticipation, if you don't know, was through the roof. Like, the way he delayed his album and somehow it added or enhanced to the overall spectacle that was the music album release. Now, in the second week, he is still number one, selling 129,000 units. So you can't even say that, oh, it was just hype, that's why people are listening to it. People are still streaming it to this day. And to not have a significant drop-off, obviously going from 298 to 129 is a drop-off, but it's not the biggest drop-off in the world. And it's not, it's basically normal for these type of drop-offs to happen, because week after week, people are going to not listen to it as much. So to still hold the number one spot with 129,000 units sold, like, I don't think y'all are paying attention to Travis Scott, but he put out some type of track or album and went to number one literally and dropped off the next day. I think it was like the fastest track that, hold on, let me look this up, because y'all gonna think I'm making this up. Travis Scott had the fastest number one drop off. Let me see if that pulls it up. So, in general, you know how Onika Tanya Mirage?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
You know how Onika Tanya Mirage came out and basically said that Travis Scott is out here selling shirts, socks, and hoodies, right? Travis Scott he broke the record for the fastest drop off from #1 in Billboard history. I wonder how that happened. As days before the rodeo had the #1 slot, right? And completely, not like went to 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, 30, 40. No, dropped completely off of the Billboard 200 the next week. And this marked the first time in history an album dropped from #1 to off the charts entirely. This is Billboard reporting this. You can't make this stuff up. Setting the record for the biggest fall off ever on Billboard 200. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're a fan and you want to get under Travis Scott's skin, just let him know, hey, you set a record. And it was for the fastest fall off in Billboard 200 history. You know what I mean? He'll be completely flabbergasted. He'll be thinking you're about to give him a compliment, like, yeah, you know what I mean? I did break a lot of records. And then you tell him that he may have to Will Smith you, know what I'm saying? He may have to do to you what he did to that dude in the WWE arena. So, all jokes aside, I do like Travis music. I just had to point that out because that was insane. Like, if there's one thing that Nicki does, is she's going to keep it 8 more than 92.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
All right, so let's get back to Playboi Carti. So, all jokes aside, this man has really cemented himself in hip hop history because if you look at the overall charts as far as hip hop first week sales, let me see if I can find this. Playboi Carti made history as one of the biggest releases ever because the biggest first week debuts by hip hop acts in Spotify history was, of course, Drake. And of course, Drake again. And of course, you know, he's a GOAT. You know what I mean? Sometimes I say Drake's a GOAT and people think I just be making this up. So Drake was Certified Lover Boy, had 589 million first week, right? Scorpion had, not million, I'm tripping. Streams. We're getting to streams for from Spotify. I don't even want to get into Spotify. I want to get into the actual first weeks. See if I can find this. 2020. Oh my goodness. All the way back in 2021. How did that happen? Okay, so let me find this by typing this in. Okay. Hip hop first week sales overview. Well, no. This is top 10 in past. Let's just do 15 years. 15 years, that's a long time, ain't it? For the youngins out there, they're like, 15 years, you old. Not just playing. All right. So the full list, right, is of course Drake. Is of course Drake again, and then we have Eminem with Recovery, because that came out. Oh, that came out 2010. Just made the cut. Then you have Eminem again. You have Lil Wayne, and then you have Playboi Carti. This can't be right. Nah, this can't be right at all. Because I know Kendrick with Damn. I know he put up big numbers. Oh, Kendrick's Damn is on here. Is that 603,000 though? Yeah, why is Playboi Carti's up here? Oh my goodness. Okay, so we had Drake with Views, Drake with Scorpion, Kendrick with Damn, Jermaine with 2014 Forest Hills Drive, Travis Scott with Utopia, Tyler the Creator with Chromacopia, Lil Wayne the Carter 4, Eminem the Marshall Mathers LP2, Eminem Recovery. I'm just letting you know the albums that made history as far as the top 10 first week sales, right? Playboi Carti is in the midst of that with his album music. So the other albums that I just listed off, just think of that and what that did for you as far as impact wise, and compare that to Playboi Carti's album music, because obviously times are different. Units are counted considerably different, very different from the past. And so just to be named along with those albums is supreme company, and it's why I wanted to come out and put respect on Playboi Carti's name, because I never go off just biased takes or biased analytics. I try to look at the objective facts and then make my opinion or give my statement from there. So now all type of objective stacks in front of my face as far as Playboi Carti having success on the charts. I mean, charting every single one of his tracks on the Billboard. I think it was in let me see, his lowest charting track is Walk, which is the 96th most played track in the world, but his most popular track is Evil Jordan, and that's currently the second most popular track in the world. Obviously, it's subjected to change. But if I went through the list of all the tracks he has charting currently, we would be here for a while. So let's just put it like this. Playboi Carti has every single track from music on the charts. That is insane. And his second week, because, you know, like I said, it's very possible to have a great first week and completely fall off like Travis Scott did, making history, right? Let's go back. Travis Scott made history. the biggest fall off ever on Billboard, and the biggest fall off ever in Billboard history as far as his album Days Before the Rodeo. So going to number one and dropping off significantly could happen. Obviously, Travis Scott is the most extreme example with Days Before the Rodeo, because that went to number one and completely fell off the charts. Just letting y'all know that it's possible to have a drastic drop after having phenomenal first week sales. So Playboi Carti's music album sold 123,000 first week units, right? No. Playboi Carti's music album sold 298,000 first week units. And then his second week, he had 129,000 units first week, still making it his premier album that he's been rolling it out to be this entire time. So really, he's been proven right as of today. And we'll have to see for the foreseeable future what this means for his career, because at this point in time, Playboi Carti is a legit superstar in the music industry. Now, before I wasn't ready to say that because he wasn't putting out too much. He wasn't putting out music by himself that was charting high. It was always with a Kanye. It was always with a Travis Scott. It was always with The Weeknd. It was never by himself. I never seen a Playboi Carti track go up on the charts by himself. So now that he's done that with the album music, now I'm ready to say, are we ready to put Playboi Carti as a superstar level artist in hip hop? There's Drake, there's Kendrick, and now it might be Playboi Carti as far as the hierarchy of culture being considered. Because obviously, you know, you still have your Tyler, the Creators, and things of that nature. But, and shout out to Tyler, the Creator. I think I saw his album too. His album was, let me see. So if I can spell Tyler right, here we go. Tyler, the Creator, Chromacopia is the 21st most played album in the world. So he's still charting high. So Tyler, the Creator is still in that big three, in my opinion. So those are the superstars in today's game. And I think we should probably focus on those superstars to uplift other artists or uplift their discography. Because guess what? If we keep letting, and there's no, you know, disrespect, because I cover all genres, but the Gracie Abrams, you know, the Tate McRae's, you feel me? Like the Sabrina Carpenters, like if they keep running the game, we're going to pivot away from hip hop. And then guess what? Nobody's going to be hearing a lot of high production or high value hip hop music because they're not making that much as far as in turn when it comes to revenue. So the main thing I wanted to say is that our superstars in the game is currently Drake, Kendrick, and Playboi Carti and Tyler, the Creator, as far as for the year of 2025. And and of course Dochi. I don't know how I forgot Dochi. If we're talking about specifically rappers, now of course musicians is a whole nother thing, as we do have The Weeknd, we have SZA, and SZA is also in the top. Like as far as the top five, we're still completely running music. Playboi Carti's number one right now. Kendrick has the third most play album. Drake has the fourth most play album. SZA has the fifth most play album. And guess what? Drake's about to come again, pause, very soon. I think that's why I should leave it at. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Playboi Carti's dominance and him just overall delivering one of the most impactful hip hop albums of 2025? Time to dive into Warner Bros. Games, because when the CEO, which is David Zaslav, comes out and admits that they are substantially underperforming when it comes to Warner Bros. Games, it's time to have a look in the mirror and try to find out why in the world is this happening. So as far as Warner Bros. Games, the recent developments is targeting, interestingly enough, the most popular game sales wise as far as the year of 2023, where Hogwarts Legacy became the best-selling game of that particular year of 2023. Call of Duty usually runs that title as far as the best-selling game year after year after year, but surprisingly, for the year of 2023, Hogwarts Legacy took that title and dethroned Call of Duty for that specific year. Now, why in the world would Warner Bros. Look at that and then say, you know what, the DLC we planned for that game, along with the definitive edition, let's just cancel it. As recent reports have said that, well, via Bloomberg, suggested that the expansion was set to introduce new storylines and content, but was scrapped due to concerns that it didn't offer enough substance to justify its intended price. Now, I don't know about y'all, but at some point, you have to realize, what do you mean it doesn't justify its intended price? Couldn't it just be free? I mean, it's not like Hogwarts Legacy wasn't a best-selling game that y'all put out in quite some time. Why not reward that fan base with free content, right? Because financially speaking, if Hogwarts Legacy is outperforming all these other titles that we're about to get into, and that fan base has positive reviews of that game across the board, why would you then turn around and say, you know what, all the support that y'all gave us, making us the best, well, giving us the title of having the best-selling game of 2023, we're going to stop DLC for that game. And not only are we going to do that, we're going to just discredit all the ginormous success that y'all gave our game, as far as y'all gave specifically the Warner Bros. Gaming division. So a lot of these things that we're about to get into is really highlighting how those type of moves, as far as specifically Hogwarts Legacy, is being treated, even though it was the best-selling game of 2023. When I get into these other games that were not as successful, you will wonder why they treated Hogwarts Legacy's fan base the way that they did. But anyways, with that being said, the main thing we're getting into is just the financial status of Warner Bros. Games. And some of the things I wanted to point out first is that Warner Bros. Have been doing a lot of reconstructing the overall plan when it comes to the masses, right? Monolith Productions, they completely shut that down. Why did they do it? Nobody knows. Because if you think about it, Monolith gave us one of the most innovative features ever in video game history. When the Nemesis system debuted in 2014, it revolutionized the gaming industry to the point where people wanted that system more and more. But guess what? They used that system for Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor when they debuted the system, right? And ultimately, they never used it again, because when it comes to the enhancement of having in a 2017 Shadow of War, we're talking about using that system across the whole gaming industry, meaning you could probably license out that specific Nemesis system and get a lot of compensation for them using your system. But what do? They patent it, and of course, they haven't used it since. I mean, Warner Bros. Patented the Nemesis system back in 2021, locking it until 2030, locking it until 2036. But the Nemesis system was going to be used for the Wonder Woman game, but of course, when Monolith Productions went under, Wonder Woman also was canceled, and that was the only game that they was planning on using the Nemesis system for. And apparently people who worked on the game came out and said that the game looked beautiful. As far as the environment, I mean, if it's set in where Wonder Woman is from, I forget where she's from, but I know all the Amazons, the Amazonians, that whole atmosphere is phenomenal. If one thing Justice League taught us is that Wonder Woman's setting is very unique, and it's kind of like the Wakanda for DC, as far as obviously not the black effect, but just the overall having an abundance of wealth and just a great system to breed warriors and things of that nature. But anyways, so they threw away Monolith Productions, inherently taking out Wonder Woman, which had a Nemesis system. So now, ever since 2021, when Warner Bros. Patented, we haven't seen one of the most innovative features in gaming history since. And if you was wondering, like I said, they locked it to 2036. So we have to wait till 2036 for anybody to use that system or for it to be open to the public, unless Warner Bros. Actually licenses the Nemesis system out, which I don't think they're going to do. So other things that was canceled: Player First Games and Warner Bros. San Diego was also closed. And they wanted to focus on Mortal Kombat, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, and Batman / DC games. So now the Warner Games division is specifically focusing on those IPs, but the recent news shows that even with the most recent IPs, with Hogwarts Legacy doing well, substantially well financially, they still cut off DLC and expansions for what? Because it didn't match up to the intended price. Well, maybe you should lower the prices or reward their fan base by giving it out for free, because one thing is for certain: whenever you have a fan base that supports you to the point where they make you towards the top, and not even the top, number one, some would say you have to showcase trust. Well, you have to build trust with your audience by rewarding them for supporting you so much, right? Because these other games like Suicide Squad, all these other games that they put out, like Mortal Kombat 1 being rushed out, and we see the state that it's in now. Trying to think of other games. Oh, Multiverses. Don't even get me started with Multiverses. The way that they had all the IP in a Smash Bros type of setting and people was actually resonating with it and still fumbled the ball. I don't know how Warner Bros. Games is getting away with this, but of course they're not getting away with it, as the Q4 of 2024, their revenue fell by 29% year over year, which is when CEO David Zaslav came out and said Warner Bros. Games was substantially underperforming. So despite the attempt to recover Suicide Squad, because if you don't know, the premise was immaculate. I still to this day think that Suicide Squad had a phenomenal plot as far as setting up the Justice League without letting you play as them. Because as we've seen, that was only unlocked through the full DLC, which is another crime, but that's besides the point. The full story, right? So I'm just going to spoil it for you, because I don't want you paying DLC for something that should have been in the game for free. So essentially, the Justice League that you was killing in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, those was copies made by Brainiac, and the real Justice League members was in some type of hyperbolic chamber or whatever, like Goku type beat, right? So the way that they set up the Justice League in the Suicide Squad game, it was fantastic. But then the live service aspect came in. So it's almost like Warner Bros. Looks at anything that is deemed high quality and they say, you know what? Let's add live service to that to make them play the game forever, which is not the right approach, as we've seen with the Batman Arkham series, which we've seen with Hogwarts Legacy. You can have single player games that is high quality and also not live service and still perform financially, as we've seen with Hogwarts Legacy being the most sold game of 2023. So the way they just completely mutilated Suicide Squad just for greed and monetary gain is why we're standing at the crossroads of where Warner Bros. Games is going to go. So anyways, when it comes to acquiring IPs, right, or acquiring developers, Warner Bros. Acquired developer Player First Games in July 2024. Seems very nice of Warner Bros. To give a bag to a development studio to let them make games, right? Well, 7 months later, they shut the studio down completely. I can't make this up, resulting in $100 million in losses for Warner Bros. Who in the world is making these decisions? Because it just makes no sense. Why acquire somebody and only give them 7 months before you shut them down if it's going to cost you an estimate of $100 million in losses? This doesn't make sense to me. So anyways, another thing, when they went at Rocksteady's, right? Because when they went at Rocksteady to uplift the Warner Bros. Game division, because of them making the Batman Arkham series, they had them make Suicide Squad, right? But they basically overhauled the overall mechanics because they wanted it to be a live service, meaning that it ended up falling to the wayside because of the repetitive gameplay and content, because of them shifting Rocksteady's focus from an actual quality single player game to a live service, right? And that ended up being a $200 million loss and contributed to overall Warner Bros. Financial downturn. So these are just some of the things I wanted to point out, as whenever you're talking about Warner Bros. And their status in general, I think they'll be fine, because as long as you have Superman, as long as you have Batman, seemingly, if you have any creative people on your team, you can make something out of a Superman or Batman video game, right? So this whole notion that Warner Bros. Is going under because they don't have the superpower, the star power to make a hit game. If one thing that Multiverses showed us is that they have more than enough to have a phenomenal game that stands the test of time. And it doesn't have to be a live service. Y'all had a live service that was successful with Multiverses, but that completely fell through. What needs to happen for Warner Bros. To be successful, in my opinion, because I don't like giving critique without actual solutions. One, I would have completely gave the Hogwarts Legacy fan base whatever they wanted because of them making the game the highest selling, right? Whatever they was asking for, I would have gave it to them either 6 months after the initial release or a year after. But since we're past that time, currently, now let me give my solution for something that they should have did in the past and how I think they could have not faced this obstacle that they're at now. So basically, currently, I feel like Batman needs to be the overall foundation of the Justice League and make it a Batman type of story, but then you have side characters come in like Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, things of that nature. I think that game would do phenomenal. And don't let it be a live service, because obviously y'all don't know how to do live services, so don't even attempt it, because if you're gonna do live service, then you have to put so much resources into it, to the point where now if it ends up going under, you're gonna have $200 to $100 million losses like you had with Suicide Squad. So make it a single player game, Batman with side characters coming in like Superman, Wonder Woman. One of the main things I would say to look at is the Batman Husk series. I think that's what it is. It's one of my favorite series with Batman and Superman. Let me see. Batman Husk comic. I said Husk. It's Hush. The Batman Hush comic, where I'm not going to give the premise, but essentially you can have a Batman-centric video game, but have the the Justice League members come in and out of that story, and maybe make them playable certain characters like Superman and Wonder Woman at certain parts. Because of course, open world Superman game just wouldn't make sense. Like who's gonna take out Superman, right? So that's why I think having him sparingly throughout the game would be fantastic. Kind of like how the Hulk was used in Avengers Age of Ultron. So anyways, that's enough of me giving solutions. Back to me letting them know how they messed up. In February, right, of this year, Warner Bros. Shut down 3 studios and canceled the long-awaited Wonder Woman game, right? It's because of poor financial performances from the game division, but more specifically, the Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Like I keep saying, instead of killing the Justice League, they almost messed around and killed the entire Warner Bros. Gaming division. How is that possible? So, with that being said, now, Warner Bros. Does have access to a lot of popular IPs, such as Harry Potter, such as DC, Mortal Kombat, Game of Thrones. If they're looking at Marvel Rivals and they're wanting to replicate that formula, that's going to take some time, because I ain't going to lie. Marvel Rivals must have been in development for quite some time, because I've never seen a more polished game come out and just be a hit like that. It was really no bugs or glitches or optimization issues when Marvel Rivals came out the gate. Now, as far as Multiverses, you could say that it had the same type of launch, But the only thing is people started to figure out this is very bare bones. Whereas with Marvel Rivals, you had a training mode. You had you could watch film in Marvel Rivals, replay certain matches, things of that nature. You could have whole breakdowns of frame data and go on their website to see who can hit the hardest with this specific move. And it was very detailed. You can see it was a lot more fleshed out than what multiverses is. And gamers can always tell. Y'all try to pull one over on gamers, but guess what? We can always tell when developers actually care about their product by the attention to detail. So anyways, I don't want to beat a dead horse. Y'all already understand how y'all messed up if you made it through this entire segment, because I know it's kind of hard if you do work at Warner Bros. To listen to somebody tell you all the ways you mess up. But that's why I try to give a solution and just go with your bread and butter as far as Rocksteady Batman and have that be like a Hush type storyline where we can bring in other characters from the Justice League, right? Because a Superman game, nobody's going to be able to beat Superman. That's why I've never really I never really was influenced by super overpowered superheroes, because what's the point? Like Sentry that's about to come out, like, I mean, the only way you could really beat Sentry is to have plot armor, right? So what they're probably gonna like convince him to not be a bad guy anymore, like something like that. Like you can really not even fight these overpowered villains or heroes because it just doesn't make sense. That's why I think a Batman game would be fantastic. And having the Justice League members pop in and out, because any other member outside of the Justice League, even that is like getting into who can really take them out type territory. I mean, maybe the Flash, but he runs at the what is he faster than speed? Like I don't know. He's like he breaks the time barrier with his speed. That's very OP. I don't even know. This man can go back in time because of how fast he is. I'm like, what? Who's gonna be the local thug on the street that takes out the Flash, right? So that's why I think Batman is the best choice. There was rumors, which shameless plug, I did cover Batman Beyond. If you type in Batman Beyond Analytic Dreamz with a Z, you will see my coverage of that. But there's rumors that it's going to be a Batman Beyond game that comes out. But hey, only time will tell. But I gave my solution, and I let y'all know why people are looking at Warner Bros. The way that they are, because they're cutting these development studios left and right after signing them the year of, right? So with that being said, that's basically it. That is the status of Warner Bros. Games, and ultimately $300 million an estimate, right? So it could be higher or it could be lower, right? An estimated $300 million in total losses from the failure of Warner Bros. Games. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think that Warner Bros. Games should do? What do you think is the ultimate reason that they fell off as far as financially, and what is your solution for how they could bounce back from the finances lost from the Suicide Squad and Multiverse's failure? You know, this trailer that I've been playing throughout my coverage of GTA 6 gave me an epiphany. December 4th, 2023, this trailer was launched, right? And for the time being, that's what I've been using to cover the news leading up to this game. This trailer has 247 million views. Now, why am I saying that? December 4th, 2023 is when this trailer came out. What if GTA 6 comes out December 4th, 2025. Now, I've been thinking about this for quite some time. And I'm not going to say it just came out of nowhere, but December 4th is a very interesting date for this trailer to come out on. Because if you look at it on the calendar for 2025, that's a Thursday. Now, of course, everybody knows that any and everyone is going to call out and let their boss know that, hey, I'm playing GTA 6. Ain't no I'm sick. There's no my dog ate my homework. I got to catch a flight for an event, for a funeral, right? It's none of that. Everybody's going to walk into work and say, hey, GTA 6 is coming out. I'm not coming to work. And if you have a problem with that, fire me. Now, of course, they won't do it that direct because most people aren't that blunt. But as far as GTA 6 release date, I do believe that it could come out December 4th of 2025. Because if you think about it, 2 years after, a lot of Rockstar titles come out 2 years after the initial release date. There's been rumors that it will be pushed back to 2026, but if it is to come out in this year, it was already reported to come out between September and December. I'm taking an educated guess to pinpoint the launch date for GTA 6 to be December 4th, 2025, and I'm willing to put money on it. How much? About like 50 cents, but I'm willing to put money on it. So that being said, the main thing we're getting into today is basically the CEO and managing directors coming out time and time again to let us know that, hey, your pockets, you're going to have to run that when we put out this game. Because Michael Patcher, the managing director at Weedbush Securities, predicted that GTA 6 could be priced at $100 or more. We're not talking about the special edition. We're not talking about the exclusive GameStop edition. We're not talking about the premium edition with the 19-inch statue that they're going to put out of the main character, right? Shout out to Insomniac. But the main thing I'm talking about is the standard edition. He said it could be priced at $100 or more. Now, at first glance, I was like, that makes no sense. Why label the standard edition $100 when you can make that money from the special edition and the extra special edition, right? You can make those titles that come with more, the whatever price you want to make it. But as far as standard edition, not everybody got it like that. Now, I'm trying to speak up for the average consumer out there. Do y'all know the PS4? Hold up. PlayStation 4 came out November 15th, 2023. Y'all want to know what the player base is for the PlayStation 4? PlayStation 4 player base currently. This is all indicative of what I'm about to get into. So PlayStation 4 came out November 15, 2013, right? It's 2025, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if y'all know anything like that, but just letting y'all know. As of March 31st, right? PlayStation 4 has about 49 million players on the system. PS4 and PS5 together have 129 million players together. All right, so let's do the math, right? Let's just do, because I'm no mathematician, so let me bring out my handy dandy calculator. 129 million, right? And then we divide, well, no, not divide, what in the world? We subtract that by 49 million. Okay, here we go. We're almost there. Yep. All right, so that means there's 80 million people in, approximately on PS5 as far as players using that console. And half of that, well, I mean, even more than half of that is on PS4. What I'm trying to tell y'all is people broke out here, right? People ain't got it like that. People don't have the exposable income to keep upgrading year after year. But the thing is, 2013 to 2025, there's nobody on this God's green earth that can tell me that they couldn't save up in that amount of time for a PS5. So the reason why I'm saying that is because currently GTA 5 is the 13th. No, it's the 12th. It's the 12th most played game on Steam. 73,000 people currently playing that game. 114,000 people are currently playing as far as the 24-hour peak for this game is 114,000, right? If we go over to Xbox, GTA 5 is the 9th most played game on that platform. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the 10th, right? As far as PlayStation, interestingly enough, GTA is not on here at all. So I guess shout out to PlayStation or whatever. So the reason why I'm not talking about Xbox Series X and S, because nobody's buying that, opposed to the PS5. So that's why we're focused on the player base across consoles. But when we're getting into the player base in general, I use the PS4 and PS5 metrics. Anyways, all right, so with that being said, I just want y'all to know GTA came out September 17th, 2023. September 17th, 2013. Are y'all seeing the pattern here? People do not want to spend money at all. Video games is a privilege, and especially when it comes to entertainment. So it's not as indicative of your daily life routine. You do not have to play video games. So that is probably one of the counter arguments they will come with. I don't want to play video games because I'm a grown man or I'm a grown woman, right? But they're ignorant to the fact that the average gamer is around 30 plus. So people who are making up this financial pot as far as video games and consoles, majority of them are 30 plus. So saying that is basically letting y'all know that people are being stingy out here with their dollars, and GTA developers has had enough of it. Rockstar's came out, no. Michael Patrick came out, the managing director at Webush Securities, and basically said that GTA 6 will cost $100 or more. And I don't think he's talking about the deluxe edition. So all of this time between 2013 and 2025, I think they realized that y'all supported this game to the moon and back. But at the end of the day, a lot of y'all do not want to leave your retro consoles, which makes developing games harder, because now you got to account for the 50 million people who still on retro consoles such as the PS4 and Xbox One. And then you got to account for the people on the current gen consoles such as the PS5 and the Xbox Series S and X. So now, if you're looking at $100 price tag, you're more inclined to pay that, because guess what? They're letting you stay on your console because they're putting this out. Well, actually, I take that back. They're not putting this out on retro consoles because GTA 6 is not going to be able to run on PS4 and Xbox One. They're looking at the overall price tag when it comes to the minimal player base that is a PlayStation 5 and that is an Xbox Series X and S. And they're like, we're going to up the price because there's not as many of y'all, because a lot of the player base is still on retro consoles. So the ones that we do have on these next gen consoles that is exclusively coming out on, we're going to have to charge y'all a pretty penny to make up for the people on retro consoles. Y'all see how overall it hurts the consumer when you don't upgrade. I'm not saying you got to upgrade every year. Like, you ain't got to go from the PS5 to PS Pro to the PS6, right? Just save up to get the console that's been out for, when did PS5 come out? So PS5 came out November 12th of 2020. Oh, wow. The PS5 came out in COVID? Is that PS4? That's definitely PS4. What was the PS5 release date? Let's see. When did PS5 come out? All right, so the PS5 came out November 12th, 2020. Oh, it did come out in 2020. In peak COVID, that's crazy. So, anyways, that's more of a pass. But 2021 to 2025, I ain't gonna lie to you, you have about 4 years to get your financial status together. If you're a gamer, if you're not a gamer, obviously, if it don't apply, let it fly. But if you're a gamer that has the means, you have to upgrade, because this is the type of things we're going to start seeing more and more, because these studios are not the fondest of us saving our money when it comes to these consoles that they put out to make it easier on the developer to develop the games. Because now, looking at the player base, they're not seeing the full pool because people are still on retro consoles. So now they want to charge us more. And you may say, oh, it sounds like you're blaming people who play PS4 and Xbox One. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't think y'all understand that people on retro consoles claiming that it's still current gen is hurting the overall direction of the gaming industry. So at some point, we have to have a cutoff. I think 6 years and then cut off new games to only current gen. A lot of games are already doing that, but still, some games are still being able to be played on both, right? That is why I believe these price tags are set the way they are, especially for Rockstar, who could really ask that type of price and won't be looked at too crazy, because they did make one of the more quality-driven games in quite some time as far as GTA 5. But anyways, there's a $100 price tag. They don't know if GTA Online will be a standout or integrated into GTA 6. I think it's going to be separate. There's no way that Rockstar is going to let his story mode get overshadowed. It's going to get overlooked just for people to go to online, right? I believe that story mode is not as important versus the online mode when it comes to the players. But for the developers, they put a lot of time and effort into these cutscenes. So guess what? They're going to make you play the story. I think the original game will come out. And then a year or two after that, oh, not a year or two, that's too crazy. A month or two after, they're going to put out the online mode and let people enjoy playing with their friends, right? But I think they don't want to get the overall main story overshadowed. So as far as as far as microtransactions, shameless plug, you could go to my latest coverage of GTA 6 that I did back in August 21st, 2024, basically breaking this entire thing down as far as the GTA 6 publisher Take-Two expressing concern to investors over review bombings, because it was a real thing that they was like, hey, if they review bomb us, that's gonna hurt our financial revenue, meaning we're gonna have to charge y'all even more. So they keep letting y'all know time and time again. They keep poking and prodding y'all like, hey, you mind if we charge you more? Hey, you mind if we charge you more? Like, they really gonna try to test y'all in ways that they're kind of letting you know how they're going to do it with the $100 standard edition price tag. But, you know, with that being said, I mean, XQC defended the potential $100 price, basically saying gamers already spend hundreds on early access games and microtransactions. You know, whenever a rich person comes out and tells other humans, as far as who's not as rich, that you already spend that money, so why not spend more? That makes no sense. Like, you know, they are specifically playing games that they enjoy and they spend money on those games. It doesn't mean they want to spend that amount of money on every single game. So as far as a $100 price tag, I would say the deluxe edition or the super deluxe edition should have an exorbitant price tag. But as far as the standard edition, we have to make the barrier of entry at a point to where the common gamer could afford it, right? Because as we've seen throughout the segment, it's not as many people playing on current gen consoles that we think. So with that being said, that's basically all I want to get into. I just wanted to break this down a little bit. It's not too much that I could deep dive into GTA 6. But as far as the release date being December 4th of this year, I do stand on that a little bit as far as the trailer coming out and the way that December 4th lines up in 2025. So if I end up being right, y'all can call me a prophet. But if I end up being wrong, let's just forget this ever happened. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about GTA 6 being expected to have a $100 price tag for the standard edition? And how does that make you feel if you have to pay $100 for the standard edition of GTA 6? Getting into the superior console, getting into PlayStation 5, we have to talk about Sony's announcement for the PlayStation Beta program. As Sony's new PlayStation Beta program offers PS5 and PC players a chance to test future games. Now, along with that, you can also test PS5 features and updates to the PlayStation app and website. And this initiative aims to streamline beta signups into a single registration for multiple betas. Players must have a valid, restriction-free PSN account and live in a region where the program is available and meet the legal age requirement. You know, when I was a kid, I'm not gonna lie to you, when they asked my age, I put the most egregious thing possible. They was probably thinking to themselves, how is a 97-year-old playing our game? Anyways, so accounts with violations may be disqualified. I think they're talking to my younger self because that man was unhinged. All right, let's keep going. So program details is free to join, right? Participants are considered for various betas, but may not be guaranteed access to every test. A single registration allows players to express interest in multiple type of betas, PS5 games, PC games, system updates, etc. And if selected, players will receive an invitation and choose whether to join or decline. But you already know, when it comes to the industry, them good old NDAs is always present. So as far as participants, they must sign an NDA and are restricted from sharing beta content or details outside of approved channels. They will also be encouraged to report bugs and other issues. So this is pretty interesting because, of course, the registration opened March 4th, 2025. It is March 31st, 2025. So let me find out. when the PlayStation beta closes. PlayStation beta program closes. Okay. Because as far as the beta program, it seems pretty legit as far as people want to get into it. Maybe they want to test out a game. Maybe they don't have the financials to play new games. So they was like, well, at least let me play a new game by helping them out, right? There's a lot of different ways you could look at it. But as far as the initial release date, there's been no indication of closure. So, okay. So it's just going to be open for quite some time. But if you was wanting to test some games out, I think one of the main games that could have been tested out before it came out was Star Wars. I think it was Jedi Survivor. Let me see. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Yeah, that one. When that first came out, I loved the game. That's still one of my favorite games of 2023. But of course, when it came to the recognition overall compared to other games, people prefer those other games that was around the same quality or higher, simply due to the fact that optimization was perfect when it came out. When it came to Jedi Survivor, that was far from the case. Now, I personally didn't really have any problems, which is why when I look back at it, I was wondering, I was like, how are people having these problems when they're playing the game? But personally, I didn't run into any crazy bugs and glitches, but there was a lot of bugs and glitches reported with Jedi Survivor. And when that came out, I do believe that PlayStation's platform went through a lot as far as the release, and a lot of people are saying the PlayStation version was pretty bad. So helping people out as far as testing the game, I think it's pivotal, because not only do you need a lot of game testers to go throughout your game, but there's game testers out there that are professional, that literally know how to look for broken spots in games and try to, target that to see if it messes up or not, and then they report back to the developers. And overall, it just makes it a better game and a better optimized game for the public. Now, of course, one of the games that comes to mind for true gamers out there when we talk about optimization issues for AAA games is, of course, Cyberpunk 2077. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get into one of my favorite games of all time, because I played it after the aftermath of it just being a complete atrocity at launch, to the point where the PlayStation had to come out and put a statement that they was taking it off stores and refunding anybody who bought the game, right? So currently, it's one of the best games I've ever played. Obviously, that means, they fixed all the bugs and things of that nature. So when I played it, I didn't have all the issues that other people had when they played it when it first came out. It was so bad that it deterred me from playing it. Like, imagine Cyberpunk 2077 in the state it is today. If that was the launch back in the past and you was like, you know what, let me wait to play that. That's how bad the bugs were. Like, it just wasn't enjoyable. A lot of people are saying that it needed a lot of time in the oven and it came out prematurely, which, as of today, if you go into Cyberpunk, you're probably going to think to yourself, why haven't I played this game before? Because this is one of the greatest games I've ever seen. And to that is why these beta programs exist, because people have to be aware of how they can help out the development process, because the developers are working on any and everything throughout the process of putting out the game. They need some help when it comes to testing the game to try to figure out what is the most reoccurring bug that's game breaking, right? So registration is already open. As far as eligibility, once again, you must have an active PSN account in good standing, be of legal age, and reside in a region where the programs is available. Now, of course, when it comes to the NDAs, that's very important, because you can't just have people beta testing something and coming out on the internet to say, hey, I play X, Y, and Z, and it has this, this, and this, and this, right? You can't just, that's how you get blackballed from the industry. So participants must agree to a non-disclosure agreement prohibiting sharing beta content. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Sony's PlayStation beta program announcement? And at the end of the day, are you going to sign up to help PlayStation stop putting out bad or just buggy games? It looks like Capcom is going to be capping off 2025 with a monumental W, because Monster Hunter Wilds is one of the more successful games of 2025, and of course, we're only 3 months in. So that being said, it made history, selling 8 million copies in just 3 days, marking Capcom's fastest selling title. And of course, it achieved the 5th highest peak concurrent players on Steam and became Capcom's highest ever. So when it comes to affecting the masses, seems like Capcom has found themselves a ginormous W, especially with Monster Hunter. So when it comes to Pokemon and the whole mantra being gotta catch 'em all, I feel like Monster Hunter Wilds is gotta kill them all, because as far as all these different monsters that I've been watching throughout the game, as far as different reviews and players playing the game and just watching how different animals react, you are indeed the predator throughout this entire game. And of course, you know, hence the name, Monster Hunter, right? But as far as watching the actual mechanics and how it doesn't have a health bar, and really you have to pay attention to the animals in the environment and how they move while you're fighting them to know where their entire health bar is, I think is a nice attention to detail, especially for long time Monster Hunter fans. Now, with that being said, of course, we got to get into the continuous issue we have with Capcom, which of course is the PC optimization. I don't know what it is about the PC version, but of course, everybody and their mama came out to the point where Steam's review initially fell below 50% positive, but it has since then recovered to 62%. But that's just to let you know how people out the gate was looking at the overall optimization of the game and how it's breaking down on them. And then of course they realized, hold up, I paid money for this game. So not only did they pay money for a game, but now it's breaking down on PC. So of course they left a lot of negative reviews, which is why it was at 50% initially, but now it's recovered to 62%. Now, why do I bring up PC? It's simply for the fact that Monster Hunter Wilds is currently most popular on PC. So you would think when the game initially came out, everybody's just discrediting the PC optimization, saying the PC version is trash and runs like garbage. You would think people would go to PlayStation and Xbox. Well, you're sorely mistaken, because of course they wanted the graphics at the highest possible, or maybe the frame rate at the highest possible frame. I don't understand why people kept going to PC when the PC version was unoptimized. But anyways, with that being said, Monster Hunter Wilds is the 4th most played game on PC, with 224,000 people currently playing the game and a 24-hour peak of 308,000. Now, of course, that's not it, as when you go to Xbox, it's still doing phenomenal on Xbox, as is the 8th most played game currently on Xbox. But interestingly enough, when I go to PlayStation, Monster Hunter Wilds is nowhere to be found. I guess when they wanted that Horizon cameo or DLC, Capcom must have said no and made PlayStation upset. I can't understand why the game is not as popular on PlayStation like it is on Xbox and PC, but that is why I cover all platforms, right? So with that being said, this game, I don't even know why I have to clarify this, but this game is not on Nintendo Switch. So in case you're not looking at the game right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Let's just say Nintendo's hardware was not up to par, right? And even regarding the Switch 2, there was no official announcement, and basically it was like when not confirming or unconfirming Monster Hunter Wilds on Nintendo Switch 2. All I'm gonna say is when the people at Capcom come out and basically let you know that the Nintendo Switch is not up to par, which is why it will not be released on that platform, and our game is designed to leverage cutting edge technology, safe to assume when the Nintendo Switch comes out, this game will not be a part of its Rolodex of games. So anyways, that being said, if you don't know about Monster Hunter Wilds, one of the biggest intriguing factors about it is, of course, the plethora of monsters throughout the game. And with that being said, as far as your playstyle, you have 14 weapon types, not weapons, 14 weapon types with new mechanics like focus mode for targeting weak points. And this game introduces Sekaret. I think that's how you say it. I have no idea. We got to use Jarvis for that one. Okay, that's not it. It's not reading off what I just highlighted. Hold on, maybe it'll do it this time.
500.
Okay, it still didn't do it. Don't you love when I do this live? This. All right, let's try this one more time.
Introduces Secret.
Secret. All right, there we go. I still feel like it pronounced it wrong. But anyways, so with that being said, there's also as far as the secret, the thing that I'm mispronouncing, it's a bird-like mount for faster travel and mid-hunt weapon swapping. So with that being said, you have to understand that this is the notable addition to the game, and also other things that highlight the game. And as far as its intriguing factor to a lot of people is it has a lot of dynamic weather elements. Now, of course, I'm currently playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. Shameless plug. Follow me on Analytic Dreamz with a Z on Twitch or Kick or any of my YouTube or Twitter platforms, which I go live on to watch me play these games. But as far as Assassin's Creed Shadows, you have to realize that dynamic weather, when done right, really makes a game 10 times better when it comes to the gameplay loop. Because now you're not looking at the same thing time and time again. You never know what you know the seasons go in order, but as far as what mission you're going to approach at what time in the season, it gives it more of a unpredictable factor. Because one time I went to a phenomenal view perch point in Assassin's Creed Shadows, but guess what? It was thundering. So I couldn't see any of it. So it's stuff like that where everybody's playthrough is going to be a little different, because you could go to a place while the season is in the snow, and you could go to another place while it's like thundering everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, or no, you could go to a place where it's all snow, and then another player could go to that same place and it's sunshine and rainbows, right? So I don't know if that's how it is in Monster Hunter Wilds, but as far as Assassin's Creed Shadows, that's how it plays out. So whenever I hear dynamic weather and seasonal shifts affecting monster behavior, I'm thinking it adds to the unpredictability factor that a lot of gamers love. Also, the in-game and replayability. Replayability, as you could already tell, having 14 weapon types, Capcom was really emphasizing the ability to replay and have a whole new experience, a fresh start with all these different weapon types. As when it comes to in-game and replayability, it has a lot of gear crafting and weapon experimentation to keep players engaged. So if you think you're going to stick with a weapon the whole time and not want to try out any of the other weapon types, they make it more appealing to start from a new weapon type, because you're technically not starting from ground zero, because the way it works is basically you can use your XP garnered and reset that and put it all into another weapon type and start to learn that weapon. So that's another factor that adds into the replayability of the game. Another thing that I wanted to talk about was a lot of people was criticizing the paid cosmetics expansion. I think when it comes to paid DLC, it is very egregious in a $70 game. Now, on the other hand, AAA games take a lot of money to put together. I'm not trying to be a shield for the corporation. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Obviously, the side I lean more towards is no paid DLC. But you just have to put in perspective for why they have paid DLC, just in case somebody's out there like, oh, they must be doing it for no reason. Like, there's a reason. It's not justifiable, but it's not like they're just out here wanting to see the world burn type logic in adding paid DLC. There's a reason behind the madness, even though we don't agree with it. I still don't agree with it. I think if you charge $70, everything in the game should be either able to be earned or, yeah, that's it. You should be able to earn it. Everything that's paid DLC, you should be able to earn in the game if somebody is putting a lot of hours into it. Anyways, with that being said, because I feel like people act like, oh, if you able to play 60 to 80 hours my game, you should be able to pay $10 to $15 more for a cosmetic. Like, how about you look at it from the marketing perspective? I'm adding hours, concurrent hours to your game that you're probably going to take all that data and go to PlayStation, go to Xbox, and be like, hey, look at all these hours that our players are putting into the game. Don't you want to buy into that for our next installment of the franchise? Like, people act like we don't know how business works when it comes to marketing and promotion. They just act like, oh, we're doing y'all a favor giving you 60 to 80 hours in a game for only $70. Like, actually, as we've seen, a lot of the most popular games was successful with the whole free-to-play approach, right? And using Fortnite wouldn't be the greatest example because that's an outlier. But honestly, when it comes to gaming, if you put quality over monetization, I think a lot of gamers will recognize that and support the game more because of that, right? Prime example, Suicide Squad. A very phenomenal idea. Introduce the Justice League without letting you play the Justice League. How did that end up flopping? Oh, at the last minute, they approached WB approach. Who made the Arkham games? I'm blanking on who made the Arkham games. Arkham game developers. Let's see. Oh, Rocksteady. Okay. So WB approached Rocksteady and it was like, hey, I know you got a fire idea. I know you're running through a phenomenal story and you got your writers in the writer room going crazy right now, putting up 81 points like the Kobe Bryant himself. Let's make this a live service. And guess what? We ain't heard a good review of Suicide Squad since. All these live service managers out here trying to change good stories into live service games, and they realize, or they wonder why their games are flopping. Guess what? You chose monetization over quality, and that is the result you get. So anyways, I just want to go on that whole tangent because, you know, the paid DLC is a big deal over at the Monster Hunter Wilds community. And they're basically talking about it in a way that it makes players, like, want better optimization. Like, if you're going to be charging this much, at least make the game work on the game. Like, the $70 that we pay for this game, the package the product that we got is still broken. So why are you charging us for additional content when the initial content you gave us isn't even optimized? So, like I said, this is a solid game. Hopefully you can tell throughout this entire review that it's a solid game. It's not a bad game. Just wanted to point out those discrepancies in the community, right? Because when it comes to reviews, it's glowing reviews all across the board. Really highly acclaimed from a lot of different conglomerates, such as GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10. IGN gave this an 8 out of 10. Games Radar gave this an 8 out of 10. But then we do have some 9 out of 10s and some 10 out of 10s, as VGC gave it a 10 out of 10. Press Start gave it a 10 out of 10. So a lot of these gaming conglomerates seemingly love the game. A lot of people who are putting hours into this game are seemingly loving it. Is it a game of the year contender? I know that's probably something that people are wondering. I do believe that it has a strong consideration for being a nomination, but I would say Split Fiction is for sure a nomination for Game of the Year, right? So that's one out of the way. And then you never know what Nintendo's going to come out with. I feel like they always have some sort of Mario or Zelda game that ends up being a nominee for Game of the Year. And let's see how many, I don't know how many slots there are for Game of the Year. How many slots for Game of the Year at the Game Awards? Because these are, like, at this point, especially the way the engagement is, this is a huge deal to win this high, to win the top award at the Game Awards show because of how much credibility the fans have put into it. It's now become the Grammys for games. So that's why it's such a big deal. So we have 6 slots for the Game of the Year nomination. Split Fiction already has one of those, so that leaves 5 games, right? Now you have Nintendo. I think they're going to take at least one of those, right? So now you got 4. So with that being said, if GTA comes out, now you have 3. I believe that there's going to be at least 2 to 3 more games that are better than Monster Hunter Wilds by the time the Game Awards happens. Now, of course, I'm open to being wrong, but with that being said, I believe when it comes to Game of the Year, it's facing a huge uphill battle because of the game being broken at launch. One of the biggest discrepancies I had with the Game Awards show, I think it was 2023 or 2024. Let me see. Let me see. Jedi Survivor release date. Okay, so it was 2022. Okay, so Fallen Order. Is that the same thing? Survivor the same thing as Jedi Order? No, Jedi Order is the previous one. Okay, so Survivor came out 2023. Fallen Order came out 2022. Man, hold up. Where's the third game for Cal Kestis? It's 2025. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Okay, so May 2022, when Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I believe when the Game Awards show happened, it got snubbed from a lot of nominations for the simple fact that it was broken at launch. And not completely broken, but it was noticeably broken at launch. What is Monster Hunter Wilds right now? Noticeably broken on a PC version at launch. So with that being said, I think it faces an uphill battle when it comes to Game of the Year. But of course, time will only tell if it ends up being a nominee for Game of the Year or not. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Monster Hunter Wilds just becoming Capcom's fastest selling title ever? And if you've played the game, what is your favorite part about Monster Hunter Wilds? Getting into my favorite sport of all time. But this isn't NBA 2K. So anyways, getting into baseball, which I think is probably one of the more mundane sports to watch in sports history. I ain't gonna lie to you, going to a baseball game is almost like they're having a sunflower eating competition rather than playing baseball. But with that being said, of course, we got to show some respect to the MLB community as far as the gamers, because not only did they show up in droves, but they supported this game to the point where not only is it one of the most popular games on both platforms as far as Xbox and PlayStation, but as far as specific ranking, it's the second most played game on Xbox, and it's the third most played game on PlayStation. Now, of course, y'all all know, as far as the coverage of the podcast, when I get into games, I'll talk about the global appeal of ball and gun games. And that is no different with MLB The Show, because, of course, it has a ball in it. So the sales are going to be through the roof. And once again, EA is just eating off of yet another sports title. Because if you don't know, this particular game was released March 18th, 2025 on the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and the Nintendo Switch. But one of the things to note, especially with their release date, is that it skipped the day one Game Pass release, which is very interesting because now you're basically putting a lot of confidence in your sales potential and ultimately becoming the second most played game on Xbox, the third most played game on PlayStation. You come to realize that San Diego Studio, who are the developers of this game, had a lot of faith in the sales. Let's just put it like that. Because, of course, when it comes to the sales, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see at least 3 sports games in the top 5. And, of course, currently, it's no different. NBA 2K25 is the second most played game on PlayStation. MLB The Show is the third most played game, and EA Sports FC 25, which is a soccer game, that is the fourth most played game on PlayStation. And of course, you go over to Xbox, and interestingly enough, they only have one in the top 5. MLB The Show is the only one in the top 5. But of course, if you round it off, actually, it's the only sports game in the top 10. Look at Xbox players playing games. Ain't that crazy? Y'all still only account for 3% on Marvel Rivals. But anyways, with that being said, so the optimization, we have to talk about that because a lot of people came out to talk about how this game lacked in a lot of areas when it came to optimization and how it could run smoother, right? And with it being a sports game and them making multiple yearly iterations into the title, you would think that they will overhaul some mechanics. But one of the things they did overhaul, to play devil's advocate, is the free agency, right? So you being able to prioritize 3 targets with signings influenced by team competitiveness, contract offers, and player preferences. So as far as NBA 2K25 or just NBA 2K in general, my favorite mode will always be my GM, just because I like to mix and match and look at the salaries and match it up and make the best team possible. Seems like that is becoming more of an emphasis in the franchise mode for MLB The Show. Also, another standout gameplay mechanic is, of course, the home run hitters, as the ambush hitting mechanics as far as predicting pitch location inside/outside to expand the plate coverage indicator for better contact. Now, I'm a gamer, but even that was some type of nerdy terminology that I had no idea what they were saying, but I had to disseminate it to the public because, of course, when it comes to review and sales roundup, that's what I do. So I wanted to give y'all exactly what people enjoy in this game. And with that being said, Road to the Show. Road to the Show is basically amateur years progression where you spend 2 to 3 games in high school, 3 to 4 games in college, and of course, your combined draft stock determines where you end up in the MLB draft, right? So, estimated story length, because there's a story, even though it's a sports game, we have a little story going on, nothing too crazy, a little Stan Lee type beat. 10 to 15 hours for the main story if you fast track the gameplay, 25 to 35 hours with side missions and increased difficulty. So depending on how you want to play this game, depending on how difficult you want this game to be, like maybe you play baseball, maybe you was completely irate in the first 15 seconds of this review, right? So with that being said, you playing the game, you probably are more invested to the point where you want to see how you can handle it on this hardest difficulty. Now, I know as a hooper myself, whenever I'm playing NBA 2K, I always choose a big man. I'm trying to make a big man, but I never play big man. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I like to play different positions just because. In baseball, if you're not the pitcher, if you're not the hitter, I just don't see the appeal of playing any other position. It's like in the NFL, right? Who in the world is going to my career to select the safety position? Ladies and gentlemen, you played yourself. It's a video game. We're supposed to have fun. How are you going to have fun? When you're staring at the game and what's happening in the game for 90% of the time. And in the 10% that you do have involvement in the play, what if you blow the opportunity? See, now you're just upset for the rest of the 90%. So all jokes aside, I do respect the sport of baseball. I feel like it has a lot of its audience that's hardcore to the overall culture of the sport. But personally, I just think it's one of the more mundane and monotonous games we've ever created. So with that being said, as far as sales, I already went over the position as far as PlayStation and Xbox. You notice I did not talk about Nintendo, which this game is currently out on. So I'm not going to say Nintendo doesn't play MLB The Show. All I'm going to say is I couldn't find any sales anywhere when it came to the position of this particular game on this platform. And best believe me, I searched. I saw a lot of anime games and a lot of Mario. I did not see any MLB The Show. But of course, as long as you're very successful on console, I'm not going to say who needs Nintendo, but it would be a great addition, but it's not needed. Anyways, so some of the other controversies in this game is the Diamond Dynasty. So because they say it's pay to win as far as the early scarcity of high-end cars and matchmaking issues favoring spenders. Now, 2K, it's a common theme here. I would talk about EAFC, but I've never played that personally, so I can't really account to what they do. But the Dynasty mode in all sports games have become predatory. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am saying that the Dynasty mode at this point in time is the mode that developers want you to play because that's where they make the most money. You want that shiny LeBron or you want the shiny, shiny Aaron Judge, like you're going to have to pay for it. And you're not going to get it on the first 5 tries. It's going to be probably the 50 millionth time you go to the redraw, right? So Dynasty mode, I think, is one of the more predatory modes ever invented in sports because of the way that they've went about monetizing that game mode. Anyways, some of the other things I want to get into is, of course, the top hitters in the MLB The Show. Because when we talk about the overall mechanics, we have to talk about who's the dominators in the only position that matters. Now, just playing, my fault. See, now I'm definitely finna get hate for that one. All right, so as far as the top hitters in the MLB, of course, number 1 is Aaron Judge as far as best power hitter. Number 2 is Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani. I think that's how you say it. Dominant versus right-hand pitching. Okay. And then you have Jordan Alvarez, a pure hitter. Corey Seager, power against right-handers. Okay. Then we got Juan Soto, Elite Plate Disciple. Then you have Mike Trout. I've heard his name a lot. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know why I've heard his name, but I've heard his name a lot. But anyways, they say still a threat despite decline. Wow, why they have to put despite decline? Is he like falling off or something? I guess so, huh? Anyways, Jose Ramirez, balanced hitter. And these, I'm just going through the top 10, right? So number 8, we have Brent Rooker, emerging power hitter. Kyle Tucker, consistent performer. And then Bryce Harper. And I've definitely heard his name a lot. So as you can tell, those are the top 10 hitters in the game. I'm not going to go back over the list. You can just rewind it. But the main thing I wanted to let you know is, maybe you want to play as these gentlemen in the game. And, of course, you want to know who's the best hitters. So that's why I read off that top 10 list. So other things about the game is that, of course, with the stars like Shohei, I still don't know how to say his name, Otani, Soto, Paul Skeens, Ellie De La Cruz, like stars like that. And, of course, when it comes to the historical players, it includes Roger Clemens, Manny Ramirez, Nomar, definitely can't say that last name, Cool Papa Bell type of name, and Turkey Stearns in the Negro League stars. So, brings me to my next point. What is the Negro Leagues? Well, I'm glad you asked. The Negro Leagues is in the game and is narrated by Bob Kendrick in initial 3-player narratives with additional players arriving in April 2025 updates. And as far as the Negro League, it's great history if you ever want to go down that path. As far as figuring out why the Negro Leagues was a thing, well, you probably couldn't already guess, racism, you feel me? People tell us to forget about it, but, it played a huge part in a lot of things. So Negro Leagues was a thing before, they started to bring over people because of the sport becoming way more exciting to watch than the actual league, right? That's the reason they brought Jackie Robinson over, and then they started to bring more people over. And I think Jackie Robinson, technically, I don't know if he was actually the first one they brought over. I think he was the first one that was popular. But I don't know, I have to go back to it. But yeah, as far as the Negro Leagues, that's why they brought us over. It wasn't because they liked us. It was because our game was, the way we played the game was a little bit more exciting. Just think of basketball today, basketball in the 70s. That's basically what was going on. If you watch the Negro Leagues documentary, it's very entertaining. So with that being said, I wanted to get into, the review roundup. So when it comes to reviews, IGN gave this an 8 out of 10, praising its core gameplay and updates that, but noted that the storylines had lighter content. So, of course, it's a sports game. It's not going to be heavy in story content. I'm not mad at that. GameSpot gave this an 8 out of 10, highlighted the free agency overhaul, which I already got into earlier, and critiqued ambush hitting's impact, which I also talked about earlier. But some players said they liked it, so I think that's more of a personal preference. So, Forbes, what is Forbes doing reviewing games? Anyways, Forbes gave this a 9 out of 10, calling it the series pinnacle, despite muted visuals, basically calling the graphics ashy. That's essentially what that means. Game Rant gave it a 8 out of 10. They said they appreciate the polish but missed a bold new mode. Okay, so with that being said, I believe a lot of people enjoyed it. When it comes to the additional things they have in the game, as far as the first game with 3 cover athletes symbolizing the next generation, Diamond's Quest board game, the Negro League storylines, that edition, right? Showtext Animation Leap includes era-specific overlays, such as 1970s score bugs, which, okay, that means the sports game supposed to be historically accurate. Amateur years and RTTS mirrors real MLB journeys, a series first. Okay, so that's basically it. So with that being said, it seems like MLB The Show is a solid game, and objectively speaking, it's a very successful game, as it's the number 2 game currently on Xbox, and it's the number 3 game on PlayStation. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the video game MLB The Show? And if you've played the game, what is your favorite part of playing baseball games? Getting into WWE 2K25, which of course was developed by Visual Concepts, a veteran studio under 2K known for the WWE 2K series. Now, of course, with that being said, as a fellow content creator, I'm wondering where my content creators at, because as far as speed, as far as either Logan or Drake Paul, I forget, I get them mixed up all the time. But apparently, WWE doesn't include any real world content creators as playable characters. Now, at first glance, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, that's an entitled way to look at a sports video game. But you come to realize WWE is all about the show, right? It's almost as if they have Speed and these other content creators show up to increase the overall visibility and engagement of the sport. And it's working because, of course, with that being said, there are 300 plus people on the roster of WWE. Why can't some content creators, like 3 or 4 or 5 of them, be a part of it, like a content creator pack? You feel me? So anyways, that was just one of the things I noticed, but that's not the big discrepancy. That was just really more of a, but that's not the big, I'm not too offended by them not having any content creators in the game. Just, just thinking out loud, right? As far as WWE 2K25, it is on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. But just to note, for the people playing on retro consoles, as far as the PS4 and the Xbox One, the island is exclusive to the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S because of the next gen capabilities, and no additional platform supports have been announced. But crossplay across gen supports, there's cross-gen supported, right? So if you play on Xbox Series X or S, if you play on PS5, you can still play with each other on WWE, and especially the island. So when it comes to optimization, it's pretty solid, as it runs at 60 frames per second. But of course, just like any game, sometimes you have texture pop-ups and things of that nature. Now, of course, the big elephant in the room that I've been ignoring, and a lot of people have not been ignoring, is the microtransactions. As when it comes to VC, EA is going to find any and every way possible to get every shiny penny out of a sports game. I don't know if y'all know, but as far as ball and gun type games, I've always said throughout the entire lifespan of this podcast that they are more popular with the general gamer out there because of the accessibility and the familiarity they have with the specific game. Because now you get off work and you don't want to learn a whole new game like Elden Ring. You're not trying to be put through that type of stress where Martha was putting you through all that type of stress when you was at your job. So these type of sports games, these type of shooting games that they can get acclimated to, and then they continuously put out in addition year after year, you come to realize that's the reason why they are so immensely popular. And with that being said, the reason why I said this is because MLB The Show is currently the second most played game on Xbox. As far as sports games, 2K25, MLB The Show, FC25 is all in the top 5 of PlayStation, and college football and Madden 25 is in the latter part of the top 10. So having 5 games in the top 10 on PlayStation, when, technically there's only one on Xbox, which is, definitely surprising. But in general, ball and gun games do phenomenal compared to your usual hardcore game out there. So what does EA do with those type of numbers? They completely ignore the immense support that people are putting into these sports games. And they come out and let you know that if you're not able and if you're not willing to pay $5 for sneakers, $10 for a shirt, like who they think they are, H&M? WWE with the island, EA with the island, and more specifically, Visual Concepts, what they are doing as far as microtransactions and implementing those into the island is a criminal act. And the way that they're going about it and trying to justify it is very upsetting because, of course, now you have a split fan base. Whenever I was initially looking up things as far as giving the review and sales roundup for this particular game, guess what? A lot of the player count was at a certain level that made it seem healthy, right? And then once they started to realize the microtransaction and the island, Guess what the player count is now? As far as on PC, there's 1,900 people currently playing the game. Now, I'm being a little facetious. 1,963. My bad, I forgot the 63. As far as on Xbox, WWE 2K25. No, not 2K. It is 2K. Okay, my fault. WWE 2K25 is nowhere to be found on Xbox and PlayStation as far as top 10. With that being said, there are other sports games that came out later, and there's other sports games that was recently released, such as MLB The Show, that is currently on the top 10. So I would assume when it comes to sales, not only did people not support the base game and buying it and playing it, but now that they've seen the overall reception, they're not supporting it at all, which is very interesting because first week sales for this game was over 2 million. That's a success in anybody's book, depending on what the budget is. For EA, sports games get an ultimate pass because they bring in revenue year after year. It's not some, wait 25 years and we may put it out like GTA, right? Sports games come out year after year, and it's not really a live service. They make you buy the game again, another $70 for every single year. So don't know why sports gamers haven't called out these sports games for not just making it a live service and updating it. But, at the end of the day, that's how they want to run their community. So, hey, I guess that's just how it is. But as far as the DLC for this game, it does include Motor City machine guns and rumored Penta L0M. I don't know what that means, but for the WWE fans out there, you probably are excited for that. And then also, when it came to listening to the feedback, looking at the player count just take a complete down spiral, and its effectiveness of putting in its ineffectiveness of putting in monetization into the island. They have came out and said that they are going to rework the island's monetization along with fixing online matchmaking and creation suit bugs, and also adjust AI balance for realism and intergender matches. Now that is interesting. What they about to do? Make the females lose the whole health bar in one hit? So do the women even fight the men in WWE, or is it like, I really don't watch the WWE if you couldn't tell. So when it comes to women versus men, I would think that's like not allowed. But I don't know, maybe I'm missed out on something, because usually I see is men fighting men and women fighting men and women, but maybe I'm missing something. So when it comes to the reviews of WWE 2K25, IGN came out and gave this game an 8 out of 10, saying that it's pretty grand with smart additions like intergender matches and a stacked roster. Okay, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, maybe it's not in the actual WWE, but maybe they put it in the video game sense, right? Maybe they put it to where the women can fight the men in the video game sense, but not in the actual WWE, because I've seen a lot of clips. I've never seen women fight men and men fight women in WWE. So when it comes to the video game and them having intergender matches, very interesting, because a lot of people in the 2K community have started to come out and say, hey, with the rise of Caitlin Clark, with the rise of Angel Reese, with the rise of, I forgot, I don't even know. Who's the one girl from the Sparks? I'm not finna look that up right now. No. So the girl from the Sparks and the girl off of USC, right? With the rise of popularity in watching women's sports, why is there not an option to put a woman, or to create a woman mod player in 2K? And think about it. Since it's a video game, they could just say, hey, we're giving you the option to create a woman in 2K, and we're not making it realistic. What that means is basically you could be Zion Williams, but built like Caitlin Clark on the court, right? So I think the whole realism being taken out and giving women the ability to create their own player in my career is very interesting why they haven't done that before. But WWE has, it seems like they're the first sports game to even have this type of feature. So intergender matches, and obviously I could be completely ignorant right now. Like I said, I don't watch WWE. I'm just letting you know what they have. So GameSpot gave this game an 8 out of 10. Games Radar gave it a 4 out of 5. VGC gave it a 4 out of 5. and WCCF Tech gave it a 7.5 out of 10, saying fun, but glitches in a regressive island mode hold it back. So a lot of the people are disrespecting the island, and it's very justifiable. It's respectfully giving disrespect when it's due. Y'all are trying to play in our faces by charging this VC for a game we already paid $70 for, and you're not NBA 2K, you're not MLB The Show, you're not even FIFA. You're WWE trying to make a name for yourself and making your own version of My City and WWE. But the thing is, you started off with the VC strategy that the already established sports games have, which does not work. So that's unfortunate. But one of the things I will give them the W on is intergender matches. I think that's fire. I think that's the way that NBA 2K should go, and definitely give women the ability to create their own character. Because if it's a video game, then you could be like, oh, a woman dunking on a man makes total sense, right? It's gonna have to take out that realism factor for my part, because no matter what the women say, you know what I'm saying? There's a reason why there's no women in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's levels to it. And that's why if women were able to create their own character in NBA 2K, I do believe they should introduce that intergender factor by saying that we're taking out the realism, just to let women go crazy and dunk like Zion, post up and have the strength of dunk like John Morant, post up and have the strength like Zion. Like, I think things like that. Brittany Griner could have the AD build. Like, it's a lot of things that we could have taken out as far as a realism factor that I think will actually 10x the enjoyment of girl gamers being included along with the NBA 2K community, because they probably already played the game. Like, one of my friends, I'm not gonna say who he is, but one of my friends, let's just say he's a different ethnicity than the one he chose in the game. I thought it was the most hilarious thing possible. I ain't gonna lie to you. So as far as the ability to take the realism factor out and just have fun, people would do that. They just want to have fun. They're not thinking about all this realistic now when it comes to quick play and getting back into like Golden State versus Cavaliers, and don't make it to where the LA Sparks could play the Golden State Cavaliers and it'd be a close game. Like, it's not gonna work like that. We're talking about my part only as far as taking the realism out. All right, that's it. That's my soapbox. With that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about WWE 2K25? Obviously, people are saying it's a solid game, and a lot of people are enjoying the different game modes in it and the intergender male versus female matchups and things of that nature. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the overall longevity of WWE 2K25, and what do you think they could do to fix it to make the players come back? There's a saying that people would like you to make your apology as loud as the disrespect. Because as far as your apology needing to be as loud as the disrespect was, we all know that in today's society, that is almost impossible. For the most part, a lot of people who make content in this generation is, for the most part, trying to find the optimal way to garner attention. And what is that pathway? Like, what's the easiest pathway to that? Of course, to hate on things. So, of course, the apology would never be as loud as the disrespect. But that's why over here at the Notorious Mass Effect, we love to look at the objective analytics, because, of course, Ubisoft actually has a W with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now, when it comes to a W, I'm specifically talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows becoming the second highest day one sales in Assassin's Creed history, only falling short to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now, of course, for day one, the concurrent player count, just the player count was over 1 million. Day two, it exceeded over 2 million. And looking at the charts currently, it is not in the top 15 as far as Steam, but the 24-hour peak is still pretty healthy as of it being, I think it's 2-3 days out. It's around 44,000 as far as its 24-hour peak. And then when it comes to PlayStation, it's the most popular game on PlayStation. And then Xbox is very interesting because you look at Xbox and you come to realize, how does Assassin's Creed Shadows and Assassin's Creed Shadows Digital not combine when it comes to the charts? But they have it as two separate games. So technically, Assassin's Creed is the second most played game on Xbox, but the deluxe edition is the 5th most played game. So in totality, I'm just going to go and say that objectively speaking, Assassin's Creed Shadows is probably the most popular game currently on consoles. Now, that being said, the controversy surrounding this game, the controversy surrounding Ubisoft, I've covered thoroughly to the point where back in December 11th, 2024, Ubisoft shares fell 17% after it delayed the launch of new Assassin's Creed game. Now, of course, as far as me saying December 11th, 2024, I'm talking about when I covered this specific topic. So if you look that up, you'll see my coverage of that. But essentially, I was going over the Guillemot family. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. The founders of Ubisoft. If you didn't know that, the Guillemot family is the founders of Ubisoft. And then, of course, their partner in crime, well, not crime, but, their partner in this fiasco as Tencent, a significant shareholder. Both of them was contemplating on moving Ubisoft private following a year marked by financial downturns and unsuccessful game releases. Now, of course, the way I started out the segment, you would think I'm talking about the Guillemot family and a Tencent company. Of course not. It's a lot of people out here because notice I mentioned content. I didn't really talk about Tencent and the Guillemot family disrespecting Ubisoft, or so it seemed like they was disrespecting Ubisoft at the time because we didn't know they was cooking up this game, right? So when they delayed it, Tencent Guillemot family basically was saying that, hey, y'all don't know what you're doing. Y'all haven't made a good game in a while. I mean, to their, to play devil's advocate, or basically to co-sign what they were saying, to put out the first ever Star Wars open world game. I repeat, the first ever open world Star Wars game, and it flops. I mean, that's just a ginormous flop. That is one of the more pivotal flops that we've seen in gaming history, because some people have to realize that licensing IP is very expensive, right? So you hope that in return, the ROI will be at a certain metric. And guess what? Outlaws didn't hit any of the metrics. So when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, they realized that this was the last hurrah to let the Guillemot family and Tencent know that, hey, we actually know what we're doing and we know how to put out a successful game. Because it didn't matter if this game was phenomenal, right? Quality set to the side. I always say if you sell a lot, does not mean you make high quality. Just because you don't sell means you make below average as far as quality, right? The two don't correlate. Sometimes it does. So Creed or Shadows could have came out and could have been a phenomenal game and not sold as well. And guess what? Guillemot family and Tencent would have still took over because they was basically proven right as far as Ubisoft not being able to sell games anymore. So with that being said, and Assassin's Creed wasn't the only thing. When that got delayed, when Outlaws flopped, when X-Defiant, remember that game? When that game got shut down by Ubisoft, which was the Call of Duty killer, as far as completely shutting that game off, well, I don't think they've done it yet. I think they're doing it June 2nd. Yeah, June 2nd, 2025. Yeah, so we still got some time. But yeah, they're shutting down X-Defiant. So I'm sorry for the X-Defiant players out there if I'm bringing you bad news abruptly. But hey, June 2nd, 2025, just prepare to be disappointed. But like I said, the apology needs to be as loud as the disrespect. That specific point was targeting the grifters, basically showcasing a lot of historical and inaccurate points in the game. Because when it comes to Yasuke, he has an actual background when it comes to the history, right? And Ubisoft tweaked it a little bit to give him more of a status in the game. But obviously, people are pointing out historical accuracy in a way that is very hypocritical for a video game that's based on superpowers and Assassin's Creed, people using magic and things of that nature, right? But all of a sudden, when a black man is in Japan, when that's actually happened in history, they have a problem with them taking some liberties to give them some powers. Ain't that crazy? Anyways, so that being said, Ubisoft, them putting out Assassin's Creed Shadows happened March 20th, 2025. Of course, it's published by Ubisoft, developed by Ubisoft Quebec. As far as the setting, it's the 16th century feudal Japan. Now, if you was wanting to get into this game, just know there's a lot of stealth elements, but technically, there's an option to where you can have instant assassination, and it makes the game a lot easier. I like playing stealth games with that on because I don't want to sneak up on somebody and then automatically get blocked. Like, I know it's for the higher levels, but what if I want to turn on instant assassination and go to the highest level and test my stealth, right? So it's a lot of different ways to play this game. I've put about 10 to 15 hours, maybe even 20 hours at this point, because I've been playing off stream. This game is phenomenal. At the start, I was a little hesitant because the frame rate was, let's just say, struggling at best, right? When I got a PS5 Pro, the performance aspect was a lot better. It was night and day as far as Pro and PS5. I think Assassin's Creed Shadows is the first game I seen a noticeable improvement when I switched to performance mode in a game. Because Split Fiction, another game that I'm playing, shameless plug, my live stream, Analytic Dreamz, whether you're on Twitch, Kick, Twitter, any of my YouTube platforms, I go live on those. But anyways, when it comes to Split Fiction, I can't really tell a difference between the Pro and the PS5. Now, when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'm not going to say that they locked it at 30 frames per second on PS5, because that's what somebody in my chat said. I don't know if that's correct. That's what he said. Let's just say it was a noticeable improvement. It was a noticeable improvement going from the base PS5 performance mode to the PS5 Pro performance mode. That was a noticeable difference in the frame rate. So that being said, there's still some bugs and glitches, like at the beginning area, your little hub area that like stutters with frame rate, but when you get out into the open world, it goes back up. So I think that's just a bug. But with that being said, like I was saying earlier, Shadows is doing phenomenal on the charts. The most played game on both consoles. It's not in the top 15 on Steam as far as most popular games, but it does have a 24-hour peak of 44,000. So that means people are still playing the game. So their peak when it comes to overall analytics via Steam DB, they had 64,000 concurrent players. So safe to say, a lot of people are enjoying this game. And when it came to the uncertainty of if this is a high quality game or not, Ubisoft actually delivered a solid game. And for that, the amount of coverage I've had basically hinting at Ubisoft may facing being taken over by the Gourmand family and Tencent, gotta clap it up for a developer bouncing back like Jordan 4.5, right? Because obviously we're not saying that Ubisoft is in their prime. We just want them to put out a good game. So when Michael Jordan came back with the 45 jersey, right? And he started dropping 30, 40 points, he was like, okay, that's old Michael Jordan, like, you know, showing flashes of prime, but it's not technically in their prime, right? Because all jokes aside, if Ubisoft ended up putting out this game and it flopped, not only was the Gourmand family and Tencent going to make this stock private, make the Ubisoft stock private, because basically it was reported by Bloomberg, I believe, that if they went private, then it would increase in evaluation. I'm trying to see if I had that actual stat. Yeah, okay. So Bloomberg reported that the potential privatization would raise Ubisoft's stock price by over 31%. That is why the Gourmand family and Tencent was about to take over, because it was like, hey, you're spending our money for these expensive IPs such as Star Wars and putting out phenomenal flops. Like the most phenomenal flop we've ever seen. Like the first ever open world Star Wars game, and you completely missed the metrics on every scale, right? So when it comes to the shareholders, they was concerned, right? And then so they was going to take it private, and they was pressure mounting in Ubisoft. And meanwhile, Tencent, who was growing in the company because they have like 9.2% of the voting rights, and the Gulmar family has 20.5%. So you can see how that could raise a lot of people to take over the direction of the company. Let's just leave it like that. So me personally, I wanted to play Assassin's Creed Shadows because, one, it's set in Japan. I know you're probably saying like Ghost of Tsushima, games like that, right? Why you ain't play those games? Well, I wanted to play Assassin's Creed Shadows in Japan. So the main reason is I'm not familiar with the Assassin's Creed franchise, and I even said this on stream, as far as me playing games, I've always said that Assassin's Creed franchise and Gears franchise, I feel like I missed out on as far as a gamer. So me hopping into the franchise was going to happen at some point. And whenever Gears put out E-Day, I'm hopping on that game as well. So it's just getting back into franchises that I feel like I missed out on. And they did say throughout the history of time, a lot of Assassin's Creed fans wanted a game set in Japan. So now, not only do you have a setting that Assassin's Creed fans been clamoring for, not only do you have the pressures of the Gulmar family and Tencent, but now you combine that with Yasuke. I mean, the amount of anticipation, no matter where it went, the anticipation was built to a level that it was mom spaghetti type beat in Ubisoft Studios, right? It was a lot of pressure and they delivered. So that needs to be said, that they are not out of the blue yet. They still got, it's just one. It's just one game. It's very successful, but we need a track record to believe them. We now have hope that they can make a great game, but it took a lot of pressure to get to that point. So anyways, for those who's wondering, Assassin's Creed Shadows has 2 protagonists. Now, Yasuke is the person I've been saying that's the black guy in this game. I wonder if I could find, let me see. So basically, this is what Yasuke looks like right here. So this is how Yasuke looks. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But essentially, Yasuke is a black man in Japan. And when I tell you that brought out all the races known to man, I was flabbergasted. I was like, is this 1950? Anyways, with that being said, people was crazy as far as their takes on this game simply because of Yasuke. Because for the most part, I'm not going to spoil anything, but for the most part, at the very beginning, Naoi is the main character. Yeah, that's not spoiling too much. So I think people are just upset at the notion of a black man being in Japan because they didn't pay attention to the actual gameplay mechanics. Because if you don't know, as far as Naoi, and like I said, I played the game for a good portion of time by this point of the review. So Naoi is more stealth oriented. Yasuke is more of a tank. You cannot do a lot of the things exploration wise with Yasuke that you could do with Naoi. Especially the I forget what you call it. It's like the perch point or whatever, when you hop on it and it looks around the whole map or whatever. It's like a look at my graphics type moment. Basically, you can't reach a lot of the heights with Yasuke. And transversing the environment is a lot more enjoyable with Naoi. And for me, I play games for stealth. I play Cyberpunk, Splinter Cell. I'm just naming some of my like top tier stealth games that I've enjoyed. And when it comes to stealth, I really enjoy the intricacy that goes into level design, right? So I wanted to play as Naoi for the most part. A lot of people was just acting like Yasuke being included in the game, even though it was 2 protagonists, was just the biggest sin known to man. Another thing, when it comes to the world dynamics, that was another pivotal thing. It really plays a factor as far as what season it is, whether it's Frozen Lakes, whether it's what else is so yeah, Frozen Lakes. There's other things that manipulates the environment. Oh, when it rains, yeah, okay. So when it storms, right, that helps you sneak around more effectively because people can't hear you at all. So the seasons in this game is a nice change, and it really breaks the monotony because it happens more often than you think, especially if you're exploring the map and fast traveling a lot. Another thing about this game, I think the prone crawling is a cheat code. The way that Naoi can just crawl on the ground and not be seen is very much a cheat code in an open world environment. Now, of course, other games have had prone, but apparently this is a new feature to the Assassin's Creed franchise. So I don't know why they haven't had prone throughout the series, but now it's here. So with that being said, the game length is approximately 40 hours for the main story. Now, if you wanted to complete the game all the way through, it would be about 60 to 80 hours. So with that fact considered, with me playing the game, I feel like I'm on the 60 to 80 hour pathway because I've been exploring any and everything, which should show you that I enjoy the game. I really do like running around as Naomi, trying stealth. And of course, if I'm in a area of the map where the enemies are lower in level or at the same, I'll just crash out and start fighting people. But for the most part, I like going around the high level maps. I think that's my favorite part of it because once again, I keep the instant assassination on. So I go to high level maps and just run around and just test my stealth skills. Because if you get caught, there's no fighting them. It's automatic death, literally. There's certain enemies where if they're at a certain level higher than you, there's going to be like a skull above their head, meaning that if they hit you once, it's over. Could you have little like rations or whatever? You could increase your health or refill your health, sort of like Spider-Man PS4. You can increase your health after you get hit. The higher levels, they don't play that. It's a one-hitter quitter. Insta death. So that being said, I do enjoy going. That's how I enjoy playing the game. Obviously, there's other settings for other people, difficulties and instant assassination, things of that nature. That's how I like playing the game. Also, getting back into the financial side of things, because that's the main important part, right? Because, like I said, the Gulmont and Tencent is watching this very closely. And even though they see it's a success, how are they going to follow this up? Because if you don't know, essentially, the development cost for this game estimated to be $250 million. Now, when Ubisoft delayed this game, the stocks fell 17%. So not only do they have to make that up, but they also have to increase that before the next quarter. So raising money is a huge concern from Tencent and Gulmont family because they may mess around and let Ubisoft find out that they're going to take over. You know what I mean? Like, y'all not going to keep losing us money and us not have a hostile takeover. So with that being said, the woke agenda. I feel like all of the grifters, to quote Trae Young once more, all of the grifters, your apology needs to be as loud as your disrespect was, because it was insane. Y'all was out here saying the most blasphemous things, acting like this ain't a video game. The way they was talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, you would have thought that an institution was putting out a new history book, right? They was changing one of the history chapters in the entire arc, right? Instead of it actually being a video game where it's based on fictional characters. Because if Yasuke is a real person, but assassins aren't real, as far as Assassin's Creed, then why aren't y'all mad that they made Yasuke a part of the Assassin's Creed? Because technically, Assassin's Creed are fictional. So y'all being woke over the wrong things, because guess what? It's a suspend your disbelief type entertainment. I've never seen a place where they criticize so much for something that's set to be carefree entertainment. This is not history class. we not in the collegiate history books. This is Assassin's Creed. This is escapism entertainment. And y'all bringing this woke mindset into criticizing Yasuke for being a part of the main story is ultimately saddening, because it sets back gamers. Because now the perception is like, oh, look, gamers are always just whining over anything. I was about to say something else. It's a PG podcast. Gamers are only whining about, or gamers whine about everything, right? So whenever we get into gaming, we have to realize it's not even that serious in the first place. We are playing escapism content. it's supposed to be enjoyable and fun. We're not playing video games to learn the meaning of life. And people out here taking it way too far. So when it comes to Yasuke and, you know, the woke agenda coming out because of, you know, Yasuke being black in Japan, it was very interesting. Let me just put it like that, because it was it just doesn't make sense. All right, so they was also mad at other things, but we're not going to give them too much attention. It was just a very big deal, so I had to include that in my review, because, you know, I wouldn't be doing the review right if I didn't talk about how the woke mob played a part into this game. So when it comes into, let me see, Assassin's Creed Shadows, because I think, let me see if I can find this. Okay, so like I was saying, this game is doing phenomenal on the charts. It's the most played game on console. It's around around 44,000 as far as the 24-hour peak on Steam. And when it comes to the big conglomerates, it's been critical acclaim throughout the board. IGN gave this game an 8 out of 10. GameSpot gave it an 8 out of 10. PC Gamer, well, I don't even have a score. Gaming Trend gave it a 10 out of 10. Tech Radar gave it a 9 out of 10. CG Magazine gave it a 9 out of 10. And Games Radar Plus gave it an 8 out of 10. So whenever I'm talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's not like I'm talking from the standpoint of only I or a few people enjoy the game. The consensus is that this is a high quality game. For me personally, it's a solid game, and I really enjoy it. Technically, you know, we're only 3 months in, but Split Fiction is still by far the best game I've played in 2025. That could change, but as of right now, that's how it is. And obviously, I haven't beat Assassin's Creed Shadows yet, so it can end up, I haven't beat Split Fiction. I'm towards the end of that game, but I haven't beat Shadows. I'm towards the beginning of that game. So my opinion can always change. I'm just telling you right now how I feel. So with that being said, I believe the Metacritic is 82 out of 100. It may be higher. I know it changes a lot. Let me see. Metacritic Assassin's Creed. Because, you know, I like to get into sales and review roundup. So Metacritic, okay, right now is at 81. But, you know, essentially, people are enjoying the game. So there was something else. What else was I wanting to get into? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Ubisoft is also putting out a DLC expansion for this game titled Claws of Awaji. Oh, I forgot I had that alert on. My fault. Shout out to Lynn 99 for following on Twitch. I appreciate you. I'm recording this. I'm probably not going to edit that out. Just, you know, let that be a shameless promo to follow me on my live streaming platforms. Cause I go live. I try to go live at least 3 times throughout the week. But this is a review, so I'm gonna get back to it. But yeah, shout out to Lynn for following on Twitch. So anyways, let me mute that, because I did not. When I'm recording, I don't like that to pop up. All right. Actually, I'm just gonna mute the sound. Y'all can see it pop up. All right. So the DLC expansion, Claws of Awaji, I don't know. Hopefully one of those pronunciations was correct. That is set to release later in 2025, so it doesn't really have a release date. As far as this game, the lifetime sales are still in question, because currently, you know, it's doing phenomenal. But, you know, another game that was doing phenomenal and is nowhere to be found in the top 15 on Steam. Well, actually, it is it's number 15. How ironic. Marvel Rivals, one of the more popular games that was released in 2025, and it's not struggling, but it's hanging on a thread as far as top 15 on Steam, right? 59,000 players concurrently playing, and the 24-hour peak of 179,000. Now, when it comes to console land, right, that's a totally different ball game, as Marvel Rivals on PlayStation is nowhere to be found. Once again, this is a free game that's phenomenal, immaculate, I might add. Xbox, Marvel Rivals, well, I don't even know why I check Xbox. Did y'all know Xbox accounts for like 3% of the total revenue for Marvel Rivals? I'm like, do Xbox players, like, do they just play with their like wallet in another room? Like, how does that work? Like, they don't want to support it all? Anyways. All right, so with that being said, Assassin's Creed Shadows, phenomenal game. I think whenever I get to the end of it, I'll probably have more of a review, more of a solid score for it, because this is my review. I think a solid, after playing 10 to 20 hours, I could probably tell if the game's going to be good or not. And because, you upgrade and it gets even better because you're learning the systems and things of that nature. So if you want to see me finish the game, once again, shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video. Well, Analytic Dreamz with a Z on Twitch, Kick, both my YouTube platforms, or Twitter. And also click my link tree in my bio, as it has all the links in there. But, speaking of Linktree, once again, shameless plug, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Assassin's Creed Shadows? And at the end of the day, did you think the woke mob hurt or helped the overall sales of Assassin's Creed Shadows, ultimately helping them have the second highest day one sales in Assassin's Creed history? Putting more respect on the mobile community is what this segment is specifically for. As Dragonair Silent Gods, I'm about to get into the review and sales roundup, especially since this game came out September 19th, 2023, and is still one of the most played mobile games in the world. Currently, it's the 8th most played game. Actually, I can't count. It's the 7th most played game on mobile platforms. And as far as mobile platforms being considered, iOS, Android, Windows, PC, and Mac OS is the platforms that it's currently on. Now, if you don't know, Dragonair Silent Gods, the setting is high fantasy multiverse of Adenthia? I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's Adenthia. Anyways, with that being said, the combat is semi-real-time, grid-based strategy with you using elements like fire, ice, lightning, necrosis, and radiance, and auto-attack with manual ultimate abilities. Now, with all that nerd talk out of the way, all you need to know is that it's open world and it involves a lot of puzzle solving and NPC interactions. And for this game to be out, or to come out in 2023 and still be one of the most played mobile games in the world in 2025, you could probably already assume that if you put some time into it, you're probably going to find something that you enjoy to make it intriguing to come back time and time again. As this game was developed by SGRA Studios, but it was published by, as far as the overall conglomerate, it was published by Nuverse, owned by ByteDance. Now, of course, when it comes to SGRA Studios, a lot of people know this development company from China, of course, under Nuverse, and they are also known for other titles as far as their experience with Marvel Snap, and their focus on D&D inspired mechanics and high fantasy aesthetics shines through. Now, when it says D&D, I believe that means Dungeons and Dragons. Hopefully I'm not getting that wrong. We gotta look this up on the spot, because I cannot be spreading misinformation. So as far as D&D, yeah, okay, it is Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, I get to keep my gamer card, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, but that being said, a lot of the sales is through the roof for this particular game, as you could already note with this being one of the more popular games on the mobile platform currently. As when it comes to pre-registration and just overall sales analytics, it's harder to quantify that specifically. But what we do know, as far as the launch performance and a lot of the things as far as the controversy with the optimization, it has been addressed and they have fixed a lot of the major problems. And when it comes, well, going back to my sales sentiment, we don't know actual analytics, but when it comes to pre-registration, it was over 3 million. When it comes to post-launch downloads, it was in the millions. Exact figures, we have no idea, but as far as just giving you a grand scale overall perception of what the sales look like, Google Play listed it as 1 million plus downloads. Now, y'all probably thinking, I know there's some element of monetization, or else SRGA or SGRA Studios will not be putting out a game like this, right? And you're definitely correct. As far as this mobile game, you already know that they have a gacha that summons gacha summons that costs $5 per pool, which is 360 Weremeros. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Weremeros. And then a lot of people use that monetization strategy as far as developing studios on these mobile games, because the more hours you put into it, the more dollars you're probably going to spend, because of course you're enjoying the game and they got you. So the gotcha elements is a common known thing as far as with mobile games, and this one is no different. But of course, it's still praised a lot for its world design, and even though the combat could be a little bit more engaging, they still say that the overall storytelling makes up for that lack of innovative fighting mechanics. You know, it's still solid. It's just nothing blowing you out of the water. Also, when it comes to seasonal resets, one of the reasons that people stay on this game is that they will wipe your progress. A lot of players say, you know what? We don't like that you wipe our progress every single season. It's sort of what Marvel Rivals players was about to face when NetEase was like, we're going to reset like 2 to 3 rankings. So you have to play the game to get back up to your initial rank. But they tried that in mid-season. Now, every season, I'm not mad with a rank reset or a rank digress or demotion. But with mobile games, people was upset that they completely progress wipe as far as every single season. And others enjoyed the fresh sense of seasonal combat. So just a little bit about the community as far as talking about what their gripes are and how those are addressed by SGRA, right? As far as ByteDance, we already know how they are one of the more big, powerful conglomerates, especially from China. And with them already publishing a very successful game like Dragoneer Silent Gods, they also more recently have Marvel Snap under the belt, as Marvel Snap has 30 million plus downloads. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as far as Marvel Snap, it just shows that Nuverse, owned by ByteDance, is probably one of the more powerful influences in the mobile gaming community. So with that being said, a lot of the Dungeon and Dragon elements that is intriguing to people, because people are probably wondering, how is this even interesting to anybody? You know, I always looked at these type of games and understood where the engagement factor comes from, because one, it tells a great story. The other thing is that a lot of the characters are fleshed out, right? So you're not only playing a mobile game and the accessibility is through the roof, but you're also playing a top tier story with a lot of different branching storylines that you can get immersed into that entire world. When it comes to the Dungeon and Dragon overall aspect, the dice rolls and stat-based mechanics is very intriguing for people. And the hero designs, that's always been a standout for these Dungeons and Dragons, because now if it's sci-fi, your imagination can run rampant as far as how you want to create these characters and how you want to design them to make it appealing to the eye, right? So as far as this specific game, there's 200 plus characters in this game. And when it comes to the community discussion, a lot of people love the PvP aspect, but some do say that's a little unbalanced because of, going back to earlier, the gotcha element of paying for what's it called? The gotcha element of mobile games, which has you spend $5 per summon, right? And with that being said, once you go to PvP, it heavily favors those who's spending money on the game, because guess what? They're getting the best equipment and loot to use in their matches. So a lot of people is upset with that. I think an easy fix for that would probably have to give them either, I don't know how to fix that. Maybe no microtransaction mode, where they get to play other players who like gradually leveled up without microtransactions, and then have one with microtransaction setting turns on, which you never know who you're going to fight. You know, fight somebody who paid like $500 million on the game and got all their tools, right? So I think that would probably be one of the things you could use to help disperse the talent as far as the PvP heavily favoring big spenders. Also, when it comes to the resets, a lot of people did not like the reset of the levels, which I already talked about. But there's a lot of community events, such as when they had the Apple feature highlighted at WWDC 2023 for the spatial audio integration. That was a big deal. And then also when it comes to February 2025, a contest gave away $10 in codes, spurring positive engagement. So as far as this development studio and SGRA and them being engaged into the community, it seems like they know what their community wants. They know the community enjoys the Dungeon and Dragon like genre with the overall strategic and frequent content updates. So that's what they give them, while also addressing concerns such as the PvP heavily favoring big spenders and just the overall gotcha element that a lot of people are not the biggest of fans of. So with that being said, when it comes to reviews, right, IGN basically reviewed this game without giving a score. A lot of these games are not given a score. I don't know why, but maybe because it's a mobile game. Pocket Tactics came out and said Pocket Tactics came out and said it's a mobile Baldur's Gate 3 contender, though combat lacks depth. IGN came out and said dice-based gameplay intrigues, but gotcha elements loom large. BlueStack said visually enchanting with a steep progression curve. And then, of course, with the overall community, they always praise the story. That's one of the things that's like prevalent in these Dragon Era games. Like the story is very fire and engaging to the point where now the combat just doesn't have to blow you out of the water, because now you never know what's going to happen in the story. And then, of course, TapTap actually gave this a score of 4 out of 5, saying that the exploration is amazing, but noting repetitive battles, which is just going back to the combat. So it seems like the combat is the thing that suffers the most as far as throughout all these reviews roundup. And I think the story is why it's still one of the most popular mobile games today in the world. So with Dragonair Silent Gods being the 7th most played mobile game currently, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Dragonair Silent Gods? And if you've played this game on your mobile device, what is your favorite aspect of the Dungeon and Dragon genre? Getting into the specific JRPG developed by Konami Digital Entertainment, produced by Rui Nato. One of the things I wanted to put out on Front Street is how well it's doing specifically on the Nintendo Switch, as it's currently the 2nd most played game on that platform. Now, of course, this game I'm talking about is Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remastered, Gate Rune, and Dunen Unification Wars. As far as all platforms that is available on, it's very accessible, which did not used to be the case, but as of right now, it is on the PS4, PS5, Xbox Series X/S, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Now, of course, when I'm talking about the Xability issue in the past, that is specifically referring to this game being interestingly limited. And when I say that, I basically am hinting at the PlayStation copies of Suikoden 2, which originally came out December 17th, 1998 in Japan, and later on came out in North America August 31st, 1999. Essentially, Suikoden 2 was very pricey because of its limitation in the past, and it often cost people hundreds of dollars on the secondary market due to no official English re-releases. But the PSP ports from 2006 helped a lot of people, but they were Japan only and tied to outdated hardware, leaving fans to go in different ways that may or may not have been the most legal route, right? They had a lot of emulations and costly retro buys going on as far as people emulating the game. We all know how Nintendo responds to those type of actions, as I'm gonna get to later in this episode. But let's just say legally accessing this game was very difficult. So as far as the original release of Suikoden 1 and Suikoden 2, the first one came out December 15th of 1995 in Japan, and later came out in North America December 31st, 1996. Suikoden 2 came out December 17, 1998 in Japan, and then came to North America August 31st, 1999. Now, of course, the sales are very indicative of how the hype has been built up to a certain level, because becoming the second most played game on Nintendo platform is no easy feat. But if you was wanting to dive into this JRPG, just know that its combat is simply a turn-based 6-character parties with runes, items, and unite attacks. So there's a lot of things going on as far as how it implements a rock, paper, scissors type of mechanic, right? So this game in length, Suikoden 1, is about 20 to 25 hours for the main story. But if you wanted to be a completionist, right, it's 30 to 35 hours. But as far as Suikoden 2, it's a little longer, as it's 30 to 35 hours for the main story and 50 to 60 hours of side content. So as far as being a completionist, let's just say you would have a grandiose time on Suikoden 1 and 2 if you end up doing a lot of the side content. So when we're getting back into the features as far as the remastered edition, obviously visually is going to be improved, but there's other things as far as this game running 60 frames per second on Steam Deck, and as far as on Switch, it's currently running 30 frames per second, 30 frames per second, and there's few minor bugs reported, but as far as the visual glitches and inventory management issues, I think one of the biggest things that I've seen from the community is that the inventory is, let's just say, a little troublesome to navigate, right? Going throughout the user interfaces is very difficult. So there's other things about this game that makes it fantastic, as I think with JRPGs, the reason why people were clamoring for this type of game, even though it was hard to access back in the past, is that when you look at a game that has so much detail when it comes to, obviously not graphically, but when it comes to mechanics wise, lore wise, story, and just overall creativity being on Front Street, and also the announcement that Konami had when it came to Suikoden Star Elite, that was also a free-to-play title, you came to realize that Suikoden is one of the more highly renowned JRPGs in history. So that's no small feat, and which is why people in North America was wanting to get their hands on it to experience this game that everybody was talking about from Japan, but we couldn't get access to it. So that was basically and essentially what I was wanting to get into, as a lot of the things it was talking about as far as the inventory management, as far as the AI upscale portraits is very similar to Suikoden 1's redrawn. That was one of the other complaints from the community. Another thing they were saying was that some players wish for more ambitious remake instead of a remaster, which, hey, as a Mass Effect fan, I ain't gonna lie to you, I think what they did with Mass Effect Remastered was phenomenal. But, you know, I wouldn't be lying to you. I would be lying to you if I didn't say that an online community, or just an attempt at an online multiplayer aspect, you know, that should have been attempted. I don't think it was attempted at all. They wanted to put out the story as a remaster and just leave the online multiplayer alone, but I think that could have been a great opportunity to have Mass Effect make not a resurgence, because it's still popular, but make a splash on the multiplayer scene when it comes to battling it out. Because of course we've seen with Halo Reach, people will go back to a multiplayer game that they used to play if it's fire, right? So with that being said, there's a lot of unique features and interesting facts about this game, as when it comes to the popularity and Junko Kawano's return, he had a redesign in Suikoden 1, and his they said redesign for Suikoden 1 portraits for a nostalgic yet fresh feel. So just getting into some of the minor tidbits and facts about the remaster, and then there's also the reviews that came out from the huge conglomerates such as IGN, Infinite Star, Niche Gamer, as GameSpot gave this a 90 out of 100. Push Square and Nintendo Life gave this an 8 out of 10. Screen Rant gave this an 8 out of 10. I don't think IGN reviewed this game. Open Critic gave this an 82 out of 100, and Metacritic, the score is an 82 out of 100 as well. So very, very positive reception across the board. And like I said, it was already a highly regarded JRPG as far as in Japan. So now that people get more access to it, I think it's just better for the gaming community, because as far as specific ports being limited to certain regions, I think at the end of the day, if it's a phenomenal game that stands out amongst the pack, everybody should be able to experience it, no matter what region it is, right? I think exclusivity only hurts the consumer in probably 95 to 99% of the time, as far as the consumer being on or getting the short end of the stick by having something be exclusive. And this is a PlayStation user talking. So as far as exclusivity, I don't think it's in the best interest of the consumer. So that's basically what I wanted to get into. Suikoden 1 and 2 is now out. It was released March 6, 2025 for the PS4, PS5, Xbox Series S and X, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Obviously, it was developed by Konami Digital Entertainment, produced by Rui Nato. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Suikoden having such a mass effect on the Nintendo Switch platform, specifically being the #2 most played game on that platform? And will you be giving this JRPG a try? Getting into a video game that I believe has a strong possibility of winning Game of the Year. Now, I know we're only 3 months in, and that's very high praise for a video game. But when it comes to Split Fiction and playing the game, it is one of the most creative games that I've ever played in life. I'm a huge RPG fan, if you couldn't tell by the podcast title. And also, when it comes to creativity, I believe platformers shine the most, because I don't know what it is about other genres, but I feel as far as in the platforming aspect, you can easily spot what's a good platforming game and what's not, based on the level of intricacy you have to have when crafting these platforming type games. And I'm talking about a Mario, I'm talking about an Astrobot. Platformers inevitably are going to reveal how creative you are as far as approaching the game development process. Now, with that being said, Split Fiction is top 3, if not #1, as far as one of the most creative games I've ever played in life, because it's almost as if all the creative ideas that they had in that room were showcased in this video game. Like, oh, you want to do this? That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Oh, that's also a great idea. Guess what? Everything, we're going to put all that into this game, right? Creativity galore as far as from start to finish. I've never experienced a game where it just consistently showcased new mechanics, new visuals, as far as completely new settings, right? Completely new mechanics every single hour on the hour. It was actually one of the most insane experiences as far as a first timer playing Split Fiction. So, with that being said, if you didn't know, Split Fiction is a third-person co-op action-adventure game developed by Hazelight Studios. You're probably well aware of Hazelight Studios, as also I will say that I believe Hazelight Studios is one of the more prominent developers that we have in the gaming industry today, to the point where now Hollywood execs are starting to take notice, as they are moving and actively pursuing rights for a movie adaptation of Split Fiction. As when it comes to assembling a package including a cast, writers, and directors, media companies are already giving propositions and showcasing and trying to get Hazelight. Well, I don't even know if it was Hazelight. It's probably I forget the guy who is over Hazelight, because he's done a lot of interviews. Let me see. Hazelight Studios owner. because he does a lot of interviews and he has a very interesting personality. Let me just put it like that. Like if that man ever started a podcast, man, his personality is through the roof. So anyways, because I've seen him a lot of time at the Game Awards show. So Joseph Ferris, hopefully I'm saying that right. He is the founder of Hazelight Studios and the creative director. So I would assume that they would have to go through him. So basically, getting back to the Hollywood part of it, they are approaching him and basically presenting a lot of scripts and just overall packaging when it comes to a live action movie for Split Fiction. So that is going on as we speak, and nothing's confirmed. This could all fall through, but this is officially happening via reports. So that is a huge deal that Hollywood execs are reaching out to you, essentially because you've probably made one of the greatest creative games we've ever seen. So when it comes to the game and the runtime, I do believe it's on the shorter end, depending, and this is a very interesting part of the game, right? Depending on who you play with, this game could either be lengthy or it could be short. Now, I'm not saying short as in, oh, it's going to be like 5 to 10 hours. I would say this game is around the 12 to 15 hour mark, honestly. And depending on who you play with, is either going to be longer or shorter. So, choose your partner wisely. With that being said, I believe this specific game is fantastic. I've said that time and time again. But as far as this game being out on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC, one thing stood out to me. Retro consoles are no longer being supported by these highly intense games as far as PS4 and Xbox Series X. Well, is it Series X? I forget, because at this point, Xbox and took so many L's, I don't even know which platform they have out right now. Xbox. No, I ain't gonna lie to you, I forgot. But actually, let's look that up right now. List of Xbox. This is released. If you didn't know, PlayStation is outselling Xbox. Well, the PS5 Xbox is outselling the current Xbox 4-1. So that means for every one current gen Xbox sold, there's 4 PS5 sold. So just keep that in mind. That's how I forgot how they even releasing these consoles at this point. Like Xbox is really falling to the wayside. Okay, so they're on the Xbox Series X. Okay, cool. So with that being said, that is the 4th generation. The last one was the Xbox One. Oh, that's what it was called. These names are so confusing. Like, I just forget. Like, at this point, I mean, you're losing the race so bad that, I mean, at some point, we just got to do a whole rebrand. So anyways, why'd I say that? Oh, yeah, because this game is only out on current gen consoles, because a lot of people think that PS4 and Xbox One is current gen. No, that is retro consoles at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, let's look this up just so y'all don't think I'm joking. Let me see if I can find this right quick. PS4 release date. Okay, so November 19th, 2013, ladies and gentlemen, is when the PS4 came out. Y'all want to know when the Xbox One came out? Xbox One release date. Xbox One came out 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2025. It's about time. It's about that time. So anyways, speaking on your retro consoles, Hazelight Studios did not develop this game for that, nor do I believe it could run on that old technology. It would probably turn your Xbox One or PS4 into a living time bomb if you played this game on it. So anyways, with that being said, I believe that the sales is doing phenomenally, as officially and objectively speaking, 2 million copies were sold in its first week of launch. And that is tremendous, especially for a co-op like game. Because of course, you can't just play this game with AI. If you're only one person, you're gonna have to make friends, buddy. You got to go on your local Discord, go on your favorite content creator stream, find their Discord, ask if anybody want to play with you. If somebody say no, ask your family. If they say no, guess what? You may have to play with Casper. Now, just play. But all jokes aside, I think, you should be able to find somebody, which is why I keep bringing up Discord, because I know a lot of people find that issue to come about time and time again, because, some people are lonely out here. You know what I mean? Sad day in history. But with that being said, Discord is a great way to have somebody play with you as far as Split Fiction. Now, with that being said, I played this game with my cousin, and we had a blast. I ain't gonna lie to you. We had a phenomenal time. So I ain't really had that problem. But, I was just giving you options in case you had that problem. So the sales are phenomenal. The game is phenomenal. I don't think I could keep going as far as talking about this game without stating that this is one of the most creative video games that you will ever play in life. I mean, the premise itself sets it up to be creative, but then Hazelight Studios took it to a whole nother level. Because sometimes when people are in sci-fi or people have these, time travel type adventures, right? Which is limitless possibilities. They're very limited when they're thinking about how to go about that story. And they're not really grasping how they could do anything, right? How the premise is letting them do anything. And they're doing this very specific thing that's limiting creativity and really showcasing some people's mental barriers when it comes to reaching certain creative heights. Split Fiction is the complete opposite. They were given a premise where you could do absolutely anything and they ran with it. When I tell you some of the most interesting scenarios has happened to me playing this video game, one of them, I'm not even going to spoil it. Let's just say sometimes you have to get turned into certain things to realize that this game is out of his mind, because the different settings that you're put in, and then randomly it will turn you into something. I'm not gonna say what it is, and then now you have to play as that. And I'm thinking to myself, hold on now, I know this game did not just take me from a sci-fi fantasy adventure and put me in this world, and it works. At the end of the day, a lot of these maps that they put you in time and time again, they have its own mechanics, they have their own bosses, their own mechanics. It would have been so easy to go to a simple route and have certain mechanics present as far as, there's a grapple mechanic that's always present. But for the majority of the time, there's completely new mechanics thrown at you time and time again throughout every single setting in this game, hour on the hour. And maybe even shorter than that. Maybe every 30, 40 minutes, they throw a whole new mechanic at you. And multiple, right? Multiple different camera angles, multiple different settings. Now I'm getting more into my personal review of the game, because when I tell you that playing this game with my cousin, and a game doesn't have to be that fire for us to make it enjoyable, right? Like, we be joking 24/7. So whether the game was trash or fun, we was gonna have a great time. Now the story is phenomenal, and the overall execution of it is at a masterclass level, to where I'm looking at this game, I'm even watching back some of the videos, gotta watch film kind of like NBA players, nothing too crazy. And I believe that some of the most authentic moments, as far as genuinely just being in awe of certain settings they put you in, is just a testament to how video games were meant to be enjoyable. So Hazelight Studios have yet another hit on their hands, and I believe A Way Out. No, not A Way Out. I believe It Takes Two won Game of the Year not too long ago. It Takes Two. Let me see. So It Takes Two, they won Game of the Year back in 2021. Goodness, that makes me feel old. But I remember watching that game show, and that's how I realized that man had a crazy personality. But anyways, It Takes Two, obviously developed by Hazelight Studios. That game won Game of the Year at the Game Awards show back in 2021. And as far as A Way Out, I don't know about A Way Out. I don't even think the game show was around back then. That was like, I forget what the conference was called when PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo all came together. I forget what that conference was called, but I mean, it's no longer here in the Game Awards. Kind of like the Summer Game Festival, or whatever. It's kind of took over. But when it comes to A Way Out back in 2018, it was nominated in several categories, but didn't win Game of the Year, which went to God of War. Okay, now that makes sense. Now that makes complete sense. God of War was what they did for Kratos. All right, this is Hazelight Studio praise, so I'm not gonna go too crazy. But what Santa Monica Studio did with Kratos in the 2018 God of War. Now that I think about it, 2018 was a stacked year. We had God of War, we had Spider-Man, A Way Out, Red Dead Redemption 2, Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite was always around, but 2018 was a stack year. Anyways, yeah, Way Out was nominated in several categories, but didn't win Game of the Year and went to God of War. So that makes sense. But essentially, what I'm letting you know is Santa Monica, well, not Santa Monica. They are also fantastic. Took a little step back with Ragnarok, but it's all right. Hopefully they pick it up. But Hazelight Studios, what they put out as far as A Way Out, as far as It Takes Two, as far as Split Fiction, you know I cover music. I would compare this to when Kanye West put out Graduation. I mean, the ultimate peak, time and time and time again from Hazelight Studios. I don't know what they could do next to up the ante. Because after this, I'm thinking to myself, I'm guessing there's a lot of different ways they could go to keep going with the co-op route. But now that people have seen that they're one of the greatest studios ever created, and yes, I'm saying that at this point, 2018 to 2025, they're still putting out peak content for for gamers out there, right? I believe that now, will they try to, I'm not going to say they're not challenging themselves with co-op action adventures, right? But will they try to go a single player route? Will they try to go a live service route? Because you already know when it comes to live service, everybody loves to point out how the top games or majority live services, but what people don't realize, that's like 4 to 5 games, right? 4 to 5 games taking up that slot. That's like looking at Drake and be like, he got all these sales, let's just make what he makes. Like, hold up now. It don't work like that. And it's not that easy. So a lot of these people just flop when they make live services. But if Hazelight Studios found a way to have a Marvel Rivals type of game where they were given maybe the DC IP, maybe they were given, what's something else? I can't really think of anything as far as a live service where, Star Wars, they could be given the Star Wars IP. That would be, like, at this point, Hazelight Studios needs to be treated like EA is treated, because of course EA has Star Wars Outlaws developed by Respawn, but when it comes to overall Star Wars products, it's not really licensed out to Hazelight Studios or studios like that works on these type of games. So I believe the next step for Hazelight Studios is taking that Insomniac jump where they get a popular IP, whether that's Star Wars, whether that's DC, whether that's Marvel. That is the next step I believe that's in play for Hazelight Studios. So hopefully that makes sense. Also, if you was wondering, with this game being out on current gen consoles such as the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC, essentially it's fully, well, not essentially, it is fully cross-play across all platforms. And another thing that I wanted to mention is that the co-op feature means that, like, the need for the co-op, like, you can't play this with Casper, you need an actual human to play with you, right? Only one copy of the game is needed using a friend's pass. So that means if somebody purchases the game, now you get a free copy. Unless y'all want to split the cost, which, to each his own. But, somebody, you get a free game, right? Maybe play rock, paper, scissors, and that person buys the game. But at the end of the day, they deserve all the support and revenue, as this is inevitably going to go down as one of the most creative video games of all time. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about what do you think about Split Fiction as far as it being one of the most creative games ever? What do you think about Hollywood execs trying to get this movie for a live action or a live movie adaptation? And at the end of the day, if you played this game like I have, what is your favorite thing about Split Fiction? Getting into a game that's technically not even out yet, as it is still in early access, which means that the price tag right now, as far as the $9 they are charging, is set to rise upon its full release. Now, the game that I'm talking about for this specific segment is, of course, Repo, which is a supposed horror game. And the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of horror games that I've played and that I've seen that's a lot scarier than Repo. I think it has horror elements, but for it to be called a scary game is very interesting for the simple fact that there are other games a lot scarier. Let's just put it like that, right? As far as Repo, when you're playing with your friends, it's more of an enjoyable time with comedic scary elements or horror elements, but it's not as scary as other actual horror games. But with that being said, the reason why I said that is because when I say this particular game is a cooperative horror game, I don't want you to think that you're just going to be scared out of your mind. Horror is there, but it's more in the comedic nature. It's not like a Devour type of horror game where that's just straight up making it hard for you to sleep at night after you play that game, right? So getting back into Repo, the developers, which is SemiWork, which if you didn't know, the developer SemiWork is a small upsell Sweden-based indie team who developed this game, of course. And what they're known for is, well, what they're known for previously was Voy Digo. Hopefully I'm saying that right. A colorful roguelite with a few thousand positive Steam reviews. Now, of course, they pivoted from that game because of this game, Repo, being a massive hit to the point where it's the 7th most popular game on PC. 166,000 people are currently playing the game, and it has a 24-hour peak of 246,000, which with that peak and the overall concurrent player count, one could say that now this game is a definite hit, right? Because when this was initially released in February 27th, 2025, one could argue that this was a fly-by-night type of game. You have January, you have February, now you have March. A month later, people are still playing this game, and it's still immensely popular. To be devil's advocate, Marvel Rivals is interestingly not on this list as far as the top 10 to 15 PC games. And we all know the immense success that was Marvel Rivals, right? I'm not saying they can't get back up to their popularity. Let's just say they are currently not in the top 10 as far as PC, which is very interesting as far as their release date being this year, I believe. Let's see, Marvel Rivals release date. So Marvel Rivals came out December 6, 2025. So, I mean, technically it was released last year, but it was on the tail end, and December is right into 2025. So as far as them not being on the charts at all, just like 3 months after, and with this game being a month into its early access lifespan, one could argue when it goes down, maybe, just maybe, SemiWork would take this off the market and then put it back when it's ready for its full release. But currently, this game is a hit, so everybody is playing it and they're keeping it up. And like I said, it's $9, but it's set to rise upon full release. Now, of course, with that being said, the overall gameplay it's up to 6 players, right? It's cooperative, but it also does support solo play. So if you want to be a solo looter in this horror type atmosphere, which is, it's more comedic horror, but there are horror elements, then, have at it. Because I'm not going to lie to you. If I'm ever playing a horror game, just know it's never by myself. And if it is, I must have lost a bet. So with that being said, I do believe with the gameplay loop of players acting as repo agents recovering valuable items and from monster infested locations is very lethal company, but it puts enough spin and there's enough unique factors to make it where it's its own game, right? And then if you don't know, Repo is literally retrieve, extract, and profit operation. So if you didn't know what Repo stood for, now you know. So getting back into the gameplay loop, there's a lot of objects where the weight of it is prone to breaking if mishandled. So the overall mechanics of this game definitely has a learning curve, but it's not the most expert game in the world, right? There's an easy to understand way of playing the game, and then of course there's the expert way. So it has a high ceiling but a low barrier to entry. So the stealth is very emphasized in this game. You have to be stealthy, or else you're just going to get taken out by the monsters, right? You got to avoid the monsters and shrink to avoid the monsters, because you want to minimalize the combat, and you do not want to fight these monsters head on when they find you. And there's a bunch of different ways to approach these monsters, which is Lethal Company-esque, and you have to learn about it in real time, or you could just do the research, but some would call that Mickey. So that being said, the extraction part of the game is once you find all the valuables, put it into the cart without breaking it or losing money, right? You're going to escape, but it requires activating a countdown platform, adding the intensity, because of course the monsters are still after you. And then of course, when it comes to playing with up to 6 players, there's a revival mechanic, because when your teammate gets knocked out by a monster or anything like an explosion, gun, but more importantly, probably a monster, you have to take their heads and put it in the cart and extract that as loot and revived with 1 HP. So when you do that, a lot of people are more inclined to, when you die, go try to pick up your head instead of paying the full price of having you come back to life for the next mission. Also, when it comes to monster variety, there are over 15 unique monsters, including killer ducks, man, what in the world, and telekinetic aliens. So when it comes to performance, it's an early access, but I haven't really seen major bugs. Like whenever a game's in early access, I'm expecting major clipping. I'm not expecting like screen tearing. That's a little too much. But I'm expecting like obvious bugs to be happening in the game. But it's pretty well optimized to the point where it being an early release, I'm kind of thinking to myself, did this developing studio pull a okie doke on the player base? Like maybe this is the full, I'm not saying this is a full game, but I'm just saying semi-work was really going to work, pun intended, as far as the optimization for this game. For this to be early access and running the way it does, having minor bugs and glitches like every game has in multiplayer aspect, it is very apparent that it is a very well thought out game and well developed game. And of course, when it comes to extra compatibility, it supports Steam Deck and it supports ultra wide monitors. A lot of people want to know about the future plans of this game, because when it comes to it being in early access, SemiWork had to come out and give an explanation on what the full release looks like, right? So they confirmed upcoming levels, enemies, and features. And with the monetization strategy, they plan for cosmetic releases to be more of a recommendation than actually needed. Because now, when you talk about microtransactions for the cosmetics, the player base is going to get up in arms about you trying to charge for things that is aesthetic. But I don't think that's the biggest problem. I think if they held like a weapon or a tool behind a microtransaction, let's just say that tool was like very helpful in the gameplay loop, I think then they could make more of a spectacle of the monetization strategy. But as far as aesthetic and then not actually affecting gameplay, I'm not too mad at it. Also, there's the anti-cheat strategy. Who is cheating in a co-op horror game? Like, as far as these co-op games, I feel like they're for fun. Like, who is cheating to, like, what's the point? Like, is it like a actual competition? Like, oh, I'm gonna bring back more money than you, so I'm gonna cheat. Like, I don't understand. Y'all on the same team, but I don't know. But, you know, regardless, there's an anti-cheat strategy exploring hacker management without intrusive software. So a lot of people are, you know, taking the shortcuts when it comes to this game. And guess what? They are not going for that, as SemiWork has made sure to put in an anti-cheat strategy just so people aren't out here cheating in a game. So when it comes to critical reception and just the review roundup portion of this segment, just know that PC Gamer gave this an 8.5 out of 10, saying a fantastic co-op horror game that holds its own against Lethal Company with silly physics and chaotic fun. IGN gave this an 8 out of 10, saying endearing robots and clever mechanics shine, though it's rough around the edges. You know, it's an early access release, so it's a minor nitpick. Gaming on Linux did not give a score, but they said it's amusing and rocketing up Steam charts despite a goofy emoji icon. Okay. Oh yeah, that is the one thing. Because when I first looked at Repo, I saw the goofy emoji and it was weird. I was like, why did they do the apple emoji like that? Like it looks like an apple emoji, but the way it's detailed is horrific type of, imagery because of the way it looks. And having that as the title for your game, when your game looks like, when your gameplay actually looks like this, I'm not going to say it's misleading, but it's like you're trying to make your game look scarier than it actually is. Like I haven't seen anything in this game that's just like, man, that's spooky. Like the main thing I thought was like, kind of scary was like this. It was like this huge floating head. I thought that was the scariest thing in the entire game. But with that being said, it's a very phenomenal game. A lot of people are enjoying it. When it comes to the price, once again, it's only $9, but it is set to rise upon full release. So if you want to maximize your dollars, right, and you don't want to wait till you miss the boat or you miss the wave and have to end up paying, I don't know how much it would end up costing, maybe $30, $50. But if you don't want to pay that, definitely buy it now for $10 and play it with your friends, because I definitely plan on playing it with my friends and things of that nature, and we're going to see how enjoyable it is. And technically it may end up being my first ever game I've played on PC, because fun fact, I use my consoles for majority of the gaming sessions that I have, shameless plug on my live streams as far as Twitch, Kick, or any of my YouTube channels, but also my link tree in my bio has all those links. Anyways, my fault, shameless plug. So when I'm playing these games live, I'm always playing on my console. But as far as playing on my PC, I wonder how that runs in general. But I guess we're going to find out, because I do plan on playing this game in the near future. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Repo? Which, of course, the acronym, just to be actually, is Retrieve, Extract, and Profit Operation. So now you know. That being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Repo and its overall success, especially it being the 7th most played game on Steam, with it only being $9 in early access? And would you be open to trying this game? And if you do, who is the other? And it's up to 6 players. So who would you pick to embark with you upon this comedic but still horrific journey that is Repo? Big bank usually takes little bank. So in the case of Xbox versus PlayStation, why is that not the same outcome for these two specific companies competing? As when it comes to Microsoft versus Sony, it's not even a discussion financially, because to quote the great Aubrey Graham, I don't want to talk about money because it gets embarrassing. I mean, Microsoft has an evaluation of $245 billion under its belt, while Sony, still respectable, of course, but compared to Microsoft, Sony has $95 billion. Now, there's a little discrepancy in Microsoft's evaluation versus Sony's evaluation. But the main point of this segment is to talk about how it's a complete 180 when it comes to the console war, which as a consumer, I do believe the console war does not help out the consumers, but nevertheless, I have to get into it, as Microsoft has seemingly conceded the battle as they plan to move away from traditional consoles, opting for a unified gaming platform emphasizing cloud gaming and cross-platform accessibility. Why is that? It's because currently, with the current gen consoles, PlayStation 5 is outselling Xbox Series X and S 4-1, meaning for every one Xbox Series X or S sold, there's 4 PlayStation 5s. And this is not me. This is just game data that I've researched and garnered throughout my time covering the current gen console race. So PlayStation is the PS5 is currently just running away with the current gen metrics as far as people going out and purchasing current gen hardware to play their games on. So the way that Microsoft is combating that is basically waving their white flag and moving on to having more accessibility for consumers. Because one thing I said on my Instagram, shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz on Instagram to see my daily posts about the gaming and music industry. one of the posts that went viral was me talking about how if PlayStation keeps lapping Xbox in consoles sold, that would not be in the greatest interest of the consumer. Why is that the case? Because if PlayStation just has a dominant hold on the consumer base and consoles, what's stopping them from making more and more games exclusive to their console and ultimately pitting us gamers in a difficult position of having to maybe deal with price surges? Because what's stopping PlayStation from raising the prices? Y'all have already completely decided that PS5 is the best current gen console. So let's just raise the prices drastically and we don't have to face any backlash, because guess what? What are y'all going to go to? Xbox? Of course not. The player base is minimal. I mean, one of the prime examples as far as the marketing power and the money market share is Marvel Rivals. Last time I checked, Xbox players had 3 to 4% of the entire revenue shared as far as Marvel Rivals. And of course, the rest was PC and PlayStation. So if other developers are looking at that, they're probably thinking to themselves, we're not making any money putting our game solely on the Xbox platform. So let's put it on multiple platforms, or let's make it exclusive for the PlayStation platform, which is becoming more and more of a trend, to the point where Microsoft had to come out and buy whole conglomerates as far as gaming development studios such as Activision, which they literally had to go to court for, because even though they have a big bank and they can afford that, the courts were trying to decide if it was a monopoly-like tactic or not, because if you have Activision, then inherently you have Call of Duty, and that going exclusively to one platform isn't good for any of the consumers. So they was taking the court for that, but they ultimately won, stating that Call of Duty would be on Game Pass, which is affordable, but it would still be on both platforms, right? So they got around that because technically they wasn't going to make Call of Duty exclusive. Now, what are they going to do if Activision puts out another first-person shooter that, you know what I mean, maybe plays like Call of Duty exactly, and they put it on Xbox exclusively? What are they going to do then? But anyways, the main purpose for the segment is talking about how Xbox has just effectively waved a white flag and has bought into the narrative of PlayStation 5 just outselling Xbox Series X and S by a landslide, right? So now they plan to move away from traditional consoles and opt for a unified gaming platform, emphasizing cloud gaming and cross-platform accessibility. So the concept, because once again, got to take this with a grain of salt, but a lot of people are basically coming out of the woodworks, a lot of the insiders, and saying the same thing. The concept is a PC and a TV show, meaning it's rumored to resemble a fixed spec gaming PC with a TV friendly design, providing developers with optimized hardware targets. Now, if Xbox ends up executing this plan like I think they're going to, that would be a huge shift in consumer base as far as the market share between the current gen consoles. Because now if they put out a console that actually lets you tap into your cloud gaming and seemingly tap more into your PC Steam library, I think people are more inclined to get an Xbox over a PlayStation, which is why I think this move is phenomenal. And also, Phil Spencer came out, the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, and gave a statement saying the company's interest in moving beyond hardware limitations and providing a more flexible gaming experience is their main priority. So that, accompanied with all these rumors coming about, it kind of gives it more credence, as when the former Xbox executive Peter Moore stated that Microsoft would consider abandoning consoles if viable alternatives like game streaming gained popularity. So if the former executive, keyword is former, is coming out and talking about how Microsoft has been considering these things of going console less and more into the cloud, now these rumors are starting to come about more after the fact, after he said that like years in the past, right? As of today, the next installment of the Xbox franchise seemingly is going to be console less and more focused on hardwire and more of a PC-like platform, right? So if PlayStation has to deal with that, I think that would be the greatest competitor, because at the end of the day, competition breeds the best out of conglomerates, humans, whatever. Whenever competition is present, people have to rise to another level to overcome it. So I think PlayStation just running, well, the PS5 specifically, just running away with the console war is not in the greatest interest of the consumer, because what's stopping it from raising the prices? Because where else are you going to go? So I think this is a great idea from Microsoft. Obviously, it's a rumor. And they did say that the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 was developed with the next Xbox in mind. And there's no confirmation, right? So just take this with a grain of salt, but wanted to inform y'all that Xbox is indeed trying to fight, right? You know how people get beat up to the point where even the audience is screaming, fight back? That's basically where Xbox is at this point. They're not winning the current gen console race. So now let's look to the next console, and what is that going to be? Moving away from traditional consoles and going with a whole unique idea as far as emphasizing unifying gaming platforms, because if you can't beat them, join them. So with that being said, currently, I mean, Xbox versus PlayStation in totality is more comp if you're not looking at only the current gen. If you're looking at it as a whole, Xbox has received revenue around 21.5 billion, right? PlayStation as a whole has received revenue estimated to be 32 to 34 billion. So that's more of a comparison, right? I think in summary, Microsoft is not even worrying about Sony as a financial competitor. But when it comes to Xbox versus PlayStation, PlayStation is outperforming Xbox by quite a bit. And because Microsoft is so vast in its income, and its streams of income being a variety of things, I think they never really took it too serious. But now it's getting to a point where PlayStation is just out here outlapping Xbox 4-1, like I said earlier in the segment. So now when you're looking at it, Xbox and Microsoft is coming together with a plan on how to combat this dominance that the PS5 has just exacerbated, right? So with that being said, I think this is a great move. If they're going to move away from traditional consoles and get more into the Steam library and just pair more with Steam and PC players, so now PlayStation is the only one playing hardball with everybody else as far as the other platforms, I think this is the greatest move, because if you can't beat them, join them. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Xbox could use a couple friends in battling PlayStation. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this rumor that Microsoft is planning to move away from traditional consoles, opting for more of a unified gaming platform and emphasizing cloud gaming and cross-platform accessibility? And what's your ultimate takeaway from the current state of the console war between Xbox Series X and PS5? Y'all are gonna learn to stop playing with Nintendo and put some respect on Nintendo's name. And the great Birdman, all three of y'all gotta put respect on Nintendo's name. Now, what am I even talking about? Y'all probably don't even know, right? As far as Nintendo and their long-standing feud with people pirating their games, it goes back to all the way back to 1980s when the NES was on the rise, right? So going back down memory lane, the implementation of the 10ES lockout chip prevented unauthorized games and suing companies like Atari Games for circumventing it. So all the way back in the 80s, Nintendo let you know that we will pull up and we will spin the block on people pirating our games. Not only that, in the 90s, Nintendo targeted rental stores and bootleg cartridges, notably winning a $1.5 million judgment against a Canadian retailer in 1993. And of course, the Game Boy came about. Obviously, people are not going to pirate that, right? Well, of course you're wrong, because it brought a plethora of lawsuits against counterfeiters in Asia, where in the 2000s, Nintendo tackled emulation and ROM sites such as internet piracy grew and shut down sites like Love ROMs in 2018 with a $12 million settlement. I mean, where's 21 Savage and Drake when you need them? Because Nintendo needed more M's. Y'all out here pirating their content, and they are not having it. Even to the point where they pursued hardware makers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the R4 cartridge producers, they ended up losing their case against Nintendo in Japan and Europe. The 3DS and the Switch eras intensified, but Nintendo hacked back against Team Executor in 2020, leading to the arrest. They locking up people. They putting people behind bars because they want others to enjoy Nintendo games, right? Nintendo ain't playing that. So back in 2020, they locked up people from Executor and had the courts give them a $2 million penalty. Recently, of course. That's what this segment is about. As the most recent event that we're going to cover in totality is about the French company D-Storage, SAS. Sad day in history as Nintendo won a legal battle against D-Storage, the operator of unfiltered.com, a file sharing platform accused of hosting pirated copies of Nintendo games. Now, in all honesty, I'm not saying I'm a proponent for people pirating games because you could say that and get sued, right? So I'm not going to say that at all. I'm not going to say that I put the enjoyment of the consumers over actually getting the game officially, right? I would never say that. I would never come out and say that I don't care how you get it. I just want you to have fun. But in the totality, from a bird's eye view, Nintendo cares. And they want you to officially get their game. And if you can't get it because of wherever you're at, then too bad, buddy. You're out of luck. That's what Nintendo is saying. And D-Storage obviously was trying to be a man of the, or a woman of the people, be a company of the people, as the site offered a lot of accessibility options for people to play Nintendo games. You know, it may have not been illegal you know, it may not have been on the up and up. Let's just put it like that. And the French Supreme Court got tired of it. And they basically said, guess what? You are liable for not removing unauthorized game copies. So because of that, we're going to give you a penalty, right? And we're going to order you to pay 400. Hold up. What is this in USD? I don't know what this is. All right, hold on, let me find out what this is in USD. Is this in, okay, here we go. We're almost there. All right. So they were ordered to pay $456,000 approximately in compensation to Nintendo. So not only did Nintendo have a history of getting more M's from people pirating their games, but you know, 400,000 is a lot. I'm not trying to say it's not, but for a conglomerate like Nintendo, like, hold up, what is Nintendo's net worth? Net worth. Reminder, this is the company that owns Mario, right? Nintendo net worth. Nintendo is worth $83 billion, ladies and gentlemen. And they were going after this company for $422,000. Now, I'm not saying that Nintendo petty. All I'm saying is they could have let it slide just a little bit. Like little Timmy, maybe he couldn't afford the game, you know? Maybe little Timmy was in another region where this game was locked from, right? I think the way that Nintendo went at D-Storage is very interesting. That's all I'm going to say. Because, of course, I'm not messing with Nintendo. I just told y'all not to mess with Nintendo. I'm definitely not going to say that Nintendo is bugging by suing a company for $422,000 when they're worth $83 billion. I would never say that. I'm not saying that at all, right? I'm not saying they're being petty with this lawsuit. I'm not saying they could have let it slide because that's illegal, right? I'm just saying that Nintendo indefinitely is going to pursue any and everybody who pirates their games. As when the French Supreme Court made the decision, it was very interesting for the landscape of the gaming industry because once again, we were reminded that Nintendo anti-privacy efforts are very aggressive and they want their fettuccine even if it doesn't even make a difference in their overall net value, right? So Back in November 2024, Nintendo sought a U.S. District Court subpoena for records in its case against James Arkbox Williams over alleged piracy. Ryan Michael Daly, a modded hardware, right? Nintendo also pursued legal action against Dolly for selling modded consoles, pirated games, and mod chips. Yuzu emulator lawsuit back in February 2024, Nintendo sued them because of them making a Switch emulator to the point where they had to settle for $2.4 million and transferred its entire domain to Nintendo of America. I don't know how many examples I got to showcase to y'all that Nintendo do not mess with pirators. Like any type of pirate of the Caribbeans, pirating, they don't care. They want to let you know that if you're not buying our game officially, we're going to find you. And we will make you pay the damages financially. Sad day in history. So with all these examples, I just wanted to showcase time and time again how Nintendo is not to be messed with. They have the greatest lawyers in the world. They will find you if you're pirating their games, and they will make you pay back all that money you made them lose out on. So at the end of the day, I'm basically just saying this, that if the next pirate out there is watching, I would advise you to not go against Nintendo, because getting caught helping little Timmy have enjoyment in games should not be your main focus. Not getting caught is still illegal, and I would not advise it, but I would say not getting caught would be the best route, right? If you're going to follow the footsteps of these pirators. But of course, as we've seen, getting caught is a pretty common trend, and Nintendo's not messing around with anybody who purchases their games illegally. And it's just basically strengthening Nintendo's case as far as their anti-piracy efforts and when it comes to copyright enforcement rights of game publishers across Europe, right? And the most egregious happenings of this, I think, was Yuzu, because not only did they say, give me $2.4 million, but they also had to transfer the entire domain to Nintendo of America. So at that point, not only do we own you, but now you had to back pay some of that money we missed out on. It was very, I think Yuzu is the most obvious example on how aggressive Nintendo can be when it comes to the content. So with that being said, it's a very interesting case. I wanted to cover it because at the end of the day, it's yet another case that Nintendo has won. Let's see. Has Nintendo ever lost a piracy case? Because that's what I want to know. I want to know, have they lost in the court? Because right now they're looking like Floyd Mayweather in the courtroom. But as far as Nintendo and them in court, oh, okay, they did lose once. Okay, so a notable loss came in 2021 when Nintendo was defeated by the Federation of German Consumer Organizations, VZBV, in the case over its eShop pre-order refund policy. Okay, that's a little different. That's not piracy. Is that piracy or not piracy? I don't think it is, because it's basically saying you can't pre-order from your own shop. As far as piracy specifically, it's never lost. it's never lost. Oh man, yeah. So if Nintendo comes after you for piracy, just wrap it up, buddy. It's over, man. You just gonna have to be like, hey, you got me. You got me. Just don't go down snitching. That's all I gotta say. Don't go down snitching, because what you're doing is illegal. And as a consumer, I'm just gonna say don't get caught, or just follow the law, right? Because I can't advise for you to help little Timmy enjoy their games for free. All I can say is if you do get caught, which, you should probably try not to get caught, but if you do get caught because it's illegal, just know they're going to win the case. It's better than the FBI rate as far as them indicting criminals, right? They are 100% when it comes to piracy specific cases, and they're not going to lose. So if they catch you, just don't go down snitching. And with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Nintendo winning the legal battle against D-Storage, with the courts having them pay Nintendo $422,000 in compensation and $25,000 in legal fees. I forgot to add that. And what is your biggest takeaway from Nintendo's dominance when it comes to piracy specific legal battles? Now, of course, we got to go full screen for this because January 28th, 2025, that date is going to go down in history as starting one of the greatest feuds in sports history. Why? Because for the simple fact that this crossover was unexpected. It's almost like when Superman and Spider-Man cross over into each other's universes. We're like, hold on now. These two aren't supposed to cross over. They're supposed to be in their own lane, covering the universe from their respective sides, right? But that obviously was not the case. Stephen A. Smith and LeBron is having a back and forth. And at first I covered it, but then it kept going, and then it kept going. And then Stephen A. said he would have swung on LeBron, and then LeBron put up a boxing video of Stephen A. the clown. I'm like, hold on now. This is a little deeper than surface level rhetoric. So I wanted to give a complete synopsis and overview of the LeBron versus Stephen A. battle, because of course, I don't know if it's going to end here, but if it goes any further, all I'm going to say is the advice I gave Stephen A. after LeBron confronted him March 6, 2025, maybe he could have used that advice and took it there before LeBron did, because LeBron basically pulled a Kendrick and took it further when he went on a Pat McAfee show. I think that's how you say it. And when what he said on that show hit Stephen A. directly, as now the public perception is that LeBron put Stephen A. in a very uncomfortable position to the point where now it seems as if Stephen A. was turned into an ASMR analyst. Now, before I get more into that, as far as my personal take on what he should have did, let's just go over the overview, right? Stephen A. obviously is a cover of sports. Bronny is in the National Basketball Association. But because of LeBron James being, in my opinion, the greatest human to ever touch a basketball, he inevitably got his son on the Lakers as, I think it was the 55th draft pick. So there was a lot of turmoil with that because people are saying that LeBron should not have that ability to get Bronny drafted. Not only drafted, but also $5 million, or $5 to $8 million, I forget. But the contract that he signed was pretty exorbitant, especially for a person of his stature in the draft, right? LeBron's the greatest human to ever touch a ball. So those people who had those critiques, I think they're just hating. Nepotism is a real thing. And if you're the greatest human to ever play a sport, I think you should be afforded some level of control over where your son ends up in your career, right? So LeBron had the option to put his son on his team, and he took it. And not only was Bronny not a first round, I don't think he was a first round, maybe he was, I don't know. He was a 55th overall draft pick. So it wasn't like the Lakers used some top tier pick on him. I think they ended up getting like Dalton Connect as one of their earlier picks. So I don't understand where the hoopla is about that, but it continued, right? And Stephen A., seeing the bad performance, to be nice, of Bronny James, had to come out and say this, and this is where it all started. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're going to play some things. And I just want y'all to know, this is a complete overview of LeBron versus Stephen A., and this is where it all started.
Stop this. Stop. I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is when LeBron turned into a villain. And he was like, hold up now. I know he ain't saying what I think he's saying.
We all know that Bronny James is in the NBA because of his dad. The first game of the season, opening night, the Griffies in attendance, father-son duo playing in an NBA game for first time, an absolutely positively wonderful story. And then reality sets in. We love what we're seeing from him in the G League because that's where you belong. As you hone your skills and you get better and you legitimately earn, which I believe he has the potential to do. I am rooting for Bronny James. It would be cruel to root against him. It's a wonderful kid. I wish him nothing but the best. But he's LeBron James' son. And everybody knows what attention that brings. Molly, Doggy, put them up on the screen because I want to see their face when I say this. Right now, Bronny James is averaging 0.3 points, 0.3 assists.
No, why you repeat it?
And 0.4 rebounds.
All right, okay, hold on. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is hilarious. Let's keep going.
You know what people are saying. You know what they're gonna do to this kid. In 13 games, he has played 44 minutes. He has scored 4 points. He is shooting 1 of 16 from the field.
I just want to interject to say that Stephen A. Smith is one of the greatest orators in human history. I know y'all may say I'm glazing, but hey, I'm just telling it how it is. I try to keep it A more than 92. And he's a huge inspiration on myself as far as covering the news. Now, with that being said, Bronny James, just to add a little context, what I'm saying? Context matters, right? Bronny James is currently under a 4-year contract with the Los Angeles Lakers, right? And the deal is worth $7.8 million. All right, let's continue.
0 for 7 from 3-point range.
Not 3-point.
How are you doing him favors? We know that he's not ready yet.
All right, so that's essentially what made LeBron irate. And if you don't believe me as far as him watching this seeing this video and having very interesting thoughts towards Stephen A because of those sentiments, here is LeBron talking to another RJ in the entertainment industry, basically giving why he was so upset with what he said. And hopefully it's not too loud. Okay, let me see if I could. Okay, here we go. All right, so there's subtitles. You can't hear what they're saying, but there's subtitles. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So RJ and LeBron is hugging, right? LeBron says, I know. He says, right? I mean, RJ just telling him everything he wants to hear. He's like, LeBron, you're the greatest. LeBron, nobody's ever done basketball better than you. LeBron, I can't wait to hang out with you again. Like he's saying all the Draymond Green type beat tactics, right? So LeBron said, right. You know what I mean? You saying what I want to hear. So he goes on to say, that's the only thing. I'm tripping. I don't give a F. It's a PG podcast, so we're not going to say what that F stands for. Once he talks about, I'm pleading with you as a father, I was like, I can't. And then you can see the overall reaction of LeBron, like, hey, this man has lost it when he said, I'm pleading with you as a father, like I ain't just give my son an $8 million contract. Because at the end of the day, he got his son paid. I mean, say what you want about father, but ain't that what you're supposed to do in society? Set your son up to be better than you financially and other things considered. Anyways, let's keep going. And then, of course, that was the end of that back and forth between RJ and LeBron, having immense buddy bromance in the middle of the court before the game. So, of course, I'm a huge fan of Richard Jefferson, just letting it be known. I think he's one of the better analysts that ESPN has. So, to continue, right? Bronny James is making $8 million in under 4 years. All right, I just had to say that fact. Let's keep going. So, initially, LeBron said that. I don't think Stephen A. ever saw that, but now let's fast forward to the infamous crossover event in sports history, right? LeBron and Stephen A. had a face-to-face, and no, it did not go the way that you thought it might have or you thought it would have, because LeBron confronted Stephen A., and the greatest orator in human history was at a loss for words. And not only was he at a loss for words, after the incident of the crossover event, he had stuff to say. And the tone that he used is not the tone that he usually uses when he's covering sports. I was confused. I cover news for a living. This man screams 24 24/7. I would say I'm more of an even kill content creator. You know, I'm not throwing chairs. I'm not screaming at the top of my lungs. And even my voice, after 5 to 6 hours, starts to deteriorate. This man, Stephen A, yells 24/7 and still has his vocal box, right? So with that being said, I think hearing him like this cover and reenact and basically give a play-by-play of what happened between him and LeBron after LeBron confronted him and told him to keep his son's name out of his mouth, but he ain't do the Will Smith slap with it. But anyways, Stephen A. Smith went on First Take to address the infamous crossover in sports history.
It was a one-on-one, I wouldn't say a conversation, but it was a one-on-one confrontation. But then I wake up and everybody from ESPN and my agent and everybody.
Did Stephen A's dog die? Like, did I miss something? Did one of his pets like pass away? Why is he not using the same tonality that he used whenever he's covering sports? Maybe I'm tripping. But Stephen A is consistently screaming while covering sports, while covering anything on First Take. It's about the ratings, ain't it? Why is he not using the same tonality when he said he was always ready for any player to roll up on him? This is what Stephen A says 24/7. If an athlete rolls up on me, I'm ready because I stand by what I say. This is not the tonality I expected from Stephen A. I got to be honest with you.
Everybody else was sending me that this thing had gone viral. And so ultimately it was unavoidable, and that is why I have to discuss it now. That wasn't a basketball play.
I mean, you know how they say you can hear a pin drop? You literally can hear somebody put their phone down. Hold up.
I have to discuss it now.
Man, you can't make this stuff up. The tonality is like somebody's pet died. I don't know whose was it. Maybe it was Molly's, because you know Stephen A. and let me chill. So anyways, with Stephen A. and his tonality, it threw me all the way off, and his rebuttal was terrible. Like, I'm not even gonna play this video. Like, you hear his tone. I just wanted to play it just so you heard it, right? The greatest orator in human history is out here sounding like an ASMR analyst. But then it made sense to me. Why did it make sense? Because later on, Stephen A went on the Gilbert Arena podcast, and guess what type of tone he was using? Not the one he had on First Take. Let's listen to his coverage of, or his response to being asked about the LeBron and his, is a crazy crossover event. So let's go right here.
What do you make of LeBron confronting you in the aftermath of that situation?
I thought it was weak. I thought it was some bullshit.
Completely different tonality. I wonder why.
But in the moment, I knew that I was listening to a father. Here's what happened. I'm represented by William Morris Endeavor. The founder of William Morris Endeavor, Ari Emanuel, had...
Now, before he breaks this down, I'm going to give you the real reason why I think Stephen A is mad at LeBron. LeBron has this company called Uninterrupted, right? His agent, Rich Paul, is doing a phenomenal job at setting the transition for LeBron to go from player to analyst, right? Now, with the analyst side of things, he also has a podcast titled Mind the Game. And he has a show titled The Shot where he's bringing on celebrities, and then he has Mind the Game covering sports. I'm not going to say Stephen A feels threatened by LeBron getting more and more into his lane. All I'm going to say is this whole crossover is deeper than you think. And that is why I believe LeBron followed this interview up with his very own. But let's continue with this interview first.
Courtside seats right next to the Lakers bench. He had Larry David with him, star of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm sitting with them. I get there in the first quarter. I'm sitting courtside, and I stand up, and then I got my head turned. And then I turned back around, and a lot of people thought this was the end of the game or something like that. This was in the third quarter.
And that's what I was saying. My first initial reaction, if you haven't seen it, just type in either LeBron or Stephen A and the Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. But basically, I said his response should have been, aren't you a professional basketball team? Aren't you a professional basketball player? Your team is losing. That's all I would have said. End of story. You want to talk about this during the game while you're losing? That would have been my comeback. Because for the time being, they was losing by like double digits. That's all I would have said. I'd be like, hold on now. You're a professional basketball player and your team is losing. Respectfully, I ain't trying to talk about this right now. Anyways, let's get back into what Stephen A had to say.
Apparently, LeBron had walked out of the timeout, and I turn around, and he's right here in my face. He said, yo, you got to stop talking shit about my son. You got to stop fucking with my son. That's my son. That's my
on
son.
site.
And I was like, what? He said, nah, fuck that. I said, yo, let's talk later. He's like, fuck.
Why you gotta talk later? He right there. Why don't you tell him right there that Bronny is averaging 0 points a game? Remember all them stats he regurgitated on First Take? Why he didn't say that to LeBron? I thought Stephen A would have responded in the best way possible, but it upset my soul because he did not keep that same energy. You talking about Bronny? No, I'm talking about a national basketball player averaging 0 points and getting $8 million in under 4 years. That's what I'm talking about. But of course, you know, LeBron's a pretty big guy, right? So some would be intimidated until you find out it was in the middle of the game. They losing by double digits. What are you going to do? Will Smith you while he's in the middle of a game? You know what the fine would have been for LeBron James slapping Stephen A. Smith? Anyways, we're going to get to that point in a second, but let's keep going.
Nah, fuck that. You got to stop fucking with my son. And I said, all right, dog. And he walked off. So I remember during a timeout in the first quarter, seeing Bronny. And Bronny looked over at me. And he had this sad look on his face.
Sad day in history.
And I'm imagining Pop saw that shit. It hit him. Yeah. And he couldn't hold it, and he rolled up on me. And so when I went on the air the next morning, first things first, believe it or not, I know this is shocking for people to believe, but I didn't have any intentions on talking about it until I woke up that morning and saw that the shit had gone viral.
All right, so we're not going to let him regurgitate. I just wanted y'all to hear the tonality shift between First Take and him going on the Gilbert Arena podcast. Very, well, drastically different, right? There's a reason for that. I mean, at the end of the day, Bronny James is 20 years old. I mean, I think some people forgot, but Bronny James is 20 years old. So if he had that immediate reaction to seeing Stephen A, it makes sense. I mean, he's a young guy, probably got all type of emotions, you know, he's handling with in the midst of him, you know, being in the midst of a grown man league, right? And then you have one of the greatest commentators and orators in history talking negatively about your play consistently. It could really have a mental effect on you. It could take a mental toll on you, right? So anyways, LeBron saw this interview and he was like, I'm gonna one up you. That's why I said this goes way deeper beneath the surface. This man went to Pat McAfee, the direct competitor to Stephen A. Because if you don't know, his show comes right after First Take. So not only could LeBron have went on uninterrupted and had some type of Pat McAfee content, but he went on to his show that aired right after First Take. 100 IQ plays being executed right now on LeBron's end. And all I got to say is this is probably why he's one of the greatest humans to ever touch a basketball, because of his mind. And, you know, before you say I'm doing tricks, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that LeBron is one of the greatest, I think the greatest of all time. But, you know, others say number 2 and number 3. But, you know, MJ was gambling at the age that LeBron just crossed 50,000. But anyway, that's besides the point. Let's keep going.
Leads obviously to you and Stephen A. Hey, legit, that feels like a moment that had been brewing for a long time.
He's like on a Taylor Swift tour run right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're watching.
Bringing up musicians. I wonder why this man is bringing up musicians and the comparison between the back and forth. It's almost like LeBron was inspired by a certain musician beef that we had last year. I'm not saying that he was probably comparing himself to that. All I'm going to say is once it started to elevate to a certain point, he realized, hold up, this is a back and forth. Just like the battle we just witnessed in hip hop. If you don't know, LeBron's a huge fan of hip hop. So once he realized that, he was like, okay, we playing chess moves. Let me go to Pat McAfee and get it really popping, because Pat McAfee is unequivocally the biggest as far as cover of the sport. Anyways, let's keep going.
We're all seeing it.
Oh, yeah.
You're seeing it as well.
He literally, it started off with, I didn't want to address it.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to address it. I wasn't going to address it. But since the video came out, I feel the need to address it.
Talk to him.
Oh,
he's cussing.
Are you kidding me? If there's one person that couldn't wait to the video.
LeBron, you was on Space Jam. You can't be cussing like that.
Seriously, and like another, he completely like missed the whole point. The whole point. Never would I ever not allow people to talk about the sport, criticize players about what they do on the court. That is your job to criticize or to, be in a position where, okay, if a guy's not performing, that is all part of the game. That's all part of the game. But when you take it and you get personal with it, it's my job to not only protect my damn household, but protect the players, and I
thought that was very well elocuted, as it goes back to him adding on to the fact that the only problem he had with Stephen A was him saying, as a father, right? Once that happened, all bets were off. And LeBron was definitely waiting for his one-on-one confrontation, and he got it, and he came out on the upper, he got the better of Stephen A. As much as it hurts me to say, because I think, well, I'm not going to keep reiterating it, but Stephen A is a huge inspiration for me as far as how I cover news, and the way that he was just at a loss for words in front of LeBron James. I mean, I guess a lot of people would, but you've been doing this for a while. You cover AI in his entire career, and one could argue that AI is more influential on the game of basketball than LeBron is, right? So you've been with all these superstar-like figures and covering them for quite some time, and you've had personal experiences with them, so you wouldn't think this would flabbergast him the way it did. But, Stephen A saw this, and he had to let loose. He had enough of LeBron James. And by enough, I mean this man turned into an actual villain the next time he went on his own show, the Stephen A. Smith Show. Shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz, as you can see on my Instagram.
To be a reincarnation of Chris Rock and Will Smith. And let me state for the record that while we bring up that, let me assure you it wouldn't have gone down like that. I would have gotten my ass kicked, because had that man put his hands on me, I would have immediately swung on him. Immediately. That I'm not going to tolerate.
He said he was going to swing on LeBron James.
He wasn't going to.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold up. LeBron James. Here we go. Yeah. All right, so Stephen A was going to swing on LeBron James. I just want y'all to know, LeBron James is 6'9", 250 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, he did say he was going to get whooped, but at the end of the day, that's not what we were talking about. He said he would have swung on LeBron. If we don't stop the cap.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
If we don't stop the cap talking about you're going to swing on a 250-pound man that's one of the most genetically enhanced humans we've ever seen on this planet, this man was talking like Mark from Invincible. Like, yeah, you could swing on him, but the aftermath is going to be something insane. And I don't think he wanted to see that, especially, like I keep saying, all jokes aside, LeBron was in Lakers uniform. No way that he's ever swinging on Stephen A. But even just to give that hypothetical is like, hold up now. Are we in fantasy land or reality? So I was confused. But anyways, LeBron had enough of that, and he took to his Instagram and showcased Stephen A boxing in the aftermath of saying he was swinging on him.
Yeah, make it more free. Yeah, push. Clean up that cut more. Raise him up. Yeah, make it more.
And then, of course, he followed it up with Young Dolph. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. But he followed it up with a Young Dolph in a Key Glock with him saying womp womp. And that is the perfect response, because I don't think LeBron's going to give this any more light, which is why I chose to cover this at the point that I did as far as the feud, because now it's almost as if the feud is over and LeBron got the better end of the stick, pause, when it came to his battle with Stephen A. Now, what was my suggestion way before this all started? I'm glad you asked, because when it comes to LeBron James, there's a lot of things that's beneath the smoke and mirrors. And once you become a student of just covering news, right, you start to get tidbits that is not accessible to the general public because they just didn't dive that deep into it, or people just don't want to expose them like that. Sort of like with Diddy with the whole Cassie situation, right? Not talking about LeBron and assaulting anybody. Talking about how celebrities have deep, dark secrets that are hidden because of their power, money-wise, and respect, right? The video with Diddy and Cassie didn't come out till the Diddy video with Cassie was captured like 10 plus years ago, right? And it's being used as of today in the case. Why did it take so long for it to be uncovered? Nobody knows. on a much lighter note, not talking about abuse or anything like that. When it comes to LeBron James, there's a lot of things you could have covered if you really wanted to take it there. And because I'm not a petty individual and, drama-filled content is not what I gained a following off of. So when it comes to a back and forth, LeBron obviously didn't take it there, which is why Stephen A kept it so respectful. But my advice, especially coming off the confrontation, was not as respectful because you was cussing in front of my face, talking about keep my son's name out your mouth. Well, hold up now. Now I got to get disrespectful. And all I said was, you may or may have had to change the moderator spot, right? Tell Molly to take a break and bring in another individual and have her sit in that seat. And let's just talk about LeBron's greatest moments in NBA history. And that person or moderator may or may not have been Yes Jules. I'm just saying. But anyways, with that being said, because people probably going to say, why are you saying that person? What is the correlation between LeBron and that person? Well, Google is free. I ain't going to lie to you, but I ain't going to do it here. All I'm going to say is it would have been phenomenal because not only are we not taking the personal jabs, because I would not have said, well, I had her here. I would just say, maybe she's just auditioning for the spot on some Lauren LaRosa type beat on the Breakfast Club, right? She just filling in for Molly, right? That's all she doing. She just filling in for Molly. I'm not doing anything. But the whole show is going to be about LeBron James' greatest moments in the NBA because, they say that I disrespect him. Let me put some respect on your name, right? Right? Anyways, I think that would have went over phenomenal. And you wouldn't have had to be petty, right? Obviously, you being petty without completely being petty. It would have been the greatest move. I ain't going to lie to you. But of course, that's why when you come over in hip hop land, we have a lot more aggressive ways of going at back and forth than, of course, the way that Stephen A took it. Because, in hip hop land, you try to go for the heart. You know what I mean? If you're going to be in a back and forth, you got to go for ways, you got to go at them in ways that they won't even understand, right? God forbid we find Delonte West on some random corner slinging crack, right? Put him on the show. Now I got a co-host filling in, right? So anyways, with that being said, that's basically my coverage of Stephen A and LeBron. I think at the end of the day, it's a very Disney-fied back and forth. Helped out a lot of platforms such as Gilbert Arenas, such as Stephen A's own show, such as First Take, such as Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee really ate off that, like getting a whole LeBron interview uninterrupted, like no pun intended, like it was. He came up off of that, and he was already number one. He's like the Joe Rogan of sports analysts. So that was phenomenal. And I think ultimately, to put a bow on it, Stephen A versus LeBron is going to go down in history as one of the greatest crossovers as far as sports analysts and athletes that we've ever seen. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Stephen A versus LeBron? And at the end of the day, who do you think came out on top? And if you think either one of them took it too far, what point do you think it went a little bit too far in the back and forth? Now, when it comes to this specific subject matter and musician, it hits a little close to home. Why do I say that? I'm about to explain it fully. Because June 8th, 2020, Notorious Mass Effect podcast was created. I mean, shout out to longevity and consistency, right? Anyways, my fault. I had to pat myself on the back. So June 8th, 2020, Notorious Mass Effect podcast was created. Now, when it comes to the creation of that podcast, of course, I was covering music. Of course, I was covering games. And I was creating, a little modest revenue stream. Nothing like it is now, even though if the IRS listening, I'm not making any money. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just playing. Let me chill. All right. So when it comes to that podcast, it had an audience of 6,000 to 8,000, I think, weekly downloads. Not the biggest, but definitely making some waves as far as the continuation of growth on that platform. I was under Spotify, had a phenomenal relationship with Spotify, more specifically the hosting platform Anchor, which I think no longer exists. But for the most part, I was an ambassador for Spotify, being one of the first podcasters ever to put out video content on Spotify because I was granted access. So the Anchor Spotify ambassador program. I was one of the first podcasters to be implemented into that. So with that being said, the reason why I'm saying all that is because when I was covering music, I was indeed playing music while I was covering it, which, technically is a copyright issue, right? But for a year plus, a lot of the studios was letting me rock, and it was a lot of audience gained off of me covering music while playing it, because it wasn't just playing music. I was covering it, giving my sentiments, giving the overall. I really wasn't doing the chart data back then like I am now, but I basically covering it, giving my subjective opinions about the track, right? Just so happened, Eminem put out this particular album back in 2020 titled Music to Be Murdered By. That came out January 17th, 2020, right? I covered that album, had immense praise for it. I thought it was fantastic. I think Eminem's one of the greatest wordsmiths we ever had in hip hop history. Now, he followed that album up with the deluxe edition, Music to Be Murdered By Deluxe Edition, December 18th, 2020. So in the span of, January 17th to this, I clicked the Eminem show in the world, to December 18th. So from January to December, my review of Music to Be Murdered By was out and fully, making its waves as far as people listening to my review of his album, right? So his deluxe edition came out, and I did the same thing. I reviewed the music and ultimately found out that I didn't like it. And not only did I not like it, I critiqued it in the way that I do when I don't enjoy the listening session, right? And ultimately, for the first time ever, all these artists I've covered, Drake, The Weeknd, Kendrick, Taylor Swift, for the first time ever, this particular artist had a copyright takedown notice on me. Now, Music to Be Murdered By, the original, came out in January. And now in December, almost a year later, the same type of music, but the deluxe edition is being targeted for the reason of the takedown notice. So from January to December, they didn't have any issue with it. But now in December, after my, negative review of the deluxe edition, here comes a takedown notice. We will receive a complaint from Universal Music Group following content infringes their intellectual property rights worldwide, right? And guess who was claimed by? Eminem for the Music to Be Murdered By Deluxe. So here I am thinking, little old me, now at this point 10 to 12,000 weekly downloads. How in the world are they copyrighting me for something that I've been reviewed, and now this is just a deluxe edition of that? It's almost as if somebody from his camp didn't like my opinion on the deluxe edition, and now they took certain actions to get my podcast taken down. And that ultimately was the end of that rendition of Notorious Mass Effect. Pour one out for the 2020 version of Notorious Mass Effect. So, going back to me being an ambassador, right? I was one of the first people to ever put out video on the Spotify platform. So if you go to Amazon, right? Just to, clarify my statements, I ain't just yapping up here. If you go to Amazon and look for podcasts, this podcast is titled Analytic Dreamz, Notorious Mass Effect. The original, the OG version, was just titled Notorious Mass Effect. And basically, if you type in gameplay walkthrough, it will pop up videos from 2020 to 2021, basically showcasing. I was one of the first ever to put out video on that platform. Now, with that being said, when content takedown notices happen, they take down your podcast because they kept going as far as the legal route. And now they just took down the entire thing. Kind of crazy, but hey, I'm letting you know why it hit so close to home. So now he's taking it down completely. And the only way you can ever see the original version of Notorious Mass Effect is on Amazon. And I believe it's on Apple, I forget what they call their stuff, podcasts, whatever. So that happened. And then ultimately the revenue stream I was making was completely cut off. I was all the way back to zero, as my entire podcast was taken down. Now, understandably so, as a totality of playing music and covering it, I guess, the music, if they would have told me, I would have stopped. It's not like they told me I didn't stop. It was the first time ever, and that took down my whole podcast. So with that fact being out there and the artist being attached to it, that is why I had so much personal feelings towards this current story I'm about to cover, because I know how him and his team gets down as far as really going throughout the legal route whenever they don't agree with certain sentiments. Now, of course, fast forward to March 2025. Let me get my soundboard. Fast forward to March 2025, more specifically March 30th. We've already gained back that audience, and even more, to the point where now this version of Notorious Mass Effect is bigger than that last one ever was. And with that being said, we've surpassed 10 million downloads, which I'll be getting to soon. But as far as 10 million downloads being surpassed for the podcast, we also have 200,000 plus weekly downloads. It fluctuates from 203 to 205,000 weekly downloads. So just let it be a testament to consistency and determination, even if you have to start back over. Because it was from ground zero, went to a whole new hosting platform and everything. Had to start over, and I was at zero, had to build it all the way back up. Obviously, I had the brand. They recognized me from the past, but still, whole new platform and no telling what the audience was going to look like. And now we're the biggest we've ever been, to the point where people are reaching out and things of that nature and offering certain licensing deals for the Notorious Mass Effect brand. So the reason why I'm saying that is because this person who leaked Eminem songs is definitely going to go through the fullest extent of the legal system with this Eminem debacle, right? So with my personal story set to the side, I just wanted to showcase why this hit so personal for me as far as the Eminem team and them coming after certain people legally, right? And I would highly suggest you listen to or read Charlamagne's book, Black Privilege, so you don't think I'm just in conspiracy theorist land. Like what Jay-Z did to Charlamagne, artists really take it serious when you have negative critiques, to the point where they may try to get you fired and cut off your way of living, your way of paying bills, and they just don't care, right? So it's not like I'm in conspiracy theory land. Just want to let you know that I just went through a whole debacle with the Eminem team back in 2020 to 2021, and it was never thought we was going to rebounce. Well, actually I did, but I didn't think we was going to bounce back in the way that we did. So that being said, enough of my sob story. Let's get into the actual subject. So Joseph Strange, a former sound engineer at Eminem Studio, is charged with criminal copyright infringement and interstate transportation of stolen goods. Now, this is a little different. This man Strange faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted on both charges. Now, what in the world could Joseph Strange could have done to end up being served with 10 years in prison? Well, I'm glad you asked. So apparently, from 2007 to 2021, only 4 people had access to the protected hard drives that Eminem was making music on. From 2019 to 2020, files were transferred from the secure hard drives to an external hard drive while Strange was employed. Now, as far as Eminem's team, they're very thorough, so they had details to back it up. Doechii, a Canadian individual, allegedly paid Strange $50,000 in Bitcoin for around 25 stolen songs. Fans also purchased leaked tracks. One individual from Connecticut paid around $1,000 for a pair of songs, right? So they're basically showing the mischievous nature of Joseph Strange. Now, when it comes to the search, they ran into Strange's home in January 2025 and uncovered 12,000 audio files. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they caught him in 4K, including Eminem songs. So it wasn't even just, it's only Eminem songs. It was including unreleased Eminem songs, along with handwritten lyrics and a VHS tape with unreleased content. The FBI, they're the ones who ran to his home. They say they traced the purchase of these songs through a fan who initially contacted producer Fred Reck. Ladies and gentlemen, it gets even deeper than that. Now, if Strange is convicted of this because they ran into his home, caught him in 4K, got a lot of evidence, so seemingly he's going to be convicted, but we don't know yet. Your evidence, you're innocent until proven guilty, right? Strange could face up to 15 years in prison. I said 10, right? So it's 15 years of prison, 5 years for copyright infringement, and 10 for interstate transportation. The investigation highlights the importance of protecting intellectual property and the financial losses to creators and collaborators. Now, on my coverage of that story, you're probably wondering, well, whose side are you on? Obviously, Eminem's side. Now, of course, if you're leaking unreleased music, that's a crime. But as far as the coverage of music and playing it while you cover it, a plethora of artists do it. So I was thinking, for my personal situation, it was not as serious as Eminem's team was making it out to be. And they only did it when the deluxe version came out, and I covered it in a negative fashion. They never did it when I had the highest of critique for his original music, To Be Murdered By. I wonder why that is. So anyways, this one, I agree with Eminem's team 100%. Just putting in perspective why it hits so close to me, because my entire way of, not entire way, because back then I was like doing other jobs and working with whole collegiate institutions and stuff. But now, you know, if that ever happened, it would be life-changing. But back then it was bad, but it wasn't as bad because I'm, you know, still a student at the end of the day. But now it's like you understand how to go about avoiding these situations. When back then I was, you know, leaving lanes open for artists who was upset with me to get at me in legal ways, right? So Eminem's team praised the FBI Detroit Bureau for its thorough investigation, and they said the leak caused significant damages, which, you know, I would expect that, and to Eminem's artistic legacy, as stated by the spokesperson. So him getting his music leak, I'm completely on Eminem's side as far as him going after Joseph Strange. Obviously, we don't know if he's guilty or not, but, you know, FBI went in there and uncovered a lot of audio files and Eminem songs, and they're basically charging him with criminal copyright infringement and interstate transportation of stolen goods. So 10 to 15 years in prison seems like a hefty sentence just to be on the whim, right? So I think they have some type of evidence and credibility when going at him. But of course, to bring it back to me, I do believe that at some point, I ain't gonna say I need an apology for Eminem, because, you know, we good now. Like 200 to 205,000 weekly downloads, just surpassed 10 million total downloads. You know, like the podcast is in phenomenal health, right? And way bigger than that version was that his team targeted, right? I just believe at some point, you know, Jay-Z and Charlamagne had their differences, but they're pretty good now. Like, they're pretty solid. But, you know, overall, I do believe that my dream of having a podcast was almost taken away. Well, was taken away. I had to build it back from scratch, but it was taken away. And that could have been the end of Notorious Mass Effect if I didn't persevere and have the resilience to just go at it again, but just try to take away every route and revenue, take away every route and possibility of artists being able to come at me via copyright. Because of course, if I was just popular, or if I was just being listened to for playing music, then this podcast wouldn't have nearly been as popular. As you know, I don't play any music. I don't even play that no more. I'm not giving you any reason to take down my content. So that being said, yeah, shout out to everybody who supports Notorious Mass Effect. This just turned into a whole soapbox session, but that's why I wanted to cover this and also give my sentiments, because, you know, I've covered this before when I first started the podcast, again on Red Circle. Shout out to them, phenomenal people who work over there. Under Red Circle, I put out Spotify versus Notorious Mass Effect and basically got into the whole playlisting thing and how I was targeted and things of that nature. So I got into the Eminem part of it, but you know how to do it for clickbait, put the whole conglomerate when really it was just Eminem's team. So shout out to Eminem for taking down my whole podcast. You know what I mean? We bounced back, but, you know, at some point, it's just, yeah, I still critique his music fairly, but how would y'all feel? Y'all build something up to like 12, 15,000 weekly downloads, and then it gets completely taken away with all the revenue and things of that nature. Because at this point, it's way bigger than it's ever been before. But even back then, I was a little hurt. So with that being said, as far as this specific story, which I'm on Eminem's side, as far as his team going at Joseph Strange, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Eminem going at his former sound engineer and the FBI charging him with criminal copyright infringement and interstate transportation of stolen goods? Getting into the overview for episode 147, which was titled Playboi Carti Delivers as Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. Now, of course, I usually only pick one subject matter for the title, but because of March being so impactful quality-wise, we've received Split Fiction, we've received Assassin's Creed Shadows, we've even received Monster Hunter Wilds, and then, of course, on the music side of things, more specifically hip-hop, it was looking kind of dry as far as the field is considered, because of course right now Drake and Kendrick was just running and uplifting hip-hop to the top 5 slot as far as Kendrick and Drake battling it out for the most played album in the world. But they were the only ones, right? I mean, except for Doechii. Shout out to Doechii with the 15th most played album. But as far as the top tier, top 5 chart positions, Drake and Kendrick was upholding that. So when Playboi Carti came out of nowhere and dropped his album, initially showcasing how dominant he is in the music field, I had to put him as the cover for the episode because, of course, I try to keep it 8 more than 92, and Playboi Carti was one of those type of musicians to overtake the top spot as far as most played album in the world, as his album Music is still currently the most played album. So with that being said, Split Fiction and Playboi Carti split the title focus for that simple fact, as other months gaming has been generating a lot more excitement, I would say, than the hip hop field. But now that Playboi Carti is here, he definitely deserved to be put in the episode title, which is why it's titled Playboi Carti Delivers as Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. Now, of course, getting back into the overview after that, little soliloquy, I digress. The Notorious Mass Effect episode 147 had a lot of topics that we covered, of course, but more specifically, we got into Kendrick and SZA in the tour, as far as the stadium tour, and the ginormous impact that that's going to have on the masses, and especially Kendrick's Grammy performance leading up into this. As with the Grand National Tour, I talked about a lot as far as Kendrick and SZA making their history as far as the first ever stadium tour for both, I believe. Yeah, because this is Kendrick's first stadium tour. I don't know about SZA, but this is Kendrick's first ever stadium tour, marking a humongous milestone for his career. Then we fast forward getting into Doechii, because if you don't know, when I was first thinking of who to put on the cover for this episode, I was about to put Doechii on the cover, but then Playboi Carti just took it and basically ran with the overall Notorious Mass Effect type of mantra, as his album is still impactful to this day, being the most played album in the world. So I had to put him as the cover. But first it was going to be Doechii, and we still covered her in this episode, of course, talking about how she's been making a wave in the industry, talking about, rebutting a lot of industry plant sentiments thrown her way, as a lot of people are out here saying that Doechii is an industry plant. And if you look at her discography, how in the world could somebody be an industry plant and she be in this game for almost a decade? As far as the recognition coming after the work, usually that's what happens when preparation meets opportunity, right? And that's just the same for Doechii, as with Anxiety being one of the more prominent tracks. Let me see if I can find it. One of the more prominent tracks in the world, as, let me see. No, not the TikTok charts. They try to bring up the TikTok charts. That's crazy. So Doechii with Alligator Bites Never Heal, it is the 15th most played album in the world, right? But as far as Anxiety, it's the 10th most played album and 10th most played track in the world. And it's the most popular from Doechii, period, as far as her discography. So people are just getting to know Doechii, and now she's having more of a commercial like appeal to the masses. But before that, she was just grinding and putting out all type of music. And now that she's blown up, people want to call her an industry plant. Isn't that crazy how you put in the work, then you get the recognition, people still call you an industry plant? That is insane. So anyways, we got into Doechii and her status in the music industry. And of course, we had to talk about the GOAT, the mascot of hip hop, the overall bearer of the weight when it comes to sales in the hip hop game. Because this man, Drake, is still going crazy, as Drake and Party Next Door went number one with their album, Some Sexy Songs For You. But of course, then it was dethroned by Kendrick Lamar's GNX. So even though it went number one when it first came out, GNX overtook that slot in that following week, which, you know, you could call Kendrick petty, but technically with GNX, it came out, I think it came out this year. Let me see. GNX came out, no, it came out last year. It came out November 22nd, 2024. So people just love the album, I guess. And coincidentally, as soon as Drake took number one, we started to see a resurgence of GNX, which, to be fair, Kendrick's Super Bowl performance had a lot to do with his numbers. So it's not like I'm saying like, oh, they use bots or anything. I'm just saying that, you know, it coincided with a lot of things that Drake was releasing. And it made sense because, of course, Drake is also aligning some of his releases to battle with Kendrick, as the whole behind the scenes tug of war for Playboi Carti, Kendrick's team seemingly won, as Kendrick had multiple outings on Playboi Carti's album, and The Weeknd had multiple outings where when Drake had Playboi Carti on, I forget which track it was. It was one of the 100 gig tracks. But let me see, 100 gigs. So a playlist. Let me see a playlist. Yeah, No Face. Okay, so yeah, Drake had Playboi Carti initially on No Face. And, you know, coincidentally, he was taken off of it when they hit DSP. So, you know, I think Playboi Carti made a decision, and hopefully he can stand by this decision, as, you know, being aligned with Kendrick and The Weeknd definitely makes you a direct competitor to Drake at this point in time. So regardless, we got into Drake and his stance in the industry, and also talked about how UMG had a whole rebuttal lawsuit to go against his, because of course they're currently in one of the more spectacle-like events that we've seen in the music industry. An artist is really going against a whole entire label, suing them for payola and defamation. So we're going to see where that comes. We're going to see what the solution is, or what the conclusion is of that, but I basically broke that all the way down, and hopefully y'all took something out of that coverage, because going through all these lawsuits is I mean, it's fun and initially, but after the fourth or fifth time, it's like, man, how many 60-page lawsuits am I going to have to break down? It's insane. So anyways, Drake and UMG, we also covered that. But then we got into Tory Lanez, and I forgot to say this in the intro, but yeah, we did cover Tory Lanez and his album, Peterson, which was a sequel to Daystar. And I forget when Daystar came out. Daystar came out, so 2020, in the peak of COVID, Daystar came out September 25th, 2020. Makes sense, because me thinking back to COVID, which is, you know, when the podcast actually birthed, it was in 2020. Actually, I think it was June 3rd, 2020, if I can get the actual date. Let me see. So more specifically, the Notorious Mass Effect was founded June 8th, 2020. So another thing about that is that Tory Lanez also in 2020 had this thing going called Quarantine Radio, I believe. And it was insanely popular, to the point where some would say that is why he was over Kylie's place in the first place. Because people say Megan invited him. But, you know, in general, Tory was very popular back in 2020. He really made the most out of that quarantine COVID situation. So anyways, we talk about Tory Lanez and his follow-up to that album as far as Peterson, and you realize that this man's in prison. So a little difference of circumstances. He was in the free world when he put out Peterson. No, he was in the free world when he put out Daystar. He's behind bars when he puts out Peterson. So I don't know what type of sequel that is, because he went from a baby picture to him in prison. I mean, goodness. So anyways, that man's the ultimate villain, and his music, I ain't gonna lie, it's very high quality, but you cannot distract people from the fact that he is indeed a villain. He's just a great one. He's just great at playing the villain role. So with that being said, then we transition into, Playboi Carti, the cover of this episode as far as the music side. This man came out and went insane on the charts, to the point where, if you really think about it, my predictions was definitely off as far as him not being able to handle himself on the charts, because I haven't seen it for the past 2 to 3 to 4 years. All of the tracks that was percolating on the charts was because of him being with Kanye West, whether it's Donda. him being with The Weeknd, whether it's Timeless, him being with Travis Scott, whether it's Fiend. Like, it was a lot of things where he just was not standing on his own, and we never received a single for this album, making me believe that by himself he could not garner that same attention. And boy, was I wrong. I was 100% wrong. And sometimes you just gotta look at the objective facts and realize that, hey, maybe I was a little off when coming to the conclusion that Playboi Carti couldn't handle himself on the charts as far as putting up numbers, as music to this day is the most popular album in the world. And don't get it twisted. We still have artists like Selena Gomez trying to get to the #1 spot, as she currently has the #2 most played album with I Said I Love You First. But all these artists, as far as Lady Gaga just released the album, Sabrina Carpenter just released the deluxe edition, like, Playboi Carti going insane on the charts is not no easy feat, and he's making it look supremely easy, as he put up one of the biggest first week sales in hip-hop history as far as in the past 5 years, selling 298,000 units first week. And it was a huge accomplishment, and it's Carti's second #1 album, which, you know, congrats to Carti, and he definitely showcased why you should not doubt him when it comes to his impact on hip-hop culture. So with that being said, I gave him all the praise in the world in that segment. Hopefully Carti fans forgive me and they understand that, hey, I was just going off past information, but I am openly admitting that I was wrong, and Playboi Carti is indeed him when it comes to putting out music and affecting the masses. So that being said, we went from music to gaming, and then I got into Monster Hunter Wilds, which, if you don't know, Monster Hunter Wilds is doing phenomenal sales-wise. It launched back in February 28th, of course. And as far as players, it has maintained around 650,000 nightly players. As if you think about it, Baldur's Gate at its peak had 540 to 580,000 in that period. Really putting it in perspective how successful Monster Hunter Wilds is currently, to the point where it's still the 5th most played game on Steam. It's the 8th most played game on Xbox, and as far as PlayStation, it's nowhere to be found in the top 10. So I guess, do PlayStation gamers not play games? Hold on now, let me find out. So anyways, but as far as Xbox and PC is doing phenomenal, and I would assume it's doing phenomenal on PlayStation, is just not in the top 10, because to sell this many copies, to mark or to make history as Capcom's fastest selling title ever, you already know you're dealing with an immensely successful game. So shout out to Capcom for giving the gaming community another gem to play and have high quality moments in the midst of it. So Monster Hunter Wilds we got into as far as the sales and the review roundup, and then of course we shifted gears, but we still stayed in a gaming industry, but we went over into the sports realm, as not only did MLB come out, but also WWE came out. So we started with MLB The Show, right? Got into a lot of the sales and review overhaul, and I actually got into a lot of mechanics and listed out the top 10 hitters in the MLB, just in case you was new to it and wanted to know who's really making waves out here. So talked about a lot of things, as the implementation of the Negro Leagues. I talked about some of the technical issues that players were having, but for the most part, it was more of a true review and sales roundup. So then we switched gears and got into the other sport, which is WWE, which I spelled it W-E-E. Like, we're not at the park. Anyways, so WWE is a hit as far as out the gate. Now, it's not a hit right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. As far as WWE at 2K25, you really gotta think about how in the world you can have such a successful rollout and then completely mess it up due to microtransactions. I don't know if y'all know, but there's a huge problem going on right now in the WWE community because of his microtransactions that is put on this island, right? There's this new island that's basically copying NBA 2K's park, right? Or city. So My City and NBA 2K, just think of that, but for WWE. So they call that the island. But the main thing about that is a lot of people have been criticizing the island because you need certain virtual currency for island progression. Like, what in the world type of mechanic is that? You telling me I can't get to certain parts of the new installment that you put in if I don't pay you extra on top of the $70 that I already gave you for the base game? I just think it's very greedy. They were called out for it, split the fan base, and of course now people are not really playing the game. I look at the charts, I don't see, like, I think the last time I checked it was like 1,500 people playing that game. So people have really showed 2K that if you push them too hard, they will actually band together and not play the game. And I think that's great, because if a development studio wants to charge you arm and a leg for something that should be in the base game, these type of united stands needs to happen for them to change their mind. Because if you keep paying for it, they're going to keep doing it because they think they can get away with it. So shout out to the WWE community, basically showing 2K that we're not just going to buy anything that you put in front of us. Then we went from sports into, let me see, I think I talked about this game. Let me see. Yeah, we went from sports into Wizardry Gaiden, the 5 ordeals that is immensely popular on the Switch. And of course, we talked about it being a dungeon crawling RPG. We talked about why people are loving the game. And a lot of the things that goes on with the first person grid based dungeon crawling game is the story is fantastic. But the gameplay, I'm not gonna say it's not nothing innovative. Like, it's not wowing you in any stretch of the imagination, but it's still a solid set of gameplay mechanics as far as the loop. And you're going to get a lot of content in the midst of the game, especially with the main story being 60 to 90 hours and the side story being 120 to 180 hours. So I got into Wizardry Gaiden, the 5 trials, and basically talked about its sales. As in Japan, it sold estimated 13,000 as far as by March 9th, 2025, and it's having a strong performance on the Switch respectively, which is why I cover this, because, you know, we try to branch out and have a variety of platforms that we cover just to give you an overall snapshot on what the gaming industry looks like. So then we went from Wizardry Gaiden, the 5 trials, into Dragonair Silent Gods. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I've been keeping my promise on respecting the mobile gamers out there, because people were wondering, where are all the mobile game reviews? You can't cover the gaming industry and not talk about mobile games, as it generates so much revenue to the point where I wouldn't be mad if somebody made a channel only focusing on mobile games, because that's how popular they are. The way we talk about console games 24/7 and PC games, mobile games have that same type of engagement, that same type of fan base, and the money is there, as they've generated a lot of money and they contribute a large portion of the overall revenue pool that is the gaming industry. So anyways, we got into Dragonair Silent Gods, and with Dragonair being the most popular mobile game currently, obviously it fluctuates, but currently it's the most popular mobile game, and that is a huge accomplishment, especially going against the likes of a Cookie Run Kingdom, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and Marvel Contest of Champions, which all of those mobile games I've already reviewed. If you look up those specific names, Analytic Dreamz with a Z should pop up. So that being said, we got into that game, and then we transitioned from the mobile community over into, lost my place. Oh, and then we got to Assassin's Creed Shadows. So some of these games are out of order because I had to restructure the list, because I don't know if y'all know, but at this point, for the month, I'm encapsulating everything in the episode, so it makes it easier to know what impacted the masses, instead of me putting out an episode mid-month and you wondering, like, where's the rest of these games in the episode? In the episode. So now I wait towards the end of the month and then construct my episode. So it's more of a overall picture of what impacted the masses, especially in the month of March, which you see right here, Split Fiction and Playboy Carti. So anyways, Assassin's Creed Shadows, that's the game I did not get to. We actually talked about that after WWE, as when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, I think this game is growing on me to the point where I would not be upset if it ended up being a nominee for Game of the Year. Now, I know what you're probably going to say. There's no way they're going to let a Ubisoft Assassin's Creed game be nominated for Game of the Year. But the dynamic weather, the graphics, and especially the story, especially in the first 5 to 15 minutes, you realize that the premise set is captivating, and then once you start unlocking things as far as the different tools that you're using, I'm using this whole new weapon now where you like swing it around. I'm not even using my sword anymore, so now is another layer of enjoyment when I'm battling certain enemy types. And I'm just gonna say, the more and more I play this game, the more and more I'm enjoying it, and I think that's just a testament to a phenomenal game with a lot of attention to detail. So we basically got into Assassin's Creed Shadows, and if you didn't know, objectively speaking, you know, for the Grifter community out there, it's the second highest day one sales in Assassin's Creed history, behind only Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And to be fair, Assassin's Creed Valhalla came out during peak COVID, so all numbers in the gaming community were boosted. People were in the house, they ain't have anything to do, so they're buying all type of games left and right. So as far as Valhalla, I think we could say that Assassin's Creed Shadows is the most successful game in Ubisoft's history when people are outside, right? Valhalla just fell into the great, they fell in a great space. As far as in the time period of life, they fell in a time period where people were in the house looking for entertainment, and Valhalla was finished and Ubisoft put it out. So anyways, shout out to Shadows being one of the more pivotal games that Ubisoft has released, showcasing that they may or may not be entering their redemption arc, but it's too soon to tell yet. But it's looking like Ubisoft is one of those type of development studios that's coming back for blood as far as putting out actual quality content, because we already know that they cut X-Defiant out, and well, they're gonna cut X-Defiant out soon. Let me see. For the people playing X-Defiant, I'm sorry if I'm breaking this news to you for the first time, but just know they're taking the whole game that is called X-Defiant offline, completely offline, June 2nd, 2025. So if you're still playing X-Defiant and I just broke that news to you, just know I'm sorry. You know, at the end of the day, I'm here for you, and we just have to upgrade your quality in games. That's it. So anyways, with that being said, then we went from Assassin's Creed Shadows into Split Fiction. So then we talked about Split Fiction as I played this game as well. I'm just out here playing games. I must be a gamer or something. Anyways, so Split Fiction, I played it with my cousin. Let me tell you, the praise I have for Assassin's Creed Shadows, I just want to say that is 10x when I get into Split Fiction. Split Fiction is actually the most creative game I've ever played. And I've played Cyberpunk, I've played Mass Effect, I've played a lot of different games that could get that title, but Split Fiction, from a video game sense, is the most creative game I ever played, because putting a lot of mechanics into one game has to be taxing, and somehow they pulled it off flawlessly. No bugs, no performance issues, smooth 60 frames per second, implementing all these different gameplay mechanics, all these different settings, going from fantasy to sci-fi, going from Candyland to a farm. Like, it's just a lot of different settings, to the point where you just have to sit back and realize that Hazelight Studios may be one of the greatest gaming development studios of all time. Now, that being said, so I had high praise for Split Fiction. Also saying, you know, as you can see in the title below, it's targeting Game of the Year because it's just that strong of a contender. I don't care if we're 3 months in, there's like 6 slots at the Game Awards. Split Fiction has one of them. Split Fiction definitely has one of them. So with that being said, then we got into the last video game that I wanted to cover, which was, hold on, did I miss that? Okay, no, I didn't. The last video game that I was getting into was Repo. So if you don't know, Repo is hard because you have to put the dots in between. R-E, and then you got to put a dot in between every one. That's crazy. So for those who are unaware of Repo, Repo is basically a cooperative horror game with physics-based gameplay. Just think of Lethal Company, but reskinned and a lot more unique mechanics to make it a strong competitor for Lethal Company. Because if you look at the sales, it's an early release, and it's already the 6th most played game on the Steam platform. Now, I'm not trying to dunk on Lethal Company, but let's just say it's not in the top 15 of Steam. I don't know where it's at. It could be 16, it could be lower. But as far as Repo, it's the 6th most popular game on Steam, with 146,000 people playing the game, with a 24-hour peak of 245,000. So I'm just letting y'all know on Front Street, Repo will be getting played by myself, and I do enjoy video games that is bang for your buck, meaning this game being set at $9, well, technically $10, and set to rise upon full release. Guess what? I'm about to buy that game for $9, and now I'm about to play it. So when the initial release, hopefully they don't charge us again. If they do, there's definitely, I don't know if there'll be uproar depending on what they add to the game, but $10 is not a crazy price tag to play one of the most popular games on Steam. So with that being said, I can't wait to get in the repo. I basically broke down the review and sales roundup, getting into a lot of the overall objective metrics, such as it having 2 million units sold by March 13th. Once again, it's in early access and on PC Steam only, and he's putting up these type of numbers. Very insane. Made by a Swedish indie studio. So Semi-Work definitely has their work cut out for them, pun intended, because as far as the full release, I think they'll have to add something for this to make sense as far as if they want to raise the price tag. But I have no doubt that they will. It just only time will tell. So as far as that, then we got into the beef portion of the podcast, which I ain't gonna lie, I feel like the people enjoyed the most because drama sells and people love drama. So we got to Xbox versus PlayStation. So if you didn't know, Xbox versus PlayStation is not really a competition right now. But the reason why I said Xbox versus PlayStation, because we've revealed new news that Xbox, well, Microsoft may be moving away from traditional consoles, which inherently means they're waving the white flag versus PlayStation when it comes to selling hardware versus going into the cloud gaming and cross-platform accessibility. So instead of competing with sales via hardware, they are now pivoting towards cloud gaming and cross-platform accessibility, which one could argue that they were already doing that with the Xbox Game Pass, right? But now it seems as if they are eliminating hardware generations. Not only are they losing 4-1 as far as a PS5 and the Xbox Series X and S, meaning for every one Xbox Series X and S sold, there are 4 PS5 sold. So not only are they losing horrendously in the hardware race, now they're shifting their focus to cloud gaming and cross-platform, but ultimately they may be eliminating actual hardware or future hardware generations of Xbox. So that's why I said Xbox versus PlayStation, because I think it's a pivotal move to combat PlayStation, but at what cost? So anyways, with that being said, then we got into one of the biggest gangsters in the industry. I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm not talking about Taylor Swift, because we're talking about gaming, and as far as one of the biggest gangsters in the industry, Nintendo has shown time and time again that if y'all keep ripping off their games, they will come after you. And that is no different as, I don't know why I can't find it. That is no different as, let me see. Okay, yeah, so as far as Nintendo, let's see, pirates. I have like notes and it's all throughout. Like, it's like, Nintendo pops up like 80 times in my notes. So it's kind of hard to find it. Let me see. Okay. Nintendo Switch. No, that's not it. Xbox. We already talked about that. There we go. All right. So the French Supreme Court ruled in favor of Nintendo because Nintendo won a legal battle against DStorage, basically the operator of unfiltered.com, a file sharing platform accused of hosting pirated copies of Nintendo games. So as far as the Supreme Court issuing its ruling on February 26, 2025, they're going to hold DStorage accountable. And obviously I covered the amount that they are going to have to pay. And with that being said, Nintendo, they do not play when it comes to you pirating their content. And that is why I broke down all the instances where it happened and where they won the case, and literally looked up, have they ever lost a piracy court case? And of course not. They are inevitable to get in my Thanos voice, right? To get in my Thanos bag. Nintendo suing you for piracy, just know it's inevitably going to end up and you paying them an exorbitant amount of dollars. Okay, so that being said, then we got back into the music industry. Actually, I lied. We got back into sports as LeBron James versus Stephen A. When I tell you, this crossover is not supposed to happen. LeBron versus Stephen A. is only supposed to happen in their own separate worlds. Like maybe LeBron throws slight jabs at Stephen A. Maybe Stephen A. tells LeBron that you're not as good as Jordan, right? Which is usually what he's doing. And me personally, I think LeBron's the greatest human to ever touch a basketball. So I think that's insane. But as far as Stephen A. versus LeBron, the reason why I doubled back to this instance is for the simple fact that a lot happened as far as, one, LeBron went to the most popular analyst in sports, and two, Stephen A. said he would have swung on LeBron if he put his hands on him. So I was perplexed. I was like, hold up now. How old is Stephen A.? And that don't even matter. Who talks to LeBron like that? But then I realized he was behind the screen because obviously when I covered I already covered the segment. If you remember, during the segment, I looked up his height and weight. I'm like, nobody is talking like that in front of LeBron. There's nobody talking like that in front of LeBron. I don't care how tough you think you are. So anyways, Stephen A. saying that behind the screen was very interesting because if you see the confrontation, he looked like he was agreeing and really, very receptive to whatever LeBron had to say when he was right there in front of his face, which I hate that not keeping the same energy. If you're going to cover the game, I don't care if you just signed a $200 million deal. You already know if LeBron's in front of your face and his team is losing the game and he has something to say to you, all you had to say was you're a professional basketball player and your team is losing. That's it. I kept giving him certain outs as far as that initial confrontation because after the fact, they did end up winning. But right there, you could have been like, hey, aren't you a professional basketball player? Your team is losing. Coming out of the timeout, you need to be in there because obviously they could use some help. So anyways, with that being said, it was one of the more crossover. It's one of the greatest crossovers in sports history. I ain't gonna lie. It's going up there with like Superman, Spider-Man, Ninja Turtles, Batman type beat. Like these worlds are not supposed to collide, and we've seen in sports history analysts get ignored, especially popular analysts like Skip Bayless. I know he's punching the air. He's probably screaming, it should have been me. He's probably screaming, it's my turn, all type of source. He's probably screaming even the N-word. He probably mad for real at Stephen A. and LeBron because guess what? That was supposed to be his moment. Anyways, so we went from that. Then we got into Eminem. And of course, this particular segment, I ain't gonna lie to you. So this one hit close to home because of what I believe happened as far as the life of my original podcast being completely taken down, which technically is still up on Amazon and Apple on podcasts. But in general, when I first started this podcast in 2020, if you notice, if you go to the lifespan of this iteration of the podcast, it only goes to like 20, let me see. It only goes to, I don't know how long it's going to take to pull up. Yes, I want all my analytics. It goes all the way back to January 2023. It is March 2025. The reason why I'm saying that is because when the 2020 version of the podcast came out, I was playing music, right? But I was also giving a review, so I didn't think anything of it. I was like, I'm literally going off of what I see on YouTube and things of that nature. I see people play music and they reviewed it, and most people are just nodding their head and shaking their head, like, oh, this is fire, man. And, the whole time I'm out here giving analytical breakdowns while also giving a subjective opinion. So there's a lot of discrepancy in quality, in my opinion. So anyways, I thought that was going to save me. Obviously not, but the way I broke it down in the Eminem, fiasco, it was a lot of things that happened behind the scenes to have that taken down, and I think it was because of his team, and I broke down in that segment why. So of course, if you heard it, you definitely understand why. But to give the short version, there was already multiple albums, multiple songs I've reviewed of this artist positively, because I talk about Eminem as if he is one of the greatest lyricists we've ever seen in hip hop. But just so happened, those never got copyrighted. And then this one deluxe came out. And of course, my first ever, so the deluxe came out. I gave a negative review because I didn't like it. If I don't like it, I'm going to come on and say I don't like it. Pause. I'm going to talk about how I don't like it and why. essentially, my first ever copyright strike came from Eminem's team. I'm like, hold up now. Ain't that about you know what I'm saying? All this music, I gave him positive critiques, and the one time I have a negative critique, and that ended up going the way it did as far as the podcast, that version going down. So, yeah, it's just a testament to perseverance. Because, I mean, technically, you could look at it as a sob story. Like, man, they really took away your whole stream of income. But then we built this all the way back up. And at this point, yeah, that just can't happen again. Like, I'm just on too many different platforms. My face is out there, voice is out there. It's way too hard. When back then, it was way more personal as far as it going down. Because now I'm thinking I can never build it back up. Obviously, I tried again and successful, right? But, you know, back then it was like, man, why would they do this to somebody who's not even like I was averaging like 8,000 to 12,000 weekly downloads. And it was just insane the way they use their power. So a lot of the stories I hear in the music industry, I started to agree with. I was like, oh, okay, so they really do just, yeah, it's a lot. But anyways, I got into that. But essentially, the main subject matter was Joseph Strange, a former sound engineer of Eminem, stealing a lot of his unreleased music and him facing up to 10 to 15 years in prison. So obviously, I don't co-sign that. Like, stealing unreleased music, like, yeah, Joseph Strange was tripping. But, you know, that whole story just brought me back to, you know, that unfortunate approach I had from, or I received from Eminem's team. So, with that being said, you know, those were all the topics. But obviously, with the podcast, we're now doing around, and it went up. Last time it was around 200 to 205. Now it's 211,000 weekly downloads. Y'all trying to get, I ain't gonna lie to you, the way y'all supporting the podcast, y'all trying to get a Tyrese moment out of me, but I can't give it to you. I can't give it to you just yet. I ain't gonna cap to you. But the amount of support, hold on, let me go full screen. The amount of support that people are having for this podcast is undescribable as far as my feeling towards it and how appreciative I am of people supporting week in and week out. We've surpassed 10 million downloads. I'm going to do an entire segment dedicating it to the 10 million downloads milestone. But as far as this episode, I'm going to put this out first just so y'all can see why we're at the metrics that we are at, because there's a lot that goes into these episodes. So when I put out this episode, I wanted it to be a reflection of why we surpassed 10 million downloads and we're around 211,000 weekly downloads. So anyways, with that being said, that's about it for the Notorious Mass Effect episode 147, titled, of course, Playboi Carti delivers as Split Fiction Targets Game of the Year. Thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Once again, thank you for helping me surpass 10 million total downloads, and we have a lot more in store. Let me just leave it at that. But also, thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect.